Hello, welcome. This is yours truly, the Collar Nation. He's chief host of the Collar Nation Radio, the general, the big head, the chief in charge. I am the Collar Genesis, right? You can call me Collar Rumble. You can call me Collar Genesis. You can call me Collar Thanos, you know. You can call me the Ringmaster. What's up, Dark Mingo? You can call me Collar the Ringmaster, right? Because you can call me Professor Collar, PhD, and graduate of Negroology in America. So you could call me many things. I go by many handles. I got many hats. But tonight we've got Collar Rumble tonight because we're gonna rumble tonight. We're gonna talk about Black history. Yeah, Don Collar. Because I am the Godfather. You call me Don Collar. You know, Black History Month continued. That's my favorite series. Black History Month continued. Right. Tonight we're going to talk about we want to talk about, and I want some participation tonight. We're going to talk about Black business empires. Right. The history of Black business in America. Right. That we're not just somebody who came out of nowhere. Black America has 400 years of business success in East North America. Right. And I'm going to tell you how that ties into nation building and empire building all over the world. Why Black business in America matters or not, because Black business is key to understanding Black nationalism, right? Because once people look, let me tell you something. In everything in life, right? If you can't defend yourself and provide for you, those two things, defend what you have and provide for yourself, you're nothing. Once you get those two things, you feel like you're invincible. And then when you get people on the same page, a group of you, right? And saying you say, okay, we have a covenant of people that are well-to-do, strong, and then you basically say, you know something, the people that we thought we needed, we don't need them anymore. That's what happened in America. American businessmen and merchants were getting rich in America, right? So they start saying to themselves, man, after they defeated the Indians, because the whole thing of the British was supposed to protect the colonists from Native Americans and stuff like that, and pirates, and all these pirates off the coast of America. When they realized that they could do that themselves, they could create their own wealth, they could take on the Indians and expand it. Well, they said, you know something? Why are we still paying taxes to the British? This redundant thing called the British. We don't need them anymore. See, the reason why we stay in America, right, is because psychologically, right, we feel like we need them. And I want to tell people all the time, we have never really needed them. All we needed was the confidence to say, just like we could build Black Wall Street in Tulsa, we could build Black Wall Streets all over the world. That's what this show's all about. I'm trying to give you the confidence that, once we figured out that we could build things ourselves and we created Black Wall Street, we're going to talk about that tonight. People like, we don't need to friggin' worry about what white people think. When Black people say, you know something, we're not in the major leagues, even though we have better ball players, we say, you know something, we're going to build our own leagues, the Negro leagues. Now, some people, history looks at like, oh, that was a stupid one. Even the race traders among us were not, oh, man, we got to get rid of the Negro leagues. The prestige is in the major leagues. What the fuck did we have to join the major leagues for? We had our own leagues we should have kept. But the mindset of the Negro League is not going to last because why? Because white people are inevitable. So let's integrate into the white leagues. And then you look what they put Jackie Robinson through. They put him through hell. They made that boy's life hell when he was the first Black baseball player in the major leagues. They basically put him through hell. Where he was in the Negro leagues, he was celebrated. He was a hero. All his people out there watching him play adored him. But he had to go and look at white faces, call him every slur, nigger this, nigger that, throwing monkeys at him, throwing stuff at him and whatnot, insulting him and whatnot, even threatening violence. But that's what they told us we had to do because the main thing is we got to give up our empire, right? Black empire for the white empire. This goes with a lot of things. White man sees something going in Europe. Oh, the Kaiser, Hitler, they're our enemies. Let's go fight the Kaiser. Let's go do this right now. Where the black man is looking like George Washington Williams, right? Talk about him too. He was like, man, we need to send people, black men from America to Congo to drive to Belgium and to colonize the Congo. But because we didn't have an army here in America and we don't have a government of our own, we couldn't do that. That's what I mean by we talk about black empire, right? Same way the white man has a manifest destiny and he wants it like that, we got to sort out where is our manifest destiny, where's our destination, right? We produce millionaires and billionaires just like he does. And we're not going to be beholden to some idea called America anymore, because America is all about white people and white supremacy. Now, folks, what I need you to do is hit that like button, like, share, and subscribe. Now, when you got titles like Black History Month, Continued, Black Business Empires, right? We're going to talk about it. Now, you know it's going down tonight. You know it's going to be heated. You know we're going to talk about facts and history and stuff like that. That's going to blow your mind. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend that the College Genesis is on. You know, I mean, you know it's the right thing to do, folks. Tell somebody, tell a friend, you know, that the College Genesis is on. Be here or be nowhere. You know, be here or be nowhere. So tonight we're celebrating our forefathers that came before us. You know, when we talk about Black history, you know, I'm not the type of person that's going to, Black history, it don't mean people getting lynched, killed, and all stuff like that. We're going to talk about the pain and suffering. We're also going to talk about Black success. It's important that you understand that we come from a long line of success in this country, in this hemisphere. We had Black millionaires back in the 1800s. Do you understand that? One of the first Black wealthy men was a man named Paul Cuffey out of Boston, Nantucket area. Paul Cuffey was a shipping trader. You know, a lot of Black men back in the 1800s, 1700s were in the shipping trade, right? It was hard work, right? And they learned how to ship up and down the coast of the United States to different ports, and also to places like Santo Domingo and the islands and everything were all connected in this Black trade that brought a lot of wealth and stuff like that from one place to the other. These were Black traders. At the time, we weren't even citizens. We had no damn rights. And in those areas, Black people were able, because we couldn't live near whites, we lived with each other. So we had like little our townships and everything as far back as the 1700s, 1600s, you know? And so we was able to build a lot of wealth in Black America because the money changed hands 9 times before it left in the Black community, right? So therefore, all these people said, man, we're building communities and everything. But the thing is, we have no rights. We can't sue in court. We can't do all these things because we're living on a land that disenfranchised us. So they said, you know something? As far back even as 1600, Black people were like, we got to freaking find out someplace where we could build this modern civilization, right, that we mastered alongside the whites. There's another thing is white people always think, a lot of immigrants think white people created America and this is the white. No, they were in the early stages of America. There were Black businessmen in places like Manhattan, places like Boston, places like Nantucket, places like Fort Lee, New Jersey, even places like New Orleans. There were small Black free communities, right, that were thriving in business, you know, from the early inceptions of colonial America. We were here, you know, here in the exception of the American business empire, and a lot of our businesses grew too. Don't let anybody think that we were just all downtrodden and down and out and whatnot. Yeah, the majority of us was, but we still had Black success. For instance, do you know that in the 1800s, right? Think about it. 1800. What do you think about 1800? You think of slavery, and slave auction. Do you know there was a Black company that had a shipbuilding business in Baltimore. I'm gonna have to pull that up, folks, because people don't remember. We had a black-owned man who had a shipbuilding business, and also in Baltimore there was a free black community that was in the shipping trade. Hard work. And this one company was building ships, had a dock. I saw the pictures, early pictures of a black man who owned a shipbuilding business in the United States, in Baltimore. So the narrative that we were all enslaved and we never did nothing, that's a lie. Today we're going to talk about black business empire, why it matters, because if you could think that our ancestors could do this 200 years ago, what can you do right now with the internet and stuff like that? There's no excuse for you. So I want to inspire people, young people, to say, something, damn, man, I want to be like such and such. Do you understand there was a black man named Patterson, Charles Patterson, I think his name, that built the first automobile? And he built I think he was building like 800 models a year. And he was selling them to different wealthy black people throughout the Midwest. We're going to find that video and play it. And then again, I can't play a whole lot of videos, folks, because I've been getting striked by copyright thing, because you think people put something on YouTube, right? You think they're doing it so you could share knowledge and everything like that, but people are so selfish, right? They go strike your video or not. I'm trying to share black history. What's the point of doing it if you can't share you don't want somebody to see it? I would always say, this is not my property, fair use, everything. They still strike me for copyright violation. What part? I know it's not mine. So why the heck am I getting strike for a copyright violation? Ridiculous. Yeah, but C.L. Patterson basically built an automobile long before Henry Ford's Model T. So tonight we're just going to talk about black success, and not to be vain or full of ourselves, but I want people to pick their head up, right? And this is something all black people should be proud of. I don't care where you come from. Understand that our success in America is your success, no matter where you come from. Because we believe if one black man wins, we all win. That's black nationalism. That's the values we put on this show. We're not going to covet anything we do in America just for black Americans. No. Anybody should be able to be proud of any accomplishments we did in black America and take it as their own. That's what happens when you have love in your community, when you have love in your heart, and that you basically say, hey, if you want to be a brother, you stick your hand out, I stick my hand out, and we embrace as brothers, as equals, right? But like I said, we cannot do what we've been doing now, is this idea that we're going to be dismissive of black America's accomplishments, culture, and everything, that somehow there's something wrong with us, and we got to adopt some Ubuntu and new language. We got to forget who we are and just throw all the accomplishments we did down the thing, because, oh man, being black American, African American is just so horrible. No, we're going to talk about our success. We're going to be proud of who we are and what we did under duress in this country. So this is what we're going to talk about tonight, folks. But folks, like, share, subscribe, join us. Tell us a friend, tell an enemy, tell somebody to come by, whatnot. This is a Collar Nation we're on and popping and whatnot. We're not talking about Black History Month continued, right? Tonight, I just want to talk about black business empires, black success in America, right? On my moniker, I have a picture of Reginald Lewis, right? Man born in Washington, D.C. area, come from that Washington, D.C. area, became the world's first black billionaire businessman in 1987. President of Beatrice Holdings, had a leveraged buyout in 86. 87, he emerged the world's first black billionaire. He beat the white boys at their own game. He wrote a book. Get this, that motherfucker was killed. He was in the prime of his life, peak health condition, and suddenly he's dead at 53. Come on, come on. He wrote a book, Watch It All the White Guys Had. Imagine if we had Reginald Lewis alive right now. Imagine that, Yeah, Reginald Lewis, that was a murder. It wasn't dead. Yeah, that was a murder. They took him out. He wrote a book, Why Should the White Guys Have All the Fun? Let me tell you something. Dave probably knows this, right? I don't think a lot of people in our culture, right? Unless you go to an Ivy League school and pay really good attention and good like that, there's very few black people that really know how money and the financial world works. I have an idea, right? Because what I do for a living. I have an idea and I put pieces together, but very few black people, right? And I look at when I hear a lot of black businessmen or what people giving advice about business, very few of them know how the world works, about derivatives and whatnot, about hedge funds and all stuff like that, mutual funds and everything, exchange traded funds, trust funds, all this stuff like that. All these things that white people have been using for years to get wealthy and pass wealth down, stocks and bonds and all these things like that. To us, they're just pieces of paper. To white people, it's basically regulating, controlling wealth, and storing wealth and whatnot in different financial instruments to make money. We don't know about that. We don't know how to put collateral debt obligation, CDOs, buy a whole bunch of them up, right, and watch the derivatives grow and put it in a trust fund for 20 years. And then when your kid gets 21, he gets what started as like $1 million. By the time he's 20 years old, it's worth like $30 million. We don't know stuff like that. We don't know things like that, what derivatives are, what option trading are. All these things, these rich white people sit in places like New England and places like Manhattan on high, and they're traveling from country to country or not, while you're worrying about what jobs are you're going to do and punching the clock and paying bills. They're basically moving billions and billions of dollars around from one person, one bank to another, making more billions and billions of dollars. And somebody like Reginald Lewis was somebody that was able to crack. There's a few black people that was able to crack this code. Even back in the 1800s, there was a black businessman. I'm gonna find him. He basically was. They thought the black men could never figure out Wall Street. He beat them at their own game, became multimillionaires and whatnot, and put these whites out of business. White man knows once we master this thing like Wall Street and the financial world and whatnot, we sit back and really want to learn this stuff and stop listening to these stupid Negro talking about the capitalists, whatnot. Instead of learning how capitalism works and how we can make it work for us, yeah, he was about to put black Americans on, man. We were his base, That's why they had to stop him. They had to stop him right in his tracks. Right now, yeah, like I said, we need freaking leaders that know money, Yeah, Diane show. Yeah, I would like, if I was a model Diane, that girl Mika would be gone. She'll be gone, I didn't know that chick lived in the United States. She's in the United States talking about black Americans to stay out of Africa. Sitting there living high on the hog in America, talking about we shouldn't go to Africa. I mean, these people, like I said, I told that one chick on Diane's show, right? She's going there. She's one of these dreamy-eyed people that went over there with Dr. Dara Khan. She has no idea about Africa and what she's up against. She thinks she's gonna get citizenship and run for public office and everything. They think they're gonna have their little Negro Pan-African America in a place like Burkina Faso. Places where you got military juntas and all stuff like that, terrorists and everything like that. I don't understand why people act like that, Yeah, none of her business what black America. Yeah. I like I said, I don't know what these people. What makes them think that that we care what somebody from Zambia thinks? Like I said, you just gotta say it like this: all these people are powerless, right? They're powerless. They can't stop us what we're doing. Like people say, "Oh, color man, They get mad at me when I say shit about Liberia, but there's nothing they can do about it. You know, I am just act like anybody else, man. You know, I don't respect powerless people. You can't stop me, whatever like that. You know, so I'm not gonna stop. I keep saying what I'm saying and doing what I'm saying. You're just gonna have to just deal with something. You're just gonna have to just deal with. Yeah, I read a lot of books about Reginald Lewis too. You know, I mean, he was my hero. You know, it wasn't Michael in the '80s. While everybody had Michael Jordan was a hero. You know, come fly with me. My hero was Reginald Lewis. You know, really. Nothing against Michael Jordan, but that was my hero right there, Reginald Lewis. And also, what you understand, I got a huge following in the Zambia. Zambia got a lot of black nationalists and Pan-Africans there. You know, Zambia culture is like black American culture. Yeah, I want to be like Lewis too, not like Mike. You know, yeah, be like Mike. Right away after he died, that's when they started that be like Mike shit. You know, don't be like Lewis. Forget about him. Y'all want to be like Mike, folks. I remember everything. I don't forget nothing. I go way back. I go way back like cornflakes. But tonight, Delroy asked about renovating Monrovia using history. We're already doing that. I'm already in the tourist board. We already got African Americans coming there, investing in Liberia. That's all in the plans, bro. We're way ahead of them. You know, we're already doing. I already took a tour group to Liberia 2 years ago. 2 years ago, next month, I took the first African American tour group to Liberia. I made history. But 20 African Americans to Liberia for a 10-day tour. We all looked up to Reginald Lewis. He was a hero. And that's why we honor our heroes here in Black America, right? I don't know what them other channels do. I really don't care no more. But here we honor honorable men. Here, Reginald Lewis is a hero. Reginald Lewis is a hero. Puff Daddy P. Diddy is not. So we're going to talk about Black success in America. You know, Black empire. I might even play the top 20 Black businesses in America. And you know, when I play top 20 Black businesses in America, you know, these businesses like you see in the top 20 Black businesses, they're not new. Some of these businesses go back decades, you know. People don't realize this. Black people, we had factories and stuff like that 100 years ago. Because that recently, you know, we were able to get loans and have collateral. So it looks like, okay, how these Black businesses pop out of nowhere? Black people never stopped building businesses. We have factories and stuff like that in the 1800s. You know, but we were locked out of the American capital system. We couldn't get loans and government funding and all stuff like that. That's just now coming available to us in the late 70s and the 80s. A lot of our Black people know that the key to Black America was building Black business empire. When when the Democrat Party took that off the table, we had really nothing else. We should have walked away from the Democratic Party. When they said, no, that's too cost effective because we start talking about Black business, we're going to anger white people, you know. They think we're getting too much. Black people making too much success. Like I said, as long as we live in a society where our success is always seen at the expense of white people, we're never going to reach our full potential. And we want it all, folks, you know. We woke up, man. We'll take this whole system over. We'll take Wall Street over. We got to think of that level. How can we be fighters and businessmen and business warriors like our ancestors were? That's why I'm against you sitting around talking about reparations. Instead of talking about black business empire, you're talking about cut the check. Now, you don't sound great when you say that. You sound like Bantu Mandinka. Cut the check. FBA all day. No, we need people that's going to talk about banking, business, finance, whatnot, We need to talk about that. Business is very, very important to the prestige of a people. When you think of Japan, you think of Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and all these business clans that's been around for a few hundred years, Now they're modern corporations and companies. We should have enough black businesses. Unfortunately, we don't have enough continuity. But certain names should be household names in Black America. You ever notice that we don't have any national brand names that we control? You say, when you think of AT&T, that's a brand, right? It's a corporation, right? We don't own it. Or you think of Campbell Soup. You know the history of Campbell Soup? Okay, the guy's Campbell, blah, 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 blah. And we're still eating that soup to this day, right? Even though it was created 100 years ago. Nabisco, that's a brand. Kellogg, that's a brand. Post, that's a brand. How many of these brands got a black man's name on it? Well, Aunt Jemima was not a black-owned thing. Uncle Ben was not black-owned. They used Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben's images, but they were not black-owned. A lot of people, when I was growing up, they thought Aunt Jemima, a lot of black people thought Aunt Jemima owned Aunt Jemima pancakes. We thought a lot of black people thought Uncle Ben, that picture of Uncle Ben on the rice box, we thought the guy, Uncle Ben, was the owner of that. It wasn't until like the 80s when people learned the truth, man. No, Uncle Ben is not owned by no black people. That's just white people using his image. There was a cookie brand. I forgot the name of the cookie. Somebody help me out here. What was that one? Famous Amos. Famous Amos Cookies was owned by black people, right? A black man, but I think he sold it to some white people. See, we don't know how to keep stuff, Before it leaves our community, we should get together, I don't think stole it or not, Kasha. I just think that, it was bad business. And sometimes white people do that. They make sure you can't get loans, and they push you up against the wall and say, look, you sell here now, you at least have some money to retire it and go away. Or you keep it, you're gonna debt when it comes seize everything. So you got to know what the time is. I don't know the full story of Famous Amos. Maybe you can come up here and tell us what happened, I just know something just wasn't quite right with all that, But Famous Amos was a black owned thing. I think somebody said Jimmy Dean or Park Sarge, one of them was black owned too initially, I think one of those Park Sausages or Jimmy Dean, one of those was black owned initially, and it was stolen. But your brand is so friggin' important because your brand basically carries on from generation to generation. Your kids and great grandkids say, now we're the owners of this brand, this product that's in America that everybody uses, So we have to learn how to hold on to brands. That's the one thing we're lagging. We have a product. We should have a brand. Like, look at in the 90s, the Gen Xers had all these clothing designs. Whatever happened to them? Carl Kanai What year is this? Trying to think what year was this? 1995 and 94 actually. 93 actually 93. Him and his partners created Cross Colors. That was a clothing brand. And in 2 years, they did 45, a young black men in their 20s did $45 million in sales, you know? And then Cross Colors went out and Carl Kanai created his own brand called Carl Kanai, you know? And so I think Carl Kanai is trying to make a comeback, right? They don't understand the brand. FUBU, and that's a brand. There should right now be all kinds of stuff, you know? Cross Colors now advertise. I wonder who owns Cross Colors now. Who owns the brand, the label, the marketing label, you know? Yeah, everybody sells out. Because you know why, Dave? They don't have people like me, black nationalists, telling them, no, stand your ground. We had a world of sellouts, you know? It ain't important to hold your ground and hold in the black community. It's important to get on MTV and VH1 and sit around and wine and dine with fucking white celebrities, you know? No, this is what black nationalism is all about. Holding a black-owned brand in our community, right? It's something being black-owned, and we covet black ownership or not, and ownership and black-owned brand is part of black nationalism. Do y'all understand where I'm coming from? Do you understand? You get it now? Why I say black nationalism is the key? You can't be a Pan-Africanist before you're a black nationalist. That's the problem with Afro's think tank. You know, he's not a black nationalist. You know, he's a cultural Marxist, communist, you know, and he's a Pan-Africanist, right? My Pan-Africanism is rooted and tempered in black nationalism. That's the difference between me and Afro's think tank. He's not a black nationalist. He doesn't care about black brands and black ownership and stuff like that. Or at least he never communicated that with the public. All he cares about is Democrats and liberals, a little communists, you know. Everybody keeps calling him Chinese, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Y'all be slandering, man. I don't know. I don't till I get the evidence, man. You know, he's never said he was Chinese. I don't know. I know he's real light skinned, but you never know. They said he's African American. That's what I think. Everybody is African American nowadays. You know, anybody can go. People, motherfuckers come from Russia. I'm an African American. How you an African American? Well, I was born on the south side of Chicago when I was a kid. You know, I was around all black people, but not, you know. Or like you got people like Elon Musk. I'm an African American, you know. Elon, how you African American? You're online every day talking about white people losing their power because everything is white this, white that. So it makes you an African, Elon. You're white. You want a white government in South Africa, you know? But branding and having control over brands is so freaking important. Hold up, folks. I'll be right back. I get some water. All right, I'm back, folks. Some good old H2O called water. You know? Yeah, I remember Baby Fat, my ex girlfriend. Oh my God. I didn't care how much money I did not have, man. Seeing my ex girl, and she was a fucking dime piece, right? Seeing her with baby fat jeans, right? With the freaking boots on and high heel boots, and when they go up to ankle with her little pink baby fat jacket on, baby fat jacket on. That was so fucking hot. I remember the 90s and the 2000s. Baby fat girls had on baby fat. They looked good. What the hell happened? They were skinny. They were hot and whatnot. What the hell happened? you know, I don't remember KT. But yeah, the fur around that hood, man. Yeah, I love that baby fat jack. They were so freaking hot. That made any girl no, you still gotta be hot, but that baby fat just did something to me, man. I was just like, yo, man, that baby fat jackets. It wanted the pink jacket and whatnot with the fur around the hood and whatnot. Girls had their nails done and whatnot. They were so freaking hot back then. With me, baby fat was cold. That was the shit. New York, out East Coast here, Virginia, New York, man, baby fat was like, oh, that was a shit, man. Now we don't have anything, no, yeah, baby fat jeans, man. Oh my God, man. I remember that. Even I think Nelly, the singer Nelly came up with a jean called Apple Bottoms. Remember that? You know? We had all these brands. What the hell happened, folks? What the entire hell happened to the Black Empire? What is going on with the Black business empire, folks? He's bringing back Apple Bottoms also, Now females, all they do is walk around with hoodies on and I don't know what the hell's, looking depressed, angry, sitting on that friggin' TikTok all day, sipping Starbucks and whatnot, That's all of them, black, white, everything. Girls don't even bother putting on makeup anymore. They don't care. It's like, they think, they don't want to be sexual beings anymore or whatnot. I don't know. No, yeah, I know about. We hold up. We talk about infrastructure on the show, but you guys, before you can have infrastructure, you have to have a brand. Yeah, I'm Maurice Malone. You gotta have a brand. Imagine all these people, these designers that were still around, right? Imagine if we said, something, we're gonna go to Liberia, Ghana, and all these other countries, right? We're gonna build industrial facilities, right? And we're gonna outsource all our stuff, Sean John, everything like that. But we never got on the same page, you know. Yeah, I know. Now you got Jay Z sold out with his Tom Ford and all this. What's the other one that started with an H, whatever? I forgot what it was. You got these Madison Avenue corporations making our gear for us and whatnot. What the hell? And what they do is they buy these rappers off, to come promoting their stuff. We're not promoting stuff like that. Back in the days, people like Tupac and whatnot wore Carl Kanai and stuff like that and Baby Fat in their videos. That's what got the things popular. Yeah, all this stuff, man. We lost everything. You know. Yeah, but the bottom line is, what's the point of selling it? The main thing is the brand. You can always recover with the brand. If you control the brand, the name. Because what the bottom line is, that person he sold it to is going to use that name. Fubu's etched in the minds of black people. So now Fubu, what they did was gave these people carte blanche right to come in our community and market to us on a trusted name brand that we grew up with, Fubu. Yeah, we wear white designers have taken over because, like I said, we could talk about this all night. When I start talking about this, people call me a fucking race. We don't need any grocery stores in the damn community. What the hell we need a grocery store for? People say, you know anything about what it takes to run a grocery store and a little profit margin? You know, yeah. How are you gonna have a logistics company? Black people are not in the majority. No, we don't need a freaking grocery. Look, that guy Wendell Pierce opened up a grocery store in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, like that. Yeah, it's nickel and dime businesses. Grocery stores, nickel and dime business, right? The people basically who make money off grocery store could basically do it in mass bulk. Black people do not have that, and they could basically sit on product and stuff like that because they got a supply chain a 1,000 miles long. You know, a grocery store is nickel and dime. Look, why are you comparing us to fucking Mexicans, right? Mexicans are third world people. Most black people don't live in communities like that anymore, you know? Yeah, grocery stores, right? That guy Wendell Pierce, he didn't make any money, you know? He went out there and what happened was there wasn't enough people buying his stuff and the fruit went bad. You ain't too many times you're gonna have fucking order fruit, and when that fruit only has a shelf life for like 3 days, you have to have a supply chain and the customer base to supply fruit and perishables. I know that because I used to run a bread route. I used to have a bread truck business, bread and snack truck company. And that was hard work because with the bread businesses, you got 1 week and you got to go take all that stuff back to the warehouse. And then what happened was they take it back to the warehouse. That's been shelf expires. And then it goes to thrift stores and food pantries. And the government will pay you, right, for your loss. They say keep doing it, right? The government will pay you for your loss, right? That's what happens with a lot of businesses, right? If they have to discard the fruit, a lot of times the fruit and stuff like that expired, they send it to homeless shelters, stuff like that. And that's a very sophisticated operation. A lot of small businesses don't do the volume to qualify for that. Oh, just start a grocery store, Carl. Start a grocery store. Don't you think people thought of that already? It's not easy. Immigrants could do that. Immigrants could do that. They got lower standard. And all of that, a lot of immigrants, when they have those stores, right? They live in those stores. You don't see that. They have consignments, right? They have lines of credit, assignments, susus, and all that stuff, like lotteries that keep them going. The average person, I know an Indian guy that basically had a gas station. They'd be like, it takes them 10 years. 10 years of grinding before they if they let the immigrants run the stores, right? Because they take 10 years and they have to live in that business, everything. Don't see a dime. They be having their wife and everybody sleeping on the floor behind the. I seen it with their freaking little folding cot behind the counter and whatnot. And then basically 10 years before they start to see a little bit of money. It takes them like 10 years. Black people ain't gonna do that. I seen it. I can't have to tell the same stories all over again. All right. Oh God, I get bored telling these stories all the time, right? But I am consistent. A friend of mine, my boy Kevin, and his brother Eddie, right? My boy Kev, he's a little light skinned nigga, right? And his brother Larry, the brown skinned brother, right? The Kevin and Larry, they worked at this gas station, right? They were our boys. They used to come to the crib and everything like that. They were a couple of years younger than us, right? Me and my brother. Anyway, they were working at this gas station, Exxon gas station, right? Around the corner from us, right? And he was like, yo, he said, my aunt owns this business, right? Come and find out her aunt was dating this old white man, right? He owned the business. She worked for the white guy. and they end up hooking up. And next thing you know, they're married. And she's a business owner. When she's coming there, collect the money out of the register, whatnot. But the thing is, though, them motherfuckers never had no goddamn gas because they didn't have the credit, whatever like that, right? I said, damn, motherfucker, every time I pull up there, y'all had the gas. Yeah, man, the gas, it's rationing, man. We can't order that much or that because the store ain't making no money. It was poorly mismanaged, right? But they had a lot of snacks and everything like that, but they couldn't keep up with the gas, right? So anyway, a few months later, man, some Indians bought them out. Now I go to that same gas station. There's always gas in those pumps. That was so embarrassing. Everybody knew it was a black-owned business, man. Right there in the suburbs, it was always out of gas, man. It was always out of fucking gas. You go there on the gas truck. Don't blame it on the damn gas truck. Y'all ain't got no damn money. Y'all don't have those lines of credit and stuff like that to operate a real business. So when somebody starts telling you logistics and all that stuff takes real money, real finance. Yeah, so it is what it is. No, they're just not really investing it right and stuff like that. They're getting the money and not putting it right back in the business. Black people ain't gonna wait on 10 years, putting all the money back in the business to build a business. They ain't gonna do that. We ain't built for that, We want to drive the nice cars now. When every time you see a black businessman, he got a nice car, he got the car on credit, whatnot. He got all something tied up in, then they end up folding. White people, Asians, they own a business, whatnot. They'll go for 10 years and not pay themselves very little and whatnot, to make the business work. Negroes want it now. So miss me with this, let's start a grocery store nonsense, man. Look, I've been around. I ain't somebody just came up out of nowhere. So when you come on the show, you're talking to somebody that's been around for a little while. I got a PhD in Negroology. I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot in my lifetime. But yeah, this is Black History Month continued, right? We're talking about the glories, days of black business empires and whatnot, like I said, we have a lot to be proud of, folks, and accomplishments and whatnot, banking, real estate, and stuff like that in America. North Carolina Mutual and Life was a black-owned insurance company. Hey, let's look up some stuff. Famous black-owned insurance company. First black-owned insurance company. Let's look here. Chat BTP3, do your thing, Okay. First black-owned insurance company. Okay, the first African insurance company, they call this, look, these FBA, you need to understand this. The first black-owned insurance company was called the African Insurance Company, not the FBA Insurance Company. The African Insurance Company is this Philadelphia firm by historians as the first African American owned insurance companies in the U.S. And it's not no continental Africans; these were African Americans. So that's why I said when you lose your African identity by calling yourself foundation black, an African will say, "Oh man, they'll rewrite history," and some African immigrant come in and say, "Look, we started the African insurance companies while y'all was in slavery in 1800." No, that was an African American, right? Joseph Randolph, this first president, Cyrus Porter as treasurer, William Coleman as secretary. It grew out of a mutual aid society, but was for pro-profit insurance business run by African Americans, right? However, early company was short-lived and closed due to limited customer base. Yeah, it wasn't a lot of customer base, right? That's what I said. We always knew if we grew our customer base, right, and had they lasted for black people getting out of slavery, then Southern Aid Insurance Company, founded in 1893 in Richmond, Virginia, right? It was a thing. Now, the one company I'm gonna tell you, I used to work for when I first got insurance, but they know more. I never worked for this one, Southern Aid Insurance Company, 1893 in Richmond, Virginia. It was the first chartered insurance company owned by African Americans, became the oldest operating insurance firm in the nation. Other notable was North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company. You should all know about that. North Carolina Mutual Company. The guy that owned it was a light skinned guy, right? This guy back in the 1920s, he was worth $100 million. Today's terms, it'd be like he'd be worth like he'd be a billionaire. You know? What's Baruti saying? Google Churchill attire. Dude, man, I don't care. We're talking about Black American history, right? You know, what the hell does FUBU have to do with your fugu? Nobody wears that shit, man. Come on, man. Goddamn, you know? Goddamn. I can't always get these people that's cornering me out, man. Pilgrim Health and Life Insurance Company, founded in 1898 in Georgia as the first insurer for African Americans in that state. Supreme Life Insurance Company in Chicago, 1919. First Black-owned insurance firm in northern United States. Atlanta Life Insurance Company, founded by Alonzo Herndon via his predecessor, renamed in 1922, a major Black-owned insurance company in the Southeast. So we have a history of building empire. Think of these things. In the 1800s, we were building life insurance and mutual insurance companies in the 1800s. Folks, I'm here to talk about the greatness of what we call African Americans. We are a great people, you know. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. We are great people. And I want to inspire young people to get out there and make that money and do your thing. I want to inspire the Dark Migos and everybody else to get to the next level, you know. I'm just one old man here, you know. But I want to inspire the youth, you know, get out there and say, man, I heard Collar told about this insurance company and whatnot. Well, let's talk about Black-owned banks, you know. First Black-owned banks. First Black-owned banks. That's what we find. All right. Wow. Again, in the 1800s, right? You got True Reformers Bank, founded in Richmond, Virginia. Richmond was once a rich city for Black people, Black America. Right? It was part of the Black Empire, you know. You know. Located in Richmond, Virginia. Founded by the Reverend William Washington Brown. It was officially called the Savings Bank and Foundation United Order of True Reformers. Is recognized as the first Black-owned and chartered bank. You know, the bank grew rapidly, operating in multiple states, and eventually closed in 1910 due to financial mismanagement and economic pressures. Another early Black-owned bank is Capital Savings Bank, 1888, Washington, D.C. Location, founded by a group of African-American businessmen and professionals. It's often cited as the first Black organized and controlled commercial bank chartered in the United States. So then you had other one. You had Freedman Savings Bank, 1865. But we have a history of building, folks. This is nothing new to us. So don't let people get brand new on you. You know, you got people like Kwame will come up here and make it seem like, goddamn, Carla, man, what were y'all doing before we came off the boat? And show we were just sitting here doing nothing. Well, what would we do without our Jamaicans and whatnot? You know, we're too stupid. We didn't build anything. You know, I mean, all these people here now just think, oh, they're all Jamaicans. Oh, they're all Caribbeans. They can't possibly be Black American. You know, they can't possibly be African American, right? They must be Nigerians. You know, they got to be Senegalese and whatnot. God forbid they got to be Burkina-Faso. You know, goddamn, Black America ain't allowed to have no success, whatever like that, you know, because we've been so emasculated. We're scared to fucking stand on our success. And I want you to stand on your fucking square. You have every right to be proud of what you are and the people you come from, you know, your bloodline. We're talking about the past and present. No, we're going to talk about the past because if you don't know the past, Like you, I said the first black-owned insurance company or bank, they could specifically name themselves African. They didn't say FBA because our ancestors 200 years ago, they were clear that they were Africans. But now people don't know that, right? So if you don't know where you came from, when that means some African could come up here and be like, "Oh man, the African United Bank, that must have been done by an African immigrant 200 years ago." So we're gonna basically like this. Marshall says, "I love my job. Finally found a job that I actually like. I can't if I can just get rid of this anxiety." Rudy again says, "Negro History, sorry, Black History Month origin." No, we say Black History Month. I'm not changing anything, you know, because some people don't really identify in our community as Pan African or African. So I got to encompass everybody. And those of us who are Black nationalists, we're cool with Black History Month. I don't want to alienate fucking a good portion of our community who believe in this. I don't accept the FBA, but there's a lot of people who believe like that, and I'm not gonna make FBA my enemy. They're not my enemies. They're just misguided people, and I gotta steer them right there. But they're not my fucking enemy. I'm not gonna treat them like my enemy. I'm not gonna do that. No, look, when I say Black History Month, I mean anybody could look at this. If you really see, that's what the hypocrisy is, right? If you're a Pan Africanist, a real Pan Africanist, right? For example, when I look at any other country in Africa, right? I see that as my history. When I see what King Leopold did in the Congo, right? I consider that my history. I see what the forming of the ANC and what's going on in South Africa as my history. The problem is you got too many fake ass Pan Africanists, right? They think you got to fall into some line where we got to erase our identity to make them feel happy about themselves. No, when I say African Americans, these are the people that did that, right? Now, if you basically are Pan Africanist, you'll say, okay, although I'm not from that lineage, but it's still my race. But a lot of these immigrants don't feel like that. They feel like there's something different, and then we get pushed back. You know, we get pushed back, and these people, you know what I'm talking about. It said H. Russell Construction. I met the family through work. Major real estate projects in Georgia inspired me. That's good. Yeah, like I said, we have a lot of people, uh, and like I said, I like to play some videos. I'm just gonna talk it out because every time I play these videos, I get in trouble. People think I'm copywriting. I don't know what the hell they think I'm doing. Am I out here getting rich off this shit? No. So the hell people get mad when I play their goddamn their videos all the time. I'm just trying to educate people. So let's see. McKinsey. Zick. Kinsick. And McKinsey. Company. Yeah. McKinsey Company. Now it's called McKinsey and McKinsey because I think the two daughters own it, right? Uh, Founded in 1926. Like I said, some of these businesses that you see here today are over 100 years old. 100 years of building in this country. 200 years in many cases. McKinsey and Company, right? They basically major infrastructure projects in America, major buildings, stuff like that. Look them up. Founded by James McKinsey, global management consulting firm. They're a global management consulting. They do infrastructure projects all over the world. They do infrastructure projects all over the world. What they do, advise corporations, governments, institutions on strategies for finance technology. Yeah, they bring technology, everything together. It says McKinsey is one of the big three global strategic companies, right? Called MBB, the McKinsey and Company. I said they're like Bain Capital. You know, if you meant a different company for a black owned for a similar name. No, wait a minute, hold up. I'll track it down for the right one. But you guys get what I mean, right? So what I'm trying to say is, folks, we have a history of building. And I want to basically tell people that there's nothing we cannot do. There's nothing we cannot accomplish. Don't let anybody tell you that we're defeated. We come from greatness. We could build anything we want to build. We proved it. We don't have to prove anything to anybody else. So, with that being said, it's been an hour, and I listen to myself. I limit myself. Let's see. Let's see, folks. I gotta see something. I'm learning this system, folks, just like you are. Yeah, so let's check something out. Yeah, so the bottom line is this: we are going to talk about our success in America, right, and beyond. And the reason why we talk about this is because the we have to make it clear to brothers and sisters on the African continent this the strength and the potential Black America has as far as like if we were. That's what people before you can talk about integrating in Africa, we have to integrate into their economy. We can't have nepotism and tribalism and all this kind of freaking nonsense and everything going over to the continent. What's up, Dave? What's going on, brother?
Hello, Colin. You hear me? Good evening.
I hear you loud and clear, brother.
Yeah, man. Reginald Lewis was the OG, man.
Yeah, that was
He
a man.
died before his time.
Yeah, that
He
you
hacked the
you,
system.
bel- you believe
He hacked.
you believe he was just died, or you think it was foul play?
They said he died from a brain tumor.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
They had a brain. I don't know, man. These guys got all kind of biological weapons, man. They could set it, you know. So, and he died on top of his game. He hacked the system. He was going to put Black America on, and that was it.
And he's wrote
He
the book.
hacked the he
Watch
hacked the
White
Wall
Guys
Street
Who
system.
Sun. The whole
Yeah, he was,
what he's saying is there's things that white people have. They live in this country, right? right? And there's a whole world of people. People don't know this, right? And they live in places like New England, stuff like that. All they know is every day they go play tennis, they go do golf, they do all stuff like that, while everybody else is scrambling, working, and trying to make a living. That's the world they live in, right? And so they got things like hedge. You know all the financial things, right? Hedge funds, fucking trust funds, and all shit like that. Bonds, stocks and bonds, all stuff like that. Stuff that we don't know nothing about. And that's what Reggie Wilson
Yeah,
is saying. We want to learn. Our people got to be educated. I would ask people, what's a stock? What's a bond? They don't even know. Why should you buy a bond? A municipal bond. You buy a bond,
yeah,
and then after a certain amount, it matures. You could sell it, or you could earn interest and dividends off the principal. You know what I'm saying? If it grows.
yeah,
Or and at the term time, the bond is worth like 5 times what you initially invested in. You could sell it. Or a lot of times they'll buy it back from you. You know,
yeah. They do a bond buyback. They do buybacks.
buyback. So rich
Yeah,
people be doing this all the time. They be doing like 20, 100 at a time sometimes. I got $10 million. They're financial buyers. Are like, okay, I'm gonna buy all these many bonds, and this country right here, this country right here. And what gets me is, do you know Liberia was on its way to building its own stocks and bonds in the
yeah. It
'70s?
was going. Liberia was supposed to be like Singapore.
Yeah,
Supposed to be like the Singapore of
so
Africa.
capital, a place with capital, you can invest in the whole entire continent right there from Monrovia. You know,
Yeah, it was trying to be like the Singapore, like a financial capital,
so when Elvis gets up and
gateway into Africa.
yeah, Elvis gonna say, "Oh yeah, we got the country and whatnot." Where they got it from? Where they got? You know, they destroyed what a fucking civilization. Savages.
They destroyed 130 years of work.
130 years of work in there like this. So, and you know what
Yeah,
this means? That's why I don't feel sorry for him one bit. You said a video I played with a lady was crying, Liberian lady crying, but international community. What the fuck is the international community? And you know what that's all about, right? You're in Liberia.
what is it about?
They're basically
What is it about, Kyla?
cleaning it up.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. They doing a lot. They doing a lot of cleaning.
Yeah. You see Center
They're
Street?
doing a lot of demolition.
Yeah.
Yo, I seen Center Street, man. They got to do something with Center Street.
No, they
I
said
wanted to
it's a
cry.
ghost town. It's a ghost town right now. They said they clean it. You don't see a whole bunch of vendors out there. You're not allowed to have a vending cart on Center Street no more.
Yeah,
So
they got
I'm
to
like,
do something. They got
you
to
know,
do something.
can't let these people.
Yeah, man.
It's a battle for black civilization. That's what it really boils down to, bro. We're
But
up against
yeah,
the wall. Up against the wall. There's no safe place for us to practice our culture and civilization, right? We lose Liberia, we could forget it. For the next 5,000 years. They do that.
oh man, Kyle, it's gonna be that devastating.
Look, there's no place. Black people in the West, right? We've been trying to build businesses and build empires and whatnot. We cannot do that just in the United States. We need a place where we can launch to the rest of the world. You think America will let us do that inside of the United States? No. You know, Liberia and Africa is an ideal place to start building black empire. If Africa falls and whatnot falls and everything, Liberia is ideal because the land laws and the collateral laws is ideal for the type of capitalism we're going to need.
Yeah,
Ghana, you can't do that. You see what happened in
nah,
Ghana?
nah. Ghana, that's leasehold, man. I don't
Yeah,
know what. I don't know why people so.
so Liberia is the only chance we got unless we're going to go down to Southern Africa, which is a large, far away and stuff like that. And I don't think it's like starting all over again. We already got something in Liberia. We gotta make that work. So
Kyla,
yeah,
yo, we was listening to the Dinah show, man. It's a lot of crazy people up there, man.
I was on there. Would you listen to it tonight?
Yeah, yeah. I was listening. I was listening, man. He was
Yeah.
cooking a little bit,
What do you
huh?
think about that one chick going to Burkina? Is she naive or what? You know?
I mean, yeah, she's naive, man. Right now, Burkina Faso not safe.
Yeah, it's a
I think
fucking war
everybody should
zone.
lay
War
low.
zone.
Yeah, you should lay low for another 2, 3 years, see how it's gonna pan out.
She goes.
You
If
know,
it's
I'm happy they got their
she wants,
residency.
she wants to get into politics, man. You're asking if you say the wrong thing or whatever like that, they'll throw you into the jail. You don't go
Yeah,
to
it's too much.
yeah, you don't go to Africa talk about holding public office. And I know. The only reason why they accept me in Liberia because I don't have any political ambitions. And all my political ambition is they feel that any elected office they're entitled to. That's what you get. Because the only thing that really works that has prestige is a government job. When you have a situation like that, man, you come from overseas and whatnot. I'm gonna go for public office. There's somebody sitting there like, man, what about me? This is my country. I was born here. They don't understand the African.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, well, what the hell you coming
And
over
you
here?
can have a grand plan. You can have the best plan, but they're not gonna go through.
They don't see it like that. You can have all the plans and whatnot. They don't see what you see because they feel like, damn, you're coming over here doing all this and whatnot. How do I directly benefit? They only know what they can benefit right there on the spot. And you start talking about you like, well, I wish her a lot of luck, but I just think she's naive. And all these other people like going to Africa thinking like that. You need to be in groups and you got to pick a country, right? That's not in conflict. You already Donald Trump said to Mali, right? And people thought that America was sending a delegation over there to negotiate. They went over there with Donald Trump went over there with threats, saying if you don't get rid of Russia, told Mali that it's going to be dire consequences. So I don't know how this is going to play out, man.
I don't know. That's the hell. The hell's tricky right now. I mean, I support what they're doing, but there's a lot of tricks to it right now.
Oh,
You
but are
know,
they really prepared? Are they really prepared to deal with the United States?
the problem with Africa, they like military technology.
People say, "Oh yeah," I said, "Have you ever seen an African country with a missile, shoot a missile, or I have never seen it. What's the most
Nah, I never seen it.
what's the most sophisticated weapon you see Africans with? The AKL raggedy ass.
You talking about Cold War AK-47s from the Cold War?
You see the ones that
That's
the
what you're
U.S.
talking
military
about,
be having, right? With those short cartridges and whatnot, they look like they could spray.
man. Yo, Kyla, they got smart scopes.
Yeah, I've
Like you
seen that.
just look through the scope. You just look through the scope and aim it, and the gun just tell you, okay, yeah, accurate, just shoot. Yeah, they got smart scope. Yeah, they got drones with the guns on top of them.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
so how the
the
hell?
dog drones.
How the
I
hell?
don't know, man.
Yeah. Also, they got robots.
You got
They got robots.
robots. Yeah,
You know. So if they're talking about a war with the United
not,
States,
look. 99.9% accuracy.
yeah. When you say you guys couldn't defeat Boko Haram. I'm raggedy motherfucker. How you gonna go up against the United States? But this, like I said,
I
how's
think
it work?
that, like you've been saying this, Colin. You've been saying this for a couple years now. You said all this FBA stuff is to desensitize Black America. So when they go in there now, these people
Exactly.
be laughing, got Tariq Nasheed laughing and people cracking jokes and stuff, and
That's
Black
exactly
people dying.
yeah, that's exactly what happened. And it's not just here in Africa,
Yeah.
right? I said the other day, I'll never hear this, right? How the FBA is gonna cope with America is when something like Tareer rights happen, they'll be like, well, that nigga should have complied. I think you should comply. In other words, black FBA is saying we're comfortable in America and we're gonna learn how to live with police killings and police brutality no matter what. Nothing's gonna break our
hmm
you know. We're living in dangerous times right now.
Yeah, we live in very dangerous times. It's very dangerous.
Because the
Because
only
if
thing
they can go into Africa and desensitize Black America, then or they kill Africans. I ain't know African. I'm native.
yeah,
So
look how when they bombed Nigeria, it wasn't even any uproar. What would happen if
on
this
Christmas, they did it on Christmas. They did it
what,
on Christmas.
what would have happened if this was 20 years ago?
Oh man, it'd be uproar. especially like 95, 96. Oh man,
The
it'd
30
be
years,
protests.
man. They would
It'd be
motherfucking
protests.
protest,
It'd
man.
be
We would
protests.
have marched all night, but they basically
You
said
talk about another Million Man March overnight. We gotta regroup. We got
we think
we
we knew January 6th was bad. We would have fucking stormed the fucking Capitol. Now, why is Baby Rodriguez
Oh
says I
man.
need to leave right now? Why do I gotta go? Why do I gotta Baby Rodriguez? I'm leaving in 3 weeks. Goddamn. You'll be through with me soon enough, man.
Yeah, you know.
Hold on. Somebody says your ancestors were horrible people. You bring your ragged asses, station. You want 50-50 everything you are. Oh, okay. Disrespectful. You are exactly who your ancestors. Wow. No, but Muhammad A. Baruti says he's Black American. I don't believe that, but. But what do you think about somebody like Baruti? It seems like he has no respect for Black America, right? I mean, in other words, what he wants us to do is, all the people I named tonight, all the success, he wants to dismiss all that and start all
Come
over
on, man.
to nonsense.
Nah, man. So that's history right there, man. I
Yeah,
remember reading up, and like I said, and that was so crazy with that ABC article. I think they said they took it down.
yeah.
I
So
can't find it. I can't find it.
and I look at this
I think I think I think Tariq did probably a cease and desist because you own a trademark. So
yeah.
you go write a book. You write a book on foundational Black America and get my cut, and then you on ABC
It's all
and
yo.
hidden
It's
color
all about
and
it's
the new hidden
all
colors.
it's all about the money.
Yeah, the new hidden colors is coming out. So you know. But College Genesis, I think they snuck it. I think they snuck it. I think they slipped that between the cracks. Is I can imagine you being a executive producer at ABC. You go to lunch, and then somebody like Bantu Bandanka, he the co-executive producer. He go to do that real thing quick
Yeah,
while you on lunch, and you come back. You're like, what the hell is this?
yeah. What the hell is this article? And
You know
take that
what
shit
I'm
the fuck down. You think about it, an average white person does not. It's all about the white. That's what the trick is trying to do is to get this in the hot conscience of white people. Because once he figures
saying?
white people get involved with it, it's a done deal.
Uh,
White people
what,
don't
what,
care.
what, what, when they pulled the article, when they pulled the segment, I was thinking about Kyle. I said, man, College Genesis. I'm thinking about College Genesis. Probably was the executive producer. He probably went on lunch, came back like, what the hell is this? What's going
Yeah,
on? I've only been going an hour. Who slipped this in?
yeah. But like the bottom line is this: the average white person, it's like you know what it's like. You know how many times I had to watch that emu commercial before it stuck in? Like 3 years. Emu. I did not. First of all, it was just an annoying commercial. You know what I'm saying? They said for
Yeah.
something to stick in your head, you got to hear like hundreds of times, right? Like even with that Progressive insurance commercial, I did not know that. Then after a while, I said, "Okay, you keep seeing it. Then let me pay attention to this." Okay, they're talking about insurance. It must have been a few years,
Mm-hmm.
It naturally is. Just one little segment talk about FBA. That's not gonna be etched in the mind.
But
You gotta hear that.
Kyla, I said it. I said it. Look at ADOS. Yvette Carnell, she was on New York Times. She was on CNN. She had a CNN segment. She even had an ABC segment. She had an ABC segment too. She was on Vox. But look
Yeah,
where they are now.
but
Nobody says their name. Nobody even wears a shirt.
you have to
So I
basically,
think so I think this is the last leg. It's on the last leg.
it has,
Look at that lady. Look in the segment. Look at that lady. She's saying foundational about FBA legacy, right? You're talking about African American. You understand me? That's what we learn in elementary school, Black History Month. We learn
yeah,
about the real McCoy, and we learn about Langston Hughes, and you know Du Bois.
yeah,
You're talking about that's in the African American library. What are you doing?
yeah.
I could go
We
to
got
any live. I could go to any library. I
We have
go,
African
yeah,
American encyclopedia, you
yeah,
know,
almanacs. We got almanacs. These people don't
almanacs,
read.
and you know,
These people are not well researched, Carla.
they're not
You know,
at all.
I get tired. Like you said, these people are I think, black trailer trash. You know,
Yeah,
black
they
hillbillies.
are
You
black.
know,
They are black
yeah,
trail.
they're the low intelligentsia of our community. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, low
you
black
know.
trail.
So these are people that didn't grow up with a bookshelf in their house. You
They
know,
didn't
so,
get the Ebony magazine
no.
around. They didn't have a set of
Exact Ebony,
I had,
Jet,
you know what I had in my house?
Essence,
I had the autobiography of Malcolm X laying around. I had Al Taylor Reese
yeah,
laying around the house. I had all these black books, Black History,
all
this,
this stuff,
you know. And so the bottom line,
all this
I had
stuff.
my mind. So when people come to me now talking so alternative history, you've been
And
lied to,
and and,
know?
and Kyla, think I grew up, my father, he had a little money growing up, my father had a little money. So you remember, you were older, you know about the laser disc. My father had the
Yeah,
laser disc library,
I had a library,
VHS,
I
I
had laser
had
disc,
books,
VHS, you know.
books. So because you see, you were older, you know about laser disc.
Oh
These
yeah.
guys don't know nothing. They don't know nothing.
Laser disc
They don't know
1982.
nothing. Yeah. You talk about 1,005 for a laser disc, almost 2,000. Come on, man.
Yeah,
You don't know
laser
these
disc.
guys are
Yeah.
yeah.
Think about it. Those things were like big as a record, an album, right?
Yeah, but that was the first HD. That was like
Yeah,
the first HD.
I never was watching
So,
the Dragon. That was the first movie we got was Enter the Dragon. Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon. My father, we were like,
yeah.
we had that on laser disc whatnot, and then
Yeah, man.
the samurai, the Shogun.
Guys, yeah. I had a man, my father had a whole lot of books, all of that stuff, maps, you know. So
My father was a preacher, right? He used to have old Greek textbooks of the Bible, right? These books were like gray books written in Greek. My father learned fucking Greek to
yeah,
translate,
yeah.
man.
Those older books, I miss those older books, man. I gotta go look at my father's library again, man. He got a whole bunch of
Back in the days when I was coming
books
up,
from like the
there was always
'60s.
black
A lot of
men.
books from the '60s and '70s.
There was always black men that be sitting there on the subway reading a book or something like that. Now you don't see dudes reading books no more.
Man, you don't see it. You don't see it. Sometimes I go to my uncle's house. I steal one of his Jet magazines and stuff. I want to see the Jet Beauty of the week.
Oh yeah, Jet
I
magazine.
want to see Jet. Yeah, I want to see the Jet Beauty. We don't got Jet no more. Nothing. They
No,
took
no.
everything away.
Let me
They
answer
took
Rico.
everything away.
Let me answer Rico Miller. He says, "Hey, yo, look, I said FBA is not my enemy, but that ideology of self-hate and destruction is the enemy, right? Because if the FBAs win this stuff right there, we're going to be completely vulnerable to white America. That means we're going to,
Hmm.
what's always with the,
And that means too, it could be in reverse. Not to cut you off, Colin, because if they attack Africa and then now they flip the script and attack us here in America, then
yeah,
nobody gonna come to our rescue.
so one of the things
That's
that
it.
always kept the thing on the table was repatriation and Pan African building with Africa when I was always like our trump card, just in case. We
Yeah.
always had that option, right? Once you take
Hmm.
that option, then America, we have nothing else to bargain with, because Malcolm X said they fear an exodus or they fear black nationalism, right? Because long as basically they know if we have it in our mind that we don't have any else place to go, we have no outside friends or something like that, then they won. They won. They
Yeah, they
everything
won.
black man did that. What you're saying is if the FA wins is the white man was absolutely exonerated for what he did in the transatlantic slave trade,
Hmm.
enslaving us and everything like that. He was completely justified. And so if he's completely justified, he said, I owe you nothing. That's how it works.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
people, when you say you're a foundational black American and that thank God for basically you say thank God for the white man bringing me here, right?
Hmm.
I got this thing I put on TikTok, man. It's really funny, man. I'll send it to you.
Colin, did you watch that video I sent you?
Yeah,
with the lady talking about
I
the
can't.
indigenous white. It was just sickening now. It's getting sick.
I can't watch that. I can't. I can't. I couldn't watch. I put a video. I put a video up talking about the pretendians, right? And I said, "To all you pretending," that was the title of my TikTok. Look at my TikTok page, right? And I said,
Mm-hmm.
"White man, let me get it. You were Aboriginal to America. This is what happened, right? I got it, right? The white man came over here, saw you, and the red people said, "Oh, you black jigaboos, Indians and Aboriginals, I'll get your ass on that field and pick cotton." Now y'all red motherfuckers with the nice red skin and the straight hair, y'all go over there on your reservation. These niggas, your other, so hand us over your jigaboos, your spooks, and we're gonna put them on a plantation, right?
But these are people. These are people that don't know history. What about the Buffalo Soldiers who used to kill the rat man free for
And
land?
also when I said that to forgot who I said that. I said, can you explain who the Buffalo Soldier was? Right?
Oh,
And
they don't want to get into that.
I said they call black men the Buffalo Soldiers because you're black skin, your woolly hair. You reminded them of a buffalo. And so why the Indians
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo Soldiers if you're a Native American? The dude, I forgot who it was.
Mm-hmm.
He just fucking just bowed out and hung up one night. He couldn't answer that, you know?
Mm-hmm. You can't answer. Who are
Yo,
the Buffalo Soldiers?
Rico, look, the FBA is not really. It's like it's online. It's not
I
fair.
just.
They have the Rico. The FBA don't have an end game. You know, it's just like Rico. This is what happened, right? Just like ADOS, right? ADOS, right? It got on TV and everything like that, right? In order for something to take root in society, you gotta hear like MAGA. Remember when MAGA came out? Everybody's like, "Oh, well,
Oh yeah,
but
yeah. I remember that.
only because you heard Donald Trump was good at getting on TV every day, and all his speeches was, "We're gonna make America strong again. We're gonna make America healthy again, and with all God's help, we're gonna make America great again." He had to say that at least 300 times on live
Mm-hmm.
before it just starting to stick. And then when he
Yeah,
won, if he would have lost, MAGA would be disappeared right now. That first election,
yeah.
he won. Everybody said about this MAGA movement. It ain't going nowhere. The
The
FBA is
MAGA move.
no wins under him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The MAGA movement was a backlash for the
It was.
Obama presidency. It was a backlash.
Rico said the Pan Africans don't have an end game. Look, I'm not saying when you say Pan African, you're not talking about all of us, right?
Kala, that's a scapegoat argument. Why you always blaming the Pan African for all your problems?
That's what I'm saying.
That's a scapegoat argument. You blaming people that got libraries and gardens. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, so bottom line, the Pan African never said that we have a fucking now
Yeah.
us, right? My end game.
Most of these guys that talk about Pan African, it was never Pan African in the first place.
That's
They
what I'm
don't
saying.
even know they don't. Yeah, you're never a Pan African. So why you blaming it on Pan African?
Tell me,
Come on, bro.
Brother Polite was a Pan Africanist. Come on,
Nah.
Yeah. All right.
You
Let me
talking
get.
about people like Professor Smalls and stuff like that.
Yeah, these goofballs.
Mhm.
Well, all right, Jonathan. What's on your mind? What's up, bro?
How y'all doing?
All right.
Now, what's all
Yeah,
this
what's up?
discontent with the FBA people?
What are you talking about?
Why y'all so discontented with the FBA people?
I'm not contending with nothing.
I'm not
You
discontent with
sure?
that shit, bro.
It's just that
Yeah.
look, every time you talk around, people say FBI. I was like, look, I have no problem with. Like I said the other night, Jonathan. Right? To each his own. I said there's a movement called African Americans going their own way. If you want to be an FBA, ADOS, hey, I'm like more power to you. I'm ready to cut Negroes off at the thing.
Yeah, man.
You know what the problem
Like
is?
for me,
Wait, now,
Jonathan. I want to say something too. For me, Jonathan, it's too late in the game for the bullshit. It's fucking around.
Yeah.
We in the crunch time.
Not only that, right?
You fucking around.
Here's the problem.
So
right?
keep fucking around. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It's too late. We in the crunch time. We need serious motherfuckers. All of this confusion and chaos is not getting us nowhere.
Dave,
That's
yeah,
all.
but the FBA people, They're not confused about
Oh,
anything.
they're not doing it. They're jokers, man.
Hell yeah, they
Kala,
confused.
Kala,
Come on,
Kala.
bro.
Let me ask
Everything,
you a question.
Come
And I
on,
want
bro.
y'all to be honest. I want both of y'all to
everything
be
I said,
honest.
Come on, bro.
everything I said,
It,
Jonathan, was I proved
is
my
Barack
point.
Obama an
Hold
African American?
hold on. Everything I said about FBA was, everything was all right, right? The problem is that you have the Negro presenter. You know what that means? That means for the longest time, right? Our life has been always about trying to graft and present an image of us, or an identity for us that white people could accept and thing. Like Jesse Jackson came out, and even though some of us would call themselves African Americans, it was him that went to the white mainstream and says, "We're going to use the term African American. That's our presentation." Bill Cosby, when Bill Cosby had the Cosby Show, he presented the idea of the black middle class, right? So therefore, that's why when you see FBA people, they want the us going to Africa and building in Africa is a threat to them, because they want to present this loyal America only. I'm not African. I have nothing to Africa, to white America. I'm like, what's the problem is, right? I'm saying, you know something? Why don't you guys present yourself to white America, right? I'm gonna continue going to Africa and doing what I gotta do. If that means that I'm not loyal to America no more, or I move beyond America, that's like what the FBA people want to show the white people is we have not moved beyond America. That's a presentation they want for us, and they can't have that. I'm sorry.
Kala, are you aware that a lot of the FBA people that be on Tariq's panels, some of them live in Africa
Oh no, that's a
currently?
lie. That's a bullshit.
Man, come on,
Every
Kala,
man.
time I hear
Kala.
these motherfuckers, every time
You
I
want
Come
me
hear,
to start
on,
naming
bro.
the people? I can
I
name
could
the
turn on,
people.
I could turn on the FBA channel right now. The first thing they'll be talking about how they ain't African,
All right,
how they.
hold on, Kala. Let me go ahead and give you
Hold on, I'll turn
I'll
on.
find your video to play,
Hold on, I
and
don't.
then Tariq will be like one of his main people that always come up and talk.
I don't want to
The
hear about.
nigga always in Africa for some reason.
I'm gonna go to. I'm
Come
gonna
on, Jonathan.
go right to the FBA channels.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go right to the FBA channels. You watch. You know, I ran them channels right now. They'll be right now. All the FBA channels. They'll be
Kala.
sitting.
Most African Americans ain't got a passport,
Well, it doesn't really matter. You
so
know. I don't.
that actually does
I don't
matter.
I
get is
mean, yeah,
That's not a good
yeah,
argument.
hello. What
You
I
can't
don't
bring
get is
that argument.
yeah.
I don't get is this. What I don't get is this. If you don't have a passport, you're
A
going to
lot of
Africa.
homies don't have a passport.
Why are they always attacking fucking people who go to the continent? Like Bebe Rodriguez in the chat room. Colin, man, I can't wait till you leave and never come back with that Measy. When you gonna burn up your American passport, Colin? There's all these motherfuckers obsessed with the fact that some of us don't give a flying fuck about America. We go to Africa. They hate that shit. They think we all should be like them. Loyal to some country, they don't give a fuck about us. Or not, you know? That's what I'm talking about, you know? So let me find the FBA.
Yeah, fine one. But back to what I was saying
Hey,
earlier.
hold up.
It, Dave, is Barack Obama an African American?
No, he's not African American.
Is Kamala
No,
Harris an
No,
African
no,
American?
she's not
no.
African American. No, we never said
Is
But
that.
the New York
that's our
Mayor
fault. No, no,
Mondami,
no.
is he an
Oh,
African
that's,
American?
well, we could agree on that. We could agree on that, you know.
Yeah,
Point,
but
point,
Kyla, but the problem is
point.
that
Hold up,
you want
Jonathan.
to
Yeah, but
Nah,
claim.
Jonathan. Let me say something too.
Go ahead.
Let me say something. The real African Americans didn't step the fuck up. They didn't
What?
step the fuck up. So this what you got. This what you got, nigga. They didn't step the fuck up.
Kyla, why y'all didn't step the
Yo, let
fuck
me
up?
tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. I'm gonna
bottom
tell
line
you a
is this:
story.
we were just hold up. We were just
Wait,
being nice.
wait, wait. Y'all been letting people be African. First of all, I would argue that white people probably push the African American
Yeah,
term
that's
more than
white
Jesse
people.
Jackson did.
Yeah,
And they also, the white people decided to go ahead and label it and just say anybody in
I don't really.
America of African
Honestly,
ancestry is
No,
now
I don't.
African
bro.
Look, I don't.
American
Hold up. I
because
don't really.
they're the very ones
No,
that say
For
these people
example,
are
no.
the
for
first
example,
African American. And y'all
Jonathan,
go
you
along
wrong
with
on
it.
that, bro. You
Kamala
wrong on
Harris
that.
is
First of all,
African
first of
American.
all, first of all, if you fill out any U.S. Census paper from 2000 on, it's always delineated. They're gonna always ask you. You go to the black section of the U.S. Census form. They're gonna ask you, you black? Are you Jamaican? You from the islands? You from Africa? And you gonna click it. You understand me? So they
Hold up,
already
So
know
wait,
who's
hold
who
on
and
a
what's
second.
what.
Dave, from what
hold up
year?
a second. Hold up,
Give
hold up,
me, go pull up
hold
a
up.
U.S. Census form.
Give me a second.
From what year?
Give me a second. I gotta
Any
say this. I gotta say it. I'm gonna Judge Zongo in the chat room. The term African American, right, is the people who of African descent, right, who have an American story. Barack Obama doesn't have an American story, Zongo, so he can't be African American. The American story, as far as the African, began in 1619, and it was about the transatlantic slave trade, the hardship of people of African descent, the African church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Missionary Baptist Church, everything was African Masonic Order, right? These were African slave descendants, right? That's the story of the African in America, right? Period, right? Barack Obama is a biracial man of half Kenyan ancestry, right? That's his story began in the Kenyan story. He's a Kenyan American, half white, half Kenyan American. Elvis is a Liberian American, right? He's not an African American because that identifies people who came here via the transatlantic slave trade and endured slavery and became amalgamated as one people. That's for 400 years of a people being made, right? So people always want to steal the term African American because it sounds trendy. Oh, I'm an African. Elon Musk, he's African American, because they want to always be dismissive of Black America. It ain't a matter of time before, if let's say everybody adopted FBA, they'll find a way how to fucking take that too, So all we keep going from name to name and whatnot, and it's the same thing, So we have our own identity on land. It's gonna be like that.
Yeah,
Let me
but Kyla, why didn't anyone try to step up and say, wait, this guy is not African American. She's
Oh,
not an African American. Yeah, we've been doing this for a very long time.
oh, do you want to hear what I got to say? Keep talking, right? The bottom line is this: we don't control politics, the media in this country. Nobody's going to step up because what power do Black people in America have? Right?
Kyla, when Jesse Jackson coined that term,
Yeah, and I agree.
did he give it?
And I agree with Jesse Jackson at the time. At the time, when first of all, the term wasn't coined by Jesse Jackson. The term was coined in 1887 in the Philadelphia Inquirer. Article said, "I am an African American." That's where it came from. Edward Wilmot Blyden used the term African American. Malcolm X used the term African American. Right?
Malcolm X said Afro American.
No, Malcolm X said African American.
Kyla, in all his speeches, he said Afro American.
Organizations with Afro American, same thing. Afro American and African American are the same fucking thing, So what I'm saying is this: if people, when at the time, right, people, there was no division among Black. We lived in a racist society, right? When people came to the United States, you did not basically separate yourself like in Jamaican, like in Harlem. The Black community from the West Indians, we call them West Indians, and the Black people from the South lived together, married each other, went to the same churches, and everything fellowship together as one people. In fact, Madam Stephanie St. Clair was from the Caribbean, right? She ran the policy. She was a policy queen of Harlem, right? We always had people in the Caribbean that assimilated with us, went to the same church, became part of our community, right? But what happened was in the 90s, right? In the 2000s, you got people that were coming here, getting education, and moving off into the suburbs and not socialized with Black America. And they distinguished themselves as Caribbeans, as Arubans, and all this stuff like that. That's what happened. So therefore, we had to reassess what it means to be a so-called African American. Yeah, at first it was good because people came and joined the Black community. We thought it was going to be, okay, our numbers are going to be stronger and everything like that. But the Caribbeans and the immigrants said, no, we don't want to be part of your community. We want the benefits of your community. Like they want to play our roles on TV. They want access to our music, our culture, and everything like that. The benefits that we fought for, but they want to distinguish themselves, as they should, as where they're from. They don't want to lose their Jamaicanness. They don't want to lose their Liberianness or their Ghanaianness and stuff like that. Before it was they just said we don't care. We're all Black. Look, for example, Harry Belafonte, right? Calvin Lockhart. These are famous Black actors. Sidney Poitier. They play African American roles. There was no distinction between anybody from the islands and anybody from America. That was the time period we lived in. But fast forward to the modern age, people come over here with their own identity. And so, yeah, we have to reassess. Things change.
Yeah, and currently at the moment, unfortunately, the only ones that have reassessed are the ADOS FBA people.
Yeah,
Because so far, everyone else is allowing anyone and their mama to use the term African American, even the Indian nigga from New York.
Look, I have no problem with somebody thinking, "Oh, I'm an FBA, Adolf." That's what you want to identify with. Fine, right? Fine, right? It doesn't really.
Ain't no African American. Come on, Jonathan. You know better than that, bro.
Focus, Dave.
Nobody allowing them to
Listen,
use.
none of these people to me are African American. However,
hold up. No,
if ain't nobody fighting against
bro.
it,
You being
then at that point, you
People
allow
are
people to
fighting.
water down the
When he
meaning of
said that,
African
hold up. You
American.
see, you being disingenuous. When he said that, Eric Adams checked him on the spot. What you talking about, bro? You don't know what you're talking about. When he said that shit, when people try to say that shit about Eric Adams checked him on the spot, bro. Yeah, and that shit was dead right there.
Hold
Come on, bro.
Now hold up. Not only that, which we call when I was growing up, we had Indians, darker than us in our community. They call themselves black. Now we know they weren't African Americans or Black Americans, but they called themselves black. Black was like a euphemism for I don't know, just our type of people.
And Carla, why were they allowed to call themselves
I
black?
have no idea, but the bottom line is
Because y'all allowed it.
Hold up, bottom
Who's
line.
y'all?
Hold up. Some of these people that were in our community, we had Indians in our community that were the girls were doing double dutch, the dudes were
Yo,
playing.
Zongo, we gotta call Ice on Zongo. Call Ice on Zongo. Because he being disrespectful.
African American culture ain't that deep. Indians can come over and be African American.
I agree,
No,
Elvis.
I just told you.
Anyone can
Eric
come
Adams
over and
checked
be an
him.
African American. A Kenyan and half white can be African American. A Jamaican and half white could be half Indian can be African
You could be a
American.
Black
That's an
American.
embarrassment, Carla.
Black American. Yeah, but when I think of African Americans, I'm thinking of the Jameses. Think if your name ain't one of the
Y'all
Jameses.
just want to be disingenuous. Y'all didn't go to the library, so y'all just be disingenuous.
That's what I'm
Go to the
saying.
library.
They haven't read history. You know,
Go from the
Carla, this
1700s.
isn't
if you
about going to a
Y'all be
library.
right,
This is about what you said
disingenuous.
earlier. You have to reassess, and when you do the reassessment,
hold up.
the term African American
It's a
has been
whole
watered down
category
so
called African
badly.
American section in the library.
Hold up. If
You
you're
want
not,
to know about this. The
you're
whole
not
section.
We're not talking about us,
related
Negro.
to
We
one
know
of
what
the
we are.
James, right? And hold up. If you're not culturally related to one of the Jameses, right? James A. What's his name from Good Times? James Evans. If you're not Rick James, James Earl Jones, James Avery from Fresh Prince, you know how many Jameses we got? You know, everybody look at
We need to call Ice on Zongo, man. Call Ice on Zongo.
The guy from Good Time is not James, John Amos.
But I'm just doing the fucking show. James Evans, you know, the show. I know that, you know. I know his name is John Amos. I said James Evans, you know, and James Earl Jones and whatnot, you know, Rick James, whatever. You know, the bottom line, everybody's a James, right, in our culture, right? So the bottom line, when you say James and whatnot, you know, I don't think any other group of people
Maurice Shaw, he ain't gonna read that. He's stupid. He ain't gonna read that. He gonna act stupid.
So, which we go look. The bottom line: there is an African American culture, right? James Brown, you know, the Godfather of Soul from South Carolina, you know, Georgia, South Carolina, you know, that's Black America as you can get. Yeah, there's a different culture, you know, and Black African Americans, and we call them
So entertainers are your culture hallmarks,
they are.
singers and actors.
Those entertainers shape the fucking
Elvis,
world.
some of the biggest things that happen in African culture is the singing and dancing. That's entertainment all across the board. You know it, and I know it.
So you
Let's
guys
not play
agree?
games.
So you
Elvis, you
agree?
being disingenuous.
You agree with that, Jonathan?
No, you're not being.
That entertainment is culture across the board.
Be disingenuous.
Last time I checked, for some reason they got a Scottish sound that they play or Irish sound that they play that represents their culture. If you hear it, everybody knows. Oh yeah, that's them people.
It was
No, it's not the sound. It's the instrument that they're playing, the bagpipes.
notice how Bruins always say so-called African Americans need African. We need African Shinagalaga. This is what I'm talking about. We need African Shinagalaga. We were doing just fine over here, Bruni, without Africa. So what the fuck we need Africa for now? Like I said, these people think they're so important. That's
Hold on, Colin. Elvis, it's the
We're being
sound.
disingenuous
It's the
and it's being
sound.
disrespectful and
Just like
rude.
in
That's
religious
all.
Black America, my Church of God of Christ, we got a damn sound. Everyone, if you hear the sound, most people that know Kojic, they would know, oh yeah, that's them. That's their yes, Lord, praise.
Yeah, we have the gospel. African
Come
American
on, Elvis. I know what I'm talking about.
gospel music came from African American spirituals and culture. That gospel music, everything like that. That Soweto Gospel Choir. The original Soweto Gospel Choir came from the United States. There were South Africans visiting the United States, got into gospel, and came back to South Africa. There was African Americans that lived in South Africa at that time period. A Soweto Gospel Choir.
Yeah, Darmigo, anytime a foreigner comes, the community starts dancing. I hate that shit. But yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm saying is that at some point,
he said Baruti. The way he said it.
what is it?
It's Buruty. He said Baruti. He wrote it. It's funny. State wanted us to adopt some random language. Last night he said we should speak Shinagalaga. We're gonna speak next 1,000 years tripping over ourselves to fucking speak Swahili. Okay. Yeah, Baruti, that's a good idea.
That's just damn languages, man. That's just just for the bush. That's all.
Yeah. All right, let me get who didn't talk yet.
Elvis.
Elvis.
Obsolete dialects, Elvis. They have no use for today's world. It's not
Hey, Dave,
international languages.
that's
Yeah, it's
fine.
dead, man. It's dead. It's a
Okay,
dead.
okay, I hear
It's
you.
just for the bush. Just for the
I hear you.
bush.
I hear you, bro. So when Kyle's talking about, you know, the businesses in Black America, I mean it's a nice thing. Black American has done well in business, made fortunes, started companies. That's a positive thing. I mean, no sane person who has been in this country for a long time will tell you that African Americans haven't made strives in this country and succeeded in different fields, whether it's sports or business or entertainment or whatever. So I don't think there's an argument. I don't think any quote unquote African who is arguing against the FBA would make that point.
No, but there's
You know,
some people who think that that they came here to deliver us. Like I remember a couple months ago, there was somebody saying, "Colin, we're here to replace you." I'm like, dude, man, okay. Well, remember that they don't say that no more. Ever since this rampage against Somalia, they're not saying that no more. They say, "Oh, we're gonna replace." I'm like, dude, look. When I give the history of Black America, right, it's unfortunately, I said at the top of the show, I want all Black people to be proud of what happened here in America by our ancestors who built it. Everybody should take pride in that and say, if they could do it, I can do it. We're the same race. That's what it means, right? But you got some people who have the idea that if you do it, we're not. I'm gonna fucking be jealous and hate on that, and we're not. Instead of saying, like, let me give an example. I was inspired by Nelson Mandela, right? I was born here in America. He's born in South Africa. When I heard him speak when he got out of he came to the United States, right? And I said, man, this guy talks so intelligent, right? I said, man, he talks better than Jesse Jackson. He talks better than all these leaders we got over here. And I was inspired, right, to basically practice on my diction and my speech patterns and stuff like that. And I got in the library, I'll never forget that. I got in the library. It was like, right? What was it? No, I was still living in, no, I just moved to Virginia, you know. And I used to I was always going to the library. I really started going to the library when I heard Mandela speak. When he got out of, he came to the United States in 94. No, it was actually 90. I was living in New York though. That was 1990. He got elected in 94. I was still living in New York in 1990. And I was saying to myself, man, I am gonna friggin' be like that guy because I was inspired. I didn't say he's a South African, blah blah blah. You know, I don't have nothing to do with it. I said he's a black man. I'm a black man. You know, I'm proud of that guy. I had my Nelson Mandela shirt. Were you around that time, Dave? Mandela came to New York.
Oh man, it was electrifying.
Oh
It
fucking
was at Yankee Stadium. I went to Yankee Stadium to go see him. It was electrifying.
in
It
America.
was it was a, it was a mob. It was a mob.
All these black people line the streets of New York,
Oh my God.
crying and whatnot, saying
Oh man.
whatnot. You know, we embrace this man.
Pandemonium.
I had never seen anybody with that level of pandemonium. And I think, you tell you the truth, I think Farrakhan was a little jealous. You know, because he kept making little shots. You know, well, what is Mandela gonna do? Blah blah blah. I think it was in good jest, but I think Farrakhan, was feeling so.
Well,
That's
Farrakhan was right in hindsight, right?
why.
Because
What do you mean? Right?
hold on, let me explain it.
What?
You've made an argument. I've made that argument. Many has made that argument that had Mandela really tried to put black people in positions.
He couldn't do it.
Okay, there you go.
He
That's
couldn't
what
do it.
Farrakhan was
You
criticizing
gotta understand this.
because the white power struggle still had a hold
You
on
gotta
him.
hold.
His hands were
That wasn't
tied.
his fight. That was not his fight. You
There you
know,
go.
that
So
was
that's
not
why I
his
said he
fight.
was right.
But I was inspired by him, right, to do what I gotta do. If I said he could spend 27 years in jail and come out unbroken like that and just strong. And also, at one time, he got up 6 o'clock in the morning and was jogging and walking around Manhattan. Man, the police found out about that and said, we got Nelson Mandela out here. The whole city shut down. They had a squadron of police to surround this man, a black man. They said, "Oh man, this is Nelson Mandela." He had the FBI investigating. What was he doing by himself? He just went out there for a morning walk in
They had
Manhattan.
to protect him because niggas from New York back then were
It wasn't even
probably
about
would have
that.
did
Oh
something to him.
man. Oh man. Yo, it was a
Y'all know
mob,
how y'all
Jonathan. It
get
was
down
a
back then,
Nah,
mob.
Tyler.
Jonathan, it was probably going to be a lone racist white guy trying to take you out.
The bottom line is he was a
Either one of
world,
them could have been a possibility.
at the time he was a world leader. I said
Yeah,
he was a world.
man.
At the time, he was one of the most powerful men in the world. He was
Yeah.
a world leader, right? And I said, a black man, a world leader. And that just basically inspired my mind beyond imagination. I couldn't imagine something like that when I saw that. I said, this guy's a world leader. I said, what the hell are we doing in America? We need our own.
Tyler, why is Nelson Mandela the world leader and not Robert Mugabe?
Well, I just,
One fought
Bad
a
stigma,
world
bad
war, the other
stigma.
one was
I would
thrown
say
in
bad
jail.
stigma. Bad stigma, Jonathan. Bad stigma.
Because he compromised with white people and he forgave the white people. So he
hold
was
on,
And
like
let
then
a
me
he
one
got
say this.
sandwich between
and
kind of
he
guy.
All
and
right,
he gave
Elvis,
up the nuclear weapons. That was a horrible leader,
let me say
whether
this.
we want to admit it or not.
In all this hindsight, everybody talking armchair quarterbacking, right? This is the reality. This is the reality. You had a country where half the black people were uneducated. You had large numbers that lived in exile. Whatnot, the country was broken. You had gang violence wrapping places like Cape Town at the time. You had 30,000 people killed in ethnic and political violence in KwaZulu Natal. You had a country that basically, you got some country hamlands trying to succeed from South Africa. You had all this stuff like this, right? You had the white people who still had control over the military, right? They still had the military and they still made up the police, and white people still had a lot of infrastructure there, like base camps and whatnot. They could have easily overthrown this fledgling nascent democracy. So therefore, this idea that we're going to come into power, start seizing things, there would have been a war in South Africa.
Mm-mm.
That was the reality.
What do you always say,
Hold
Colin?
on,
That
Elvis, this is the reality.
I mean, Colin, can I speak?
Hold on. Let me say this before you speak. The reality is, when Shaka Zulu was alive, right? He was a great leader. If he lived, there was South Africa dead. But he was killed by, I think, a brother or cousin that was treacherous, right? This same guy, right, tried to fight the Afrikaners, right, in the Battle of Blood River. This is what happens. The Zulus lost that battle, right? Blood River, right? And when they were victorious, the Africans were victorious, that forever cemented them in the country. In other words, basically, the blood was on the soil. South African Afrikaners basically have South Africa. Plain and simple as
Okay,
that.
let me speak, right? So you said, of course, you didn't invent it, but you started to use it. Blood and soil, right? So South Africans got their independence through negotiation and through pressure and sanctions. They didn't really fight for it. There was some scrimmages and battles on the outskirts of the country, but really it was the international community who really
You
negotiated.
understand South Africa is
Carla, I've only been
a
speaking for
country?
10 seconds.
Hold on. You know it's a first world country, right?
Oh boy. So I'm just getting to my point, right? So their inclusion, their integration fully in South Africa was negotiated by international, organization or entities. So they didn't waste really blood and soil on their soil to get their independence. So
Yeah,
as
they
such,
wouldn't have lost anyway.
they couldn't root out the strongholds of white supremacy and white power structure in their
Well,
country.
that's not
So
happening,
they're
bro.
still deeply rooted in their country. So my question to Jonathan and perhaps you, Colin, if African Americans had the opportunity doing, let's say Jim Crow, not even just slavery, but to take over this country, would you then tell them they're not ready because they're vastly
Well,
uneducated and unprepared?
first of all, black people in America don't have the capability of taking over this country,
I
much less.
said if.
No, they don't. So it's not those if. They
Oh
have.
boy, you see, there you go. When it comes to your people,
You don't have
No,
the
you give.
capability to do what?
I'm just being honest about myself.
So hold on, I was asking the question, Carla.
We can't even take over a city like Gary, Indiana.
Hold on, Carla. Carla's point is that Nelson Mandela had no choice but to allow the white power structure in South Africa to
Yes, yes.
continue, even though the blacks were the majority because they were
Man, that
uneducated, they wasn't ready
majority. Hold up,
to
black
lead.
people were
Hold
not.
on, I'm just trying to get to a question. So my point here is, if things was flipped and African Americans were the majority in this country, and it just came from, let's say, Jim Crow, the Jim Crow era, and they had an opportunity to take power, but the vast majority of them is uneducated and wasn't prepared to quote unquote lead. Would you say that you keep the white
Well, we have a Elvis.
power structure in America
We
I
have
don't
a
know
and slowly
about Kala,
integrate?
but Elvis, I understand history. And during the days of Reconstruction, when black people got free, they took over the South. And they did a great damn job with it. Then they created the KKK. So if that's Kala's point of view, I wouldn't stand with him on that.
No, hold up. Black people, hold up. How we take over the South? Black people basically they had Jim Crow.
Kala, black. Go and look at the people that were in office after them black people took over the South.
People, hold on. We didn't take over the South. We had a few people that got in the legislative power when by the time Reconstruction was over, they were all gone. That was 12 years. 12 years.
So in the course of how many black mayors, black senators, black Congress people?
There was only a few in a couple of states. It was like Mississippi. It was not. But the bottom line, by the time 1876, that's what my book was based on, right? In 1876, when the Taylor-Hillman compromise, right? The Southern Dixiecrats came back to power, and every last single black people.
Kala, you mean to tell me that slavery ended in 1865?
Yeah.
And right afterwards, within that time period, black people started taking over politically, and then they had to come out with Jim Crow. What does that mean, Kala?
Black people didn't make any advances during Reconstruction. That's why you had the Kansas Act, you had the Liberia Exodus, you had all these people in the Great Migration.
Kala, with all due respect, most of the Black Wall Street areas, where were they located? Were they located in the East Coast? Were they located in New York, California?
It was in the South.
So what are we arguing here?
Hold on. First of all, let me say this, right? First of all, Black Wall Street was built in Indian territory. That's Oklahoma. That wasn't the Jim Crow South. That was Oklahoma.
So the territory, right? The Black Wall Street area over there in the Carolinas, that's also Oklahoma.
What Black Wall Street?
Wilmington. Not Wilmington.
Wilmington was not a Black Wall Street.
Hold on. Right? I just said not Wilmington. Let me think of the name.
Wilmington was an abandoned coastal town, right?
Kala, hold on a second. The area that they took is in Virginia.
Black people did not take it. It was a mixed race.
Kala, let me finish talking, nigga. Damn.
History. Wilmington was a mixed race political
Kala. The area that the Pentagon is built on today, Who did they take that area from? Did they
Well,
take
that's
it
what
from white people or black
you keep
people?
saying the paper. Yo, look, you can have all you want. Black people had Central Park. It was called Central Village. But when they wanted to take it, they took it. You couldn't do nothing about it. That's not real
My
power.
argument is
Man.
not that they couldn't take it.
Black
My
people,
argument is that
black people had
right after the Civil War, black people were able to build.
you only
And you're
had
saying that they couldn't do it.
you only had enough when white people said, you know something, we want to build like St. Augustine, Florida. That area right there used to be a black enclave, right? St. Augustine, Florida, right? It was once a thriving area, but you know what the white people did? They built a bypass highway through there.
So
Now,
once again, Colin, right after the Civil War, black people
then
built.
right after that, St. Augustine, Florida, it has the highest murder rate in Florida, and it has the highest poverty rate because white people freaking red light. Same thing they do in Houston. They take areas and they freaking mark like Miami. People don't understand. Miami used to be a black city.
Colin, you made an argument, then you literally
Well, no, what
dropping
I'm
nuclear
saying,
weapons on your own
you
argument.
don't understand what I'm talking about, right? Black people, well, we always build something, right? But the bottom line, you can't defend it. You know?
That's not the argument, Colin.
No, the argument, that's my argument. You can build all you want. If you can't hold it, you know, you have it for 3 years. What the fuck is that? You know? That's nothing. You got
Colin, with all due respect,
Hold on.
the very white people that you're talking about, don't. We have to have a little common sense
the
to a
white
point in which
people
you can't
built
belittle them.
and they still got the power. You know,
Colin, these very little white people dominate the globe at the moment. Everyone bitches about them. And you're saying that our black people have the ability to go ahead.
Oh, Jonathan, you got no power, and black people got no power, and that's the fucking the way it is. You know?
What's the argument?
Oh, you have no power.
I'm agreeing with you now. What's the argument?
No problem. So there's no argument. You know, Elvis asked the fact that.
So the question is, Kyla, is when Elvis makes that statement, if black people were the majority and we got free, would we?
Black people got free. They should have got the.
Kyla, did you ever let Elvis finish asking the question before you cut him off? Elvis, what was the question? I only got the beginning of the question.
Yeah. So the question was. Is a retort to Carlin's point that the South Africans wasn't ready because they were uneducated and were scrimmages amongst themselves. So Nelson Mandela did the right thing by keeping the white power structure in South Africa and just slowly integrating black people into the country. So my question is, if African Americans were the majority in this country and after slavery wanted to take, you know, when they got free, let's say they fought for their freedom and they wanted.
That's the dumbest analogy.
Oh boy, you won't even let me finish.
From slavery.
That's what initially I said from Jim Crow, right? Because slavery is just too fresh. But let's say Jim Crow, even though the vast majority of black people wasn't really educated, would you still advocate that no, we're not ready to take over different public sectors or different? I
would say, look,
I'm asking Jonathan Collar, please let him answer. I know it's your platform. Would you then advocate that they're not ready because they're not educated in math? Or would you just want to take over and slowly educate yourself and continue to lead? That's my question.
Take over. Ain't no such thing as we not ready. Take over now.
This is the reason why some of us live out here in Virginia Beach, right? And some of us don't live in fucking places like Norfolk and Portsmouth, right? Because the same mentality. You got a bunch of ignorant black people trying to run a fucking city and they run into the ground. And the bottom line, out here, we're not, you know, we got more black homeowners, more black money and whatnot, and we choose not to live around uneducated black people. So why the fuck would I, after the Civil War, want to let people who just coming out of fields run shit? You know, the bottom line is this. We have this thing where
Kyla, I got the list here. The majority of the black Wall Streets, those black development areas, the black people with all the businesses and successful areas, all in the South, where the Civil War freed these people. Why are they not in the areas that had the educated so-called Negroes?
Hold on. Where are they at now?
They were destroyed.
All right.
Wait. The same way that the areas that the so-called Negroes were destroyed.
That's good.
But they wasn't destroyed for their lack of education, Colin. They were destroyed for their lack of military might.
They were all fucking destroyed. That's all.
By military might, Colin.
That's all you need to know. They were destroyed. Go ahead, Steve.
Kyle, concede that
No,
they
I'm
were
not saying
destroyed
that,
by
no,
military might, not because of the
no,
lack of
I'm gonna answer
intelligence.
some more questions, right? They were destroyed. That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead, Steve.
I mean, no, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Oh no. All right, I'll drop it
Steve,
down.
ask him the question.
Ain't ready. No, no, I'm not gonna answer no more questions. You know, I said what I said. They were destroyed. That's it. You know, there's nothing else to talk about. Everything black people do in America is because we're on a weak foundation.
I disagree with that argument because in the
Oh,
very
okay, you can
same
disagree all you
statement,
want. You disagree
Liberia
all you
was
want, right?
destroyed. So
Hold
you
on.
should go ahead
Bottom
and say
line,
the same
bottom line is
thing.
this. Well, hold on. Everything Black America did, whether it was Black Wall Street, whatever like that, was destroyed by white people. You know. So the bottom line is this. You
And
know,
everything that the American Liberians did
or whatever,
was
whatever
destroyed.
the heck ever. Yeah, it is. It's destroyed. You know. So whatever. So it is what it
All right,
is.
so what's next?
I have no idea, man. You guys tell me. You guys want to do FBA? Whatever you guys think that's going to work for you, go right the hell ahead. You know, go right the hell ahead. You know, I don't care anymore. You know, let's see. Education is not required. It does not equal intelligence. Yeah, yeah, I know that. But the bottom line is this, though: you don't let people who don't have all the facts. Intelligence means you at least have all the facts before you can make an intelligent decision, right? Because, for example, anybody that's a boss, right? He has advisors, you know, economists, everything. Oh, boss, don't do this. You know, it doesn't really matter. You got to have educated people around. You could be intelligent and build a business, right? But you always got people around you to have the data, the facts, and everything like that before you make a final decision. You know, I know education is not everything. You still need a way of knowing things and knowing, have intelligence and wisdom. Right?
Intelligent means to intelligence is to appropriately analyze data and make a rational decision based on that analysis.
And you can
So it's,
advise,
the easy term is about
but it's always the decision making at the top that has, as he has all the facts, he says, okay, I see what you're saying. Right? You make your case. That's how it works.
I agree. Now, Kyle, I got a question, and please answer it. If we're so educated today,
I don't say who said we're educated.
educated,
I
well,
seriously,
Kyle, educated, well traveled, access to more
I don't see.
information.
I don't look. I
Why is
look.
it that we today struggle with building Black Wall Streets
Look, I don't look.
versus the
I don't
people
look.
fresh out of
First of all,
slavery?
I don't believe that. I don't believe black people are educated that much. You know, I don't. You know,
Okay, well then say that we're just as educated. Actually,
I
we're
don't
more
really
educated
think.
than the people
I'm
fresh out of
looking at
slavery, Kyle.
I'm looking at
That's
Black
something to
America
argue
right
there.
now, and I'm saying to myself, no, you know, we not cracking the book like Dave was talking about earlier. I grew up around people that I can have a conversation with, and we know basic history, we know stuff, basic logic, and stuff like that. Nowadays, most people don't know shit about. Like I'm doing a history right now. I said Black history must continue. I did a show. We're on for like 2 hours. I want somebody else to come up here and talk about something in Black history, right? I named all these black businessmen, right, from Reginald Lewis. I talked about them for 2 hours, right? I talked about the North Carolina Mutual Life and stuff like that. I'm trying to build black men. I want people to come up here and say, well, what do you know about black business empire? Instead of arguing me and whatnot, how do we contribute things? That's an intelligent mind. Carl, you know what I thought about? I basically, you know, this person did this. This is what we could do right now, you know, because I'm saying how this is going to relate to us in the future. We're talking about building overseas. Go and say we got to have a reference point. What's the reference point? We had fucking people that built. I said we had a black-owned shipbuilding company in the early 1800s in Baltimore. Slavery was going on. There was a black man that had his own shipbuilding company in Baltimore, in the South, right? How many people know that? You know, wouldn't that inspire people if you knew something like that? You know, I'm like, damn, you know? So what I'm saying tonight is, you know, we're talking about black business and how we're going to inspire us for the future. What's done in the past was done in the past, right? We couldn't hold on to a lot of stuff like that. I don't know what happened to all this stuff that happened in Baltimore. I just believe that anything we do in America is really on borrowed time. It ain't a matter of time before somebody comes and takes it from you or destroys it. And I don't know what the heck we do. So that's a question. If we had all these black Wall Streets, right, after slavery, those are thriving black communities all across the country. but they disappeared in like 2 generations.
Gala, I know you're an intelligent person, right? I'm intelligent enough to know that if there are 14 black kids get ready to go and fight 86 white kids, God bless the 14 black kids because they're going to need a lot of help.
Well, the bottom line is that's why we can't look at anything we did in America as really a success because we couldn't hold on to it, right?
Technically, you can because at the same time, if that's your argument. Then don't look to Africa because, damn it, my God,
Well, I'm
that
not
the numbers they had over there doesn't make any
who
sense,
said I'm
does
looking at
it?
Africa? I'm basically just trying to preserve what my ancestors did, and then I'll let the next generation decide what they
Carla,
want.
you can preserve what your ancestors did in America
Look,
also.
I preserve. How you going to preserve what ancestors did when I talk about this stuff and no one ever picked up a book and read this shit before? You know, a lot of stuff I'm saying. This is the first time people are hearing about this. You know. So I actually spent my
Carla,
years.
Journey to the Promised Land focuses on
I
Liberia,
am not
not
trying to
America.
I look, Jonathan. I'm going to Liberia myself. I'm not asking nobody to go to Liberia with me. You understand? I go there myself for my own gratification. What I'm doing. If I have a couple of people like Dave that go there, that's fine. But I'm not trying to lead nobody to Liberia. I think you got me all wrong. You know, I said this is what I'm saying right now. It's for the next generation to pick up and say, "Hey, look, I want to build this and whatnot." You know, because the bottom line is, I'm not going to do it. You know, so I go to Liberia. It's for me. You know, I got stuff going on there. I like what I'm doing there, and that's it. I am not telling nobody that Liberia is the answer. I'm not telling anybody.
Yo, Kyler, we just need framework. We gonna put it together. Framework. That's all.
All I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get a
Framework, the blueprint.
I talk about a base camp. I said, look, I'm figuring this thing out. I said, look, Dave, I said, imagine if we make it something like the Vatican.
Well, hold on, Carla. Quick question, because we could say that the Afghanistan won't exist by the time that you die,
Please
but a
don't, hold up.
base
Please
cap
don't
is
ask
something
me
that
no
definitely
redundant
can
question.
exist before you
Look,
die.
Jonathan, I told you 1,000 times. Please don't ask me the same redundant question again. What do you want to ask me?
A base camp is something that can exist before you die. There's nothing stopping you
Oh
from building a base
look. I'm
camp.
saying that all I'm doing is putting this shit together and putting it. I'm doing my part, right? Theodore Herzl founded the Zionist movement and the Zionist Congress, right? Did he live to see Israel? No. You know, he did his part, and Jews are thankful that he did. He had an idea, and you know something, Theodore Herzl, his Zionist movement was based on, he looked at Liberian model of people returning to the original land, building a modern state. He said, man, we could do the same, Jews could do the same thing in our original
And who signed off on Israel to get statehood? Liberia.
Liberia, you
One
know?
of the people that signed off to get statehood for Israel.
It was Liberia cast the deciding vote, you know?
Yeah.
Because they knew how important how it was to somebody have a homeland or something like that, you know? So the bottom line is this. So what I'm trying to say is this. Uh, I'm like a Theodore Herzl. I put it together. Hopefully, have an African Congress one day. You know, before I leave this earth. You know, and it's up to the next people, right? Something big is going to happen. You know what happened? Nazi Germany happened. That's what really fueled it. There, people, Jews, like they thought it was crazy. You know, Zionist movement going to Israel in the desert. We're not. Something bad is going to have to happen to Black America before this African thing happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so all I'm doing is doing my part because I know eventually it's going to happen. I know it. You know, I might not be here for alive to see it, but I know it's going to happen. Something very dangerous and bloody is going to befall Black America, right? And all I'm doing is doing my part. Somebody will be able to retrieve these shows, my writings, everything like that, pick the ball up and run with it. That's all I'm doing. I'm doing my part.
I
Now,
agree. Now, Carla, let's just go and put a number to it. How much do you think it'll cost to build
I
this
have
base
no
camp?
idea. You let me decide that. You know, I ain't trying to talk about no money, nothing like that. That's up for me to decide. And when somebody's serious with me, right, and they broken bread with me and whatnot, and I meet them face to face, like my guy Ron.
Carla, you on the panel with people. Sim
Well, I'm
Police
not
came
a
up and
panel.
said, we want to get Carla a
Hold on,
GoPro so
I
he
don't
can
talk
show
to no. We don't
Liberia.
talk to
And for
nobody.
I understand, everybody donated.
I don't talk to nobody really, unless I met you face to face and shook your hand and looked you in the eye. You know, other than that, just discussion online. You know. Right now, the only person I really have discussion with is my friends and my people in Liberia because I broke bread with them, you know, and I'm with them. You know, we fellowship together in person. I broke bread with Bomani. I could talk to them. We did a tour together. We did business together. He can come to me anytime and say, Colin, do this, do that, because we did something together. Till I do something with you and we're together on the ground and whatnot, then I can't trust you. That's the way I am. I don't want to tell nobody nothing. But that's just being respectful to me, whatever like that, you know, when the time comes, whatever like that. If somebody want to be a part of this, they can be part of this, right? Like Bomani stepped up. I told him I needed a tour to Liberia. He organized it for me and helped me put it together. You know, I respect that. You know, but just sitting online talking to people, talking to this like I'm not gonna reveal.
Kyla, if you put a number to the base camp in Liberia, go ahead and
Oh,
say
yeah,
it.
I have no look. I have no idea.
And I'm pretty certain most of the
I have to
people on
feel
this
it.
platform,
Well, yeah, the
on
only
this
people that's
panel, and in the comment section would donate the same way we did to your GoPro.
One, I would not reveal that on this show. You know, nothing about a base camp. What I'm trying to do, you don't even know if I might have where you have land picked out. You know, I'm not gonna reveal none of that on the show. You know, because I know I got people watching me. You know, I know that. You know, so I'm not gonna tell people my moves. I don't even like the fact that I let people know when I'm coming to the country. I should have did that. Usually I go and I don't never announce when I'm there. I just pop up there. You know, and so I that's why I don't tell people my moves. You know, that's the way I have to do it. You know, because until I figure out who's with me and who's not with me. Carl, think you should stick around the U.S. influence the youth here. If you had to have to make sure you start a business that can hire a lot of locals. Yeah, I would like to do that. You know, I like to freaking work on both sides of the Atlantic. You know, people together. That's what I want to do. I want to connect us with many different people on the continent. All people need is fellowship. You know, all we need is fellowship. We got a lot of people in America curious about Africa. A lot of people in Africa curious about a situation in America, and I just want to put these people together. That's all. You know, find out what we got, what we have. It might not work. It might work. It might not work. You know, but you know, what do we got to lose? We got absolutely nothing to lose. Dave, do we got anything to lose?
We got nothing to lose, Colin.
Nothing to
Yeah,
fucking
we
lose.
ain't
We
got
already
nothing
on
to lose.
the edge. We
So
already on the
Kyla,
edge.
I honestly believe that if you said this year, next year, I want to build a base camp,
I'm not gonna.
and
I'm
this
not
is
gonna
how
say it.
much money it's going to
I am
cost,
not gonna.
you will have that money by that time period.
What part of? I am not looking honestly, right, for anybody that. Oh, we're gonna contribute because I know black people ain't got money like that. You know, they don't.
Tariq raised money for Michelle.
That let Tariq do that.
Umar Johnson raised money for a
Yeah.
school
But
that ain't operating.
look. That's them. That's them, right? I'm not a
Are you trying to
grifter.
say you don't have the ability to raise the money? I don't believe that.
No, I'm not an internet grifter. Tariq raised $2 million. Look at that raggedy ass fucking school that thing he got. Look at that raggedy school Umar Johnson got. You know, that's not me, bro. When I get ready to do this stuff
Kyle,
like
if people want better, you got to donate more.
do this right, like I think I'm gonna do it, I'll have major donors, right? If people want to contribute, that's fine. But I'm looking for real major donors and real partners right now that see what I'm talking about. You know, if people can't see what I'm talking about, then you know I like it. But I don't really need money. What I need is people to save their goddamn money, right? Save your damn money, right? Save your $5,000 and take a trip to fucking Africa, right? If you could do that and we have more of a presence, a visible presence, that's more powerful than anything dollar you can give me. You know, actually we have numbers. People see us in numbers on the continent. You know, if they see us in large gatherings in the thousands on the continent, you know what that'll do? That'll change the whole trajectory of everything. Everything will start moving towards us. I told Dave, you know what I said tonight? I told Ross.
Yeah.
I told him.
Told us.
Told Ross, I said, you know something? I'm ready to sit down. I've been resisting this. I'm ready to sit down and talk to the Lebanese community in Liberia. I'm really
Yeah, no problem.
I'm really ready to broaden my
I,
base.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm highly.
That would be
I do a lot of.
that would be treasonous, Colin.
Oh no, not treasonous. I'm dead serious, man. I'm serious. I'm like,
Okay, you said talk to the Middle East about Afghanistan.
No, I'm talking about the Lebanese community in Liberia, which is very powerful.
What's wrong with
Oh,
that? What's wrong with that?
I'm ready to start.
Speaking of,
I got
can y'all hear me?
I'm talking about building a
Yeah,
base, like that. The Lebanese got connections. I want to learn from them how they're so organized in Liberia. I want to learn. I'm going to go to meetings and stuff like that. Roscoe set it up. I want to meet them. I met a lot of Liberian Lebanese there, right? But I gave them the cold shoulder. I'm ashamed of how I was
Nah,
acting.
they cool, Kyler. They
I know they're
cool.
cool. The dude was cool as hell, man. I basically
They cool.
I blew these people off. There's
I
one guy.
got. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm connected with the Lebanese community, the Indian community, and the Fulak community.
Yeah, I'm ready to move
Those
on.
my guys.
I'm ready to move on behind this redundant Pan African stuff because it seems like it's not catching on the way I thought it was. So
Kyle, you just now realizing that over 100 years later.
no, I'm just saying the fact that I got real business that I want to do, and and I might need other types of people that I'm going to do business with. Simple as that.
But I mean, I was just talking about this to Jonathan the other night. I said, "What like?" Hold on. It Pan Africanism doesn't just require you to work with black people though. As long as it benefits, black folks, it doesn't matter who you
Yeah,
work
it
with.
benefits me. If I can get partner with Lebanese and a couple of things I want to do over there, shit, I'll do it.
I mean,
You
you shouldn't, all right, you should work with whoever,
The Lebanese are Dave. The Lebanese are building.
that's treasonous, Carla. We'll put you in charge of treason.
What the heck?
That's colluding with the Lebanese, man.
Oh, well, whatever. What's wrong with the Lebanese? They're over there building the country, right? They just built. They're building the largest city builders in West Africa, right there in Smell No Taste, Dave.
Hey yo, Kyler, I was coming home today, man. I saw two Chinese nationals on the porch with they smoking a bogey and they got their shirts off, just chilling, enjoying Liberia. Enjoying Liberia.
Have Ross take you to that one hotel I stayed in 2023, right? Right there, and on that property, they have a whole bunch of shops, right? When I went there, there was a bunch of Chinese who live in those little shops, right? They're all set up in the country with their machinery, everything like that. They're doing contracting work, everything. I said that should be us. They're living in Indians and Chinese. That Indian guy that had a what's that? The borehole driller that parked on. I tell you what, when you drive down in Congo Town, right there, the place where you see the hotel where you see that borehole truck standing outside, that's the place I'm talking about. It's a nice hotel. It has a red brick face. It's really nice. I love that place. It was real nice. I stayed there back in 2023, right? And the bottom line, you see Chinese there, not Chinaman, man. They got their own shops and everything like that, helping building a city, man. They're getting city contracts and everything like that. And I'm saying, man, I want to start.
I saw two Chinese nationals. They just sitting on the porch, chilling, shirts off, got their beers in their hand, bogeys, chilling. I'm like, damn, I'm about to go. They out here chilling, enjoying LIB.
Yeah, like I said,
I was jealous.
These other people, man.
I was jealous.
If you look to Africa and set yourself up like that, and whatnot, man, I think that's a friendship I need to have, man. I'm like, because while I'm saying I'm a foreigner just like they are, I'm a foreigner like they are, I'm gonna say we're both foreigners in this country, outsiders. Hey, let's work together, I want to work with the Lebanese, and the Chinese, the Indians, or whoever else is there, man. I just want to freaking.
I was saying you a traitor, Carla.
Carla, you know you have a traitor. Hold on, Dave. Carla, you have an advantage. You can get citizenship in Liberia. You're a black man.
Because
you can own land in Liberia. You're a black man.
Right.
There's nothing that the Lebanese have that you can't get, and plus you can get more than what the Lebanese have. So you don't need it for anything. The only thing you need is money. If you have money, you'll be able to do things in Liberia.
Hold up, but guess who builds most of the roads, the construction, and who company? Lebanese. Lebanese have access to the African Development Bank. They access the lines of credit from around the world. I want to tap into that shit. Whatever the fuck they're doing. They ain't got no citizenship, and they be
Tyler, you got African Americans here who can do that for you. Why go and lift up a
yeah, right. I have not seen an African American.
Elvis, Kyla's afraid to ask for money because he thinks it's grifting.
Oh look, no.
In the real business world, everyone knows that you gotta ask for money if you want money.
The
It's
Chinese,
very simple.
Chinese got a Chinese Africa bank, whatnot. They have lines of credit in the billions of dollars for people who are venturing in Africa. People, these are entrepreneurs going to
Who's
Africa.
backing
Right.
them,
You could
Colin?
there are a lot of venture capitalists who are
The
black in California,
Chinese
but your
government.
idea has to be large, Colin.
The Chinese government, right? There ain't nobody. I can have all the ideas I want. Ain't nobody gonna fucking give me nothing. The United States government don't got nothing for me to invest in Africa, so I don't have no thing. The Liberian government don't got no money for me.
No, your fellow black Americans who are private people with money. If you have a comprehensive plan and that is achievable and structured, you can get them. You can get them to
Elvis.
invest in that.
What happens is Kyle has criticized people asking for money for so long. Now, if he does it, it'll seem like he's being hypocritical.
No,
But
no,
in the
no.
real
It's not
business
that.
world,
It's not
if
that.
you wanna, if you have a business idea, you go to a bank for a loan.
Hold on.
You go to the venture capitalists for
Hold on.
funding. If
Hold on.
you're a nonprofit, you go to donors for funding.
And look,
Everyone is asking
this
for
is the
money. If you
problem I
run for
have.
office, you ask people for
Hold on. This
money.
is the
I don't
problem
get
I
it.
have. Hold on. This is the problem I have. Right. Had black people in America, right? Look at Ghana, right? They probably have the most formidable black community in West Africa, right? Had the good black Ghanaian community went over there, like back in the days, we had this called, I forgot the name, it was called a Pan African Bank or something like that, I remember Bomani was involved. I don't think he was like, anyway, I know a lot of people that invested in that thing. It was run by Jamaicans, by the way, and all these black people, right? It was a credit union, right? All these people put that money in there and they lost all their money. City Lane lost like $5,000, right? Everybody lost a lot of money, right? Investing in that. So we have not put together a credible funding source and stuff like that on the continent. So now everybody,
Cool.
so the bottom,
People, royal families,
look,
billionaires put a whole bunch of money into Bernie Madoff. Okay.
hold on, yeah, but
It happens. People get scammed, Colin.
the thing is this: the black people who so-called got money and is not investing their money in Africa. We don't have one African
That's
American.
because the people not going to them in droves. Number one, and maybe Colin, can I speak for 10 seconds?
Go ahead.
Okay, and maybe the ideas are just not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable and practical.
Elvis, they're not asking for no money.
Right. So if you go there, Colin, you're a smart guy. Hold on, Colin. You're a smart guy, right? One of the things, maybe, and again, not telling you how to be, you're a grown man. But people need to learn how to write grants. If you know how to write grants, it helps you put together a good business proposal.
You can use AI to write a grant. It's
Right.
2026, nigga.
If you can take a year or 6 months and really focus on it, you can get a couple of investors, Colin.
The whole thing is, check us out. There's not one African American bank with an office, right? I don't care. How would it take if you got black banks in America to take $5 million and open up an office in Ghana and grow from there, or Liberia, probably better bet because you could basically use land and property as collateral in Liberia. That's how banks grow. There's not one black American-owned bank on the whole entire African continent.
Cool, Colin. Is Bank of America in Ghana?
Oh, it doesn't matter, man. They got
Nigeria, Wells Fargo, any of them?
Hold on. They got Nigerian banks there. Nigerian banks are only gonna mess with
Okay,
Nigeria.
well, black Americans
Yeah,
got black banks in America.
the African banks, they loan money differently, Jonathan. It's not purely based on credit score. It's based on collateral, physical property, real property.
Collateral properties and stuff. Man.
That depends. That depends. In Nigeria, they offer you money, but goddamn it, the interest rates are crazy.
Well, Colin, let me give you
0.7% interest daily rate. Daily rate, nigga.
Daily? Oh, that's like what do you call it?
Robbery.
Yeah, that's like loan shark.
That's
what do you call those people? Payday loans. Those things are usurious.
That's slavery,
but
Jonathan.
Colin, let me say this, right? So, and again, we like you. I like you. Even though you think I don't, but I actually do. What I'm saying is in good faith. Look, if you had 20 people, say people like Jonathan, people who have some means, you guys can pull your money together within your group. Go in there, get a plot of land, start small.
I heard that before.
Build. But I don't think you have the personality to do that, Colin.
What I want to do
He's
is
criticized too much, so now he's afraid to do it.
No, I want to hear what these Lebanese got to say. They got an awful lot of money. I want to see what the fuck they got to say. I'm sick of doing Negroes. I'm all Negroed out, to tell you the truth, right? You know,
No, let me give you an insight, even though it's not 100%. But what the Lebanese do, they start businesses in Liberia. They've been there since like the 60s or so. They've been there for a long time. These are second generation Lebanese. Their fathers were their grandfather. So they go back home to Lebanon. They have they have some businesses there. They have real
Lebanon
property.
has no money.
So
Lebanon
they
is
take
West
no
Africa.
Lebanon has money. They go to banks in Lebanon.
All that money comes from West Africa.
Hold on, Carla. Hold on. They take loans from Lebanon
Yeah,
with
loans.
their oh gosh, you won't let me speak.
Go
With
ahead.
their properties in Lebanon being collateral, and they come back to West Africa and invest. So they have a home base. They have a money source that they can go to and tap into and bring that money to West Africa, make money and make profit. Go back and repay those loans, and then bring more money and infuse it back in Liberia. That's their thing, and you have that here. Better so than them. You have the United States of America. Use that as your economic base. Get money from here, take it there, and do the things that you want to do. It's that simple.
Yeah, right. For the meantime, I'm gonna tap
I
into.
mean, the greatest part about it is, Skylar, you got access to the dollar. You know it don't cost that much to do shit in these countries. Let's be real.
Well, like
Three,
I
$2
said,
million
man.
for that place in LA, that makes
Hold on.
sense.
When I
Can you
say
imagine he had it in
hold on,
Liberia though?
hold on. My corporation in Liberia. When I leave this time right now, we're gonna have some assets. I'll hell over high. I don't know how the fuck I gotta do it, but there will be some assets, and like, I'm gonna call all my markers and all the people running their damn mouth for not. Remember, said this. You said this, like that. Okay, I'm ready for that land you talked about. You know, I'm going all out this fucking time. You know, I am sick and tired. I said knows about black people, whether it's Liberians or Black America. Everybody like talking shit until it comes down to fucking doing real business. You know. Uh, yeah, I know.
But
Look,
John,
hold on. King Justice says Lebanese ain't got nothing to do with black. Why is everybody got to be like, Colin, man, you selling out? Like, yeah, I know that, right?
Colin, we didn't even say that. You just scaring it in your head because you know that's what you
No,
be
he
doing.
said Lebanese ain't got no. I know it ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn black nationals, right? God damn it, these motherfuckers are all over the place. They just built another city building. African guy said she didn't know the Lebanese owned city building.
Yeah,
Everything that you
built as a
West
franchise,
Africa,
Colin.
everything modern you see in West Africa, you see a nice house, it's because of whatever it was that the materials they used to build that were imported by the Lebanese or the Chinese or the Indians or whatever.
Colin, the difference between the Lebanese and somebody like you, right? Lebanese came in Liberia and then lived the raggedy lifestyle that you don't want to live. There's a guy called George Haddad. Maybe Dave know this guy. George Haddad. He's one of the biggest Lebanese businessmen. His father was there before him. He was there. And he was a huge businessman in Liberia. Like African Goddess was saying, right? In 2002, the United Nations and the United States put sanction on him because why? He was trafficking, weapons and guns for Charles Taylor through Hezbollah from Lebanon. So a lot of Lebanese are gun traffickers. They're doing a lot of illicit and illegal stuff on the continent. They're associated with terrorism. So their money may be coming from illicit places, but the legitimate ones, they get loans. They come from maybe wealthy families, or they pull their monies together. And you can do that. There's no secret. They don't have anything that you don't have, Colin. You can do that with your
Let me
brothers here.
answer, good King Justice. He says prediction: in a few years, Colin will stop self-identifying as a black nationalist and will fully embrace Liberian citizenship while working with other races. And, that's a thought, man. It crossed my mind, man. You know, I'm
Colin, you're betraying everything you stand for with that statement.
like the bottom line is this, I keep getting all this blowback and shit like that. And I love Liberia, right? But I got to find an entry point in there, right? People say, why don't you move to Liberia? I might have to take some drastic measures, man. If I could be part of a consortium, get in with these motherfucking foreigners there, shit, I'll move there next year. Well, but the bottom line is, right, we have to have a situation where I'm honestly, when it comes to Ghana, whatever it is, right, I am sick and tired of the pushback, you know, I'm getting from Africans, black Africans, the pushback on everything we suggest or try to do. There's always has to be some caveat, or you don't do this, you can't do that, blah blah blah. It's exhausting, So I'm basically ready because I want to build in Africa. I want to build in Liberia. I want to move to the continent. I do. I want that African life, like Mark Blanton. You think Mark Blanton's dealing with all black people in South Africa? I remember, never forget. He was like he's sitting down with a white lady. You know, he had white people as partners in real estate down there. And Dynas, you know what Dynas did? He sent me the video, right? He said, I know Mark's your boy, but Colin, tell me what you think, right? And he sent me a video of Mark sitting down with some white lady in South Africa as business, right? So what does that do? Are you gonna call him a coon? I said, nah, man. I know Mark, he's gotta do his thing, man. You know, he's out there trying to
But
make it.
Carla, your initial premise is completely different. It's black nationalism. When you're talking about
Yeah,
building
oh yeah,
Afro strength,
I know that, but
Carla,
don't
let me make the
don't
point. Give me
shackle
10
me to
seconds.
it. Don't shackle me to anything.
No, Carla, you been on your platform for years now,
Yeah, I'm a
advocating
black
for
nationalist,
black
right?
Afro. Hold on, for black Afro which would be exclusively for black people, especially African
Yeah, but
Americans.
that's not Liberia.
Yeah, but okay. So now you're
Yeah,
moving
yeah.
it from
Look.
the.
I think honestly, Elvis. I'll be honest with you. I thought about this tonight, and I said, Elvis, you'll be the first person to say this. You know something? I'm thinking too. I think I'm gonna advocate for Lebanese citizenship. For
Oh,
Lebanon.
I mean, Carla, what is this? What are you drunk? Do you smoke some weird
No,
weed
no.
tonight?
I'm
What's going
saying,
on with you, man?
no, Elvis. Now is the time, man, to bring multiculturalism, multiracialism, and
That's
kumbaya.
betraying everything your ancestors fought for, man.
Hold on. You guys have a white fat guy up on
Oh
camera,
God,
you know, calling it. So I'm like, hey, I'm saying,
Oh man, this is hilarious.
Carla, we got white people doing rap, rapping, sagging their pants, dressing like black people. Does that make them black?
no. This guy talking about, oh yeah, the good. I mean, he talked like a Liberian. I'm like, God
Yeah,
damn.
they're white boys that talk like a black dude from the hood. Is that making black?
Yeah, no, but he's in Liberia, man. You
Oh,
know,
so what, Carla? Damn.
you know. So I'm like this.
I don't know if you're trolling, but
Heck of DK
yeah,
come up
you
here.
got to be trolling.
He coming up here. I ain't trolling. I'm dead serious. You know, but we got to do something, Elvis. Right? We need investments in Liberia. You know, and what's holding a lot of people back is
Carla, what? Lebanese are going to give you money to invest in Liberia?
I don't know, but it's well, who else? It's where's Dangote? Didn't I
Black
hear?
people in America. What do you mean? Who
Ain't
else?
a chance of hell is a Lebanon or Lebanese
Hold
gonna
on,
give
hold on, hold
Kala
on.
some money.
I thought Nigerians had billionaires, right? I thought Nigerians had.
You swear
Kala,
I'm
have
going to
you approached
Nigeria. You've never been to Nigeria. You don't never want to
Kala,
go to
have you
Nigeria.
ever
How you going to
approached
get the
any of
money?
these people in Africa to do any of the things you're talking about?
Well, look, they tell
What is
me.
well? That's a yes or no question.
Well, they tell me Dangote is worth like $25 billion.
Kala, how you approach Dangote?
I have no idea, but to be honest with you, I want some of that money. You know.
Then go there. Go to
Well, then
Nigeria.
get
Go
on the phone
visit.
and call Dangote.
Hold up, Johnson. You go to thing. What I need to hear from your ass is this: next time I go to Nigeria, I'm gonna talk to Dangote for you, Kala. That's what I want to hear from you.
Okay, Colin. Now there's going to be a little bit of Don go there.
No,
We're just black brother friends.
all I want is a conversation. I don't even care about. I want a conversation. Can we get that?
Colin, you think a multi-billionaire like that would just give you a conversation
Yeah, why
without you
not?
having a
Why not?
portfolio and
I
a
guarantee.
history
So if they don't,
to deserve a meeting
I'm
with
gonna
them?
talk to the Lebanese billionaires. How about that? You know, and I'll tell them I'll make your life real beautiful here because I have a lot of influence and I'll advocate for you guys in this country, right? And try to.
Colin, you know what advocates for the Lebanese? Their money, their
Well,
bribery under the
no, but the
table.
bottom line
That's
is,
their
hey,
most
hold on,
effective lobbying group.
no, they always look real nervous when I'm around. They do. They look real scared and nervous when I walk in the room and they look around.
Colin, that's just your own sense of grandiose. They're not scared of you. They're powerful.
Tell Evans, right? Lebanese and white people, they know when you're from the States. They're like, you know, like this. They are comfortable on Liberians. They speak the colloquy and stuff like that. When you soon as you hear that you're from overseas, they're like, oh, I don't know how to deal with this guy. You know, he's, you know, like this, you know. But the bottom line is, I'm going to say, start shaking their hand saying, you know, I'm ready to be your fucking friend. You know, I'm ready.
Exact Doug Meagle said, I'm scared. Scared of what, Doug Meagle?
Kyle never talk shit about no Caribbean, Africa. Kyle never talk shit about no. What's he talking about, principally? You know, I'm saying like this, man. I want somebody to have money that I could talk to. Okay, Good King Justice is up, man. I'm about to hear it. Go ahead, Good King Justice. Good King Justice, you're up. Unmute yourself. good King Justice, you know.
You probably had to get permission to his phone to use a microphone.
Yeah. Get your technology up. I know DK's ready. He's about to give me a fucking info. Go ahead, DK. Let me have it.
I don't know, man. Kala, I guess you've given up on your Liberian Africanistan dream if you want Lebanese to get citizenship.
Look, bottom line, look. We could build Africa. We could regroup the Africans, stand someplace else, but we need a pace that's tranquil. I want to bring some African Americans to Liberia, right? I want to do that, right? And so,
Kala, I don't think Liberia is the spot, to be honest.
I think it is. It could be if we partner with the Lebanese, it could be the fucking spot. You know.
What's the spot, DK?
I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know if any
DK,
place.
you got to go to Liberia yourself and see for yourself. The country's fucking beautiful.
Well, what I saw in that ice show speed stream wasn't.
Oh yeah, look. What did I tell you?
Pleasant.
What did I tell you? That was done by a fucking bunch of Ghanaians, right?
You
You had a bunch of people like Steve talking about, oh, Carl, Liberia's the hood. No, that's not the Liberia
I never said that. That wasn't me.
That was
Nah,
you.
they did take him to a fishing village. That's mostly the same.
When they took speed to that bombed out hotel, that was probably the lowest spot.
Who do you think did that? The Ghanaians did that, you know? The Ghanaians did that shit.
It was like,
and it was Steve, it was you or one of those you chocolate covered coons.
I think you get me mixed up with Kosha. You know? I think Kosha said that. I never said it was the hood. I said I enjoyed the stream.
Somebody in the Afrosphere thing I said it, you know. It was like that.
Oh no, it wasn't me.
All right.
Yo, it was a setup, man. It was a setup from the door, bro. How you gonna start
Steve used to be in the
man?
middle. He'll never take a side on nothing, Colin.
You say so.
He said it wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either.
Steve needs to go to the foreign, the foreign school, man. The foreign affairs school and be a diplomat, man.
We're gonna start this.
But I'm worried,
administration. Look, man, we want to bomb you, but we don't want to bomb you. You understand?
All I said, Elvis, is I want to start talking. I ain't saying I want to do business. I said I just want to hear what's on their mind. You know, I want to go to the association. But Ross goes to the associations and stuff. You know,
Kyle, you better stay low key. Lebanese, once they know who you are and what they'll target you too.
Yeah.
Well,
let's go and pretend, Kyla. Base camp. A base camp. What does that base camp look like in the beginning?
All right. God, man, you guys are thick. Use your imagination, right? Think of the fucking.
Kyla, this is your vision. I don't tell people to use their imagination for my shit. I just explain what I see.
Hold on. I got a vision, but sometimes somebody could tell me a vision. They got a vision. Okay, I get what you're going with it, and I add my spin to it, whatever like that. What you get the grand vision. A base camp is this. Right, think of the ANC plus the Vatican. The ANC was a geopolitical organization, right? The African National Congress, right? That was recognized as almost like a black government in exile, right? And the base camp of the ANC was in Zambia, several other countries and whatnot. They had money, they had logistics, they had training. I want to go a step further. I want to have in our base camp legations, right? A legations row, like the Chinese had in turn of the 20th century. They had legations row. That was a place where every country in the world had a legation house, probably a big house, small mansion, right? Where they conducted business of the affairs of their home country, right? I want to have a legation row in the base camp, right? 3 or 4 blocks where Japan has a legation house, right? China, and this is how we deal. We're gonna start dealing with other countries, outside the what we call it, confines and restraints of either the Liberian government or the United States government. That's what base camp is all about. Also, in the future, I would think the base camp could be big enough; it can have its own airport. We got people, businesses, everything in the base camp, whatever like that. People live there. We have neighborhoods, we have schools, we have factories, we have industrial parks, all stuff like that. We have a military camp. We have all that stuff like that in one place. Negotiation Just think of the U.S. Navy base, whatever, like that in Norfolk, right? On the base, you have everything you need. You have restaurants, shops, everything. A whole different world behind those gates. That's what I mean by base camp. Not hard to figure out. And then what people do is add your own thing. You have a commissary for people for necessary, shelter, first aid, ambulatory, hospital, medical, all the shit like that will be in the base camp. So if idea if something happens to somebody in Ghana and we can evacuate people and they could, instead of coming back to the States, they got a place to stay temporarily until they figure out what they want to do. That's what a base camp is about. We need that for anybody that's talking about going to the continent. You don't have to be part of the Afghanistan, whatever like that. But the people who talk about the Afghanistan will benefit from the base camp because we'll have the place where we could give out contracts and stuff like that to build anywhere we want to on the continent. We have a
Carla,
place.
would you be willing to partner with Trump to get an Africanistan?
No, because Donald Trump just threatened Mali, and I don't think Donald Trump. I did look. This is how what the old white Americans, right? They really have, like when he was said that about Buckeye, right? Oh, you speak good English. This guy Trump is living in a fucking different century, right? There's no catching up for him, and whatever like that. I don't think. Look. Let me tell you something, DK. Right? I look at the United States. Everywhere the United States goes, it turns to shit. United States was in Honduras. What happened there? Turned to shit. United States in Guatemala. Turned to shit. United States in Panama wasn't so bad, but United States in Cuba turned to shit. Puerto Rico, shit. Mexico, anywhere the United States has a presence. Philippines, But look at Japan, right? Japan was in all these countries. Japan helped develop South Korea the way it is. Japan also is helping develop Mongolia right now, Manchuria, right? Japan also loaned and helped China, modern China, open relationship in 1975. Japan helped Singapore. Now Singapore has a per capita income higher than Japan. Japan basically loaned the capital to develop Thailand. Industries in Thailand. Now Thailand's an industrialized country. All these countries in Asia are industrialized thanks to the investments from Japan. Japan went around Asia industrializing its neighbors. United States went around bringing poverty and war and conflict to all its neighbors. You understand? I'm like, it's time for us to cut ties with the United States. Really, it's time
But
for.
Kyla, the way you're looking at it, it's from a weird viewpoint because the United States has a policy that says we want to control the Western Hemisphere. So it's not in the United States' best interest to make you a better country.
I know that.
In the case for Japan, you make everyone else around you a better country, but they also can knock your ass down too.
Yeah, but the
It's
bottom line,
not really a
Japan
good
has
idea.
had the last 40 years of growth in Asia, where now Japan basically said we're going to transform our partnership with the West, right, to Asia. Now Japan trades mostly with its Asian neighbors, So you got Indonesia as a big market for Japanese goods and technology.
Kyla, every country mostly trades with their neighbors as a
Yeah, I know that.
primary.
But I'm saying my point I'm trying to make is look what trade has done with the United States. Puerto Rico's in poverty. Cuba's in poverty. Every country in this hemisphere is in poverty. We don't really have businessmen that go to these countries. All they do is go down there and loot and freaking do stupid shit. So I'm like, whatever. United States, man, I don't see any country that ever dealt with the United States that ever got prosperous. Really.
Colombia,
Colombia is not prosperous.
Brazil.
Come on.
Kyla, there's a whole lot of countries in South America that ain't broke.
I don't think what you call prosperous, man. I don't think that's
They're not prosperous because they have crime. America got crime.
well, no. I don't consider narco states prosperous, bro. But let me get King Justice on. King Good Justice, what's on your mind, brother? King Justice, are you having problems with your hookup? How about this, King Justice? Turn your Bluetooth off. I don't know. He was trying. He tried, but yeah. So, like I said, the question was, well, Trump, no.
Yeah, but the problem is, Carla, is that you might not want to do business with Trump, but Africa does for some reason. Like Congo, they just signed away all their
Congo's a bunch of
minerals.
clowns, right? They really think, look, everything like is going to go to shit. They're going to go in there. America's going to go in there. They're going to be bringing in milk. Look, you know what comes with America? You got all these Rambo types. The Heck said all of them. Gonna think it's carte blanche to go through the continent, doing what the fuck they want to do. And as soon as Africans see the reality of having America there and the military and stuff like that, and people getting killed by misfire, friendly fire, stuff like that, Africans are going to riot.
Like, I don't understand. Do they understand what white America is really about, or are they just
I don't think
stupid?
so. Hold on. And you know who the worst Africans are towards African Americans? You know who it is? Online? It's the people from the Congo. They say
Really?
the worst shit about black African Americans,
Really?
Yeah, because a lot of
no, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Right? You had a Congo guy, right, that was adopted, right? And this one guy burned him. He was like, "Man, nigga, I was adopted by white people, right? I was raised by white people." And the guy clowned him, man. This one guy that be burning people. He said, "Man, so you was one of those motherfucking niggas on the fucking help feed the niggas on the milk carton." He said, "That ain't no damn flex, And this other guy basically made a comment talking about you're a nigger. Also, the guy goes, first of all, the guy said, "I'm taking your black card," because he was sitting there with a white guy. He goes, "I'm from the Congo. I'm not a nigger." He said, "Nigger" with a hard ER.
I seen that, but you said the black guy said what to him?
He said, "I'm taking your black card."
No. Before that, he said you was one of those Africans on the.
Well, this is another guy.
Oh, okay.
There's another Congo guy. He goes, "So you one of the motherfuckers on the milk carton?"
Tyler, Mike Alawadi has said more shit to you than what that was worse than that.
Oh no, man. These Congo
Don't
guys,
try to bust the Congo with that.
If you listen to them talk, they got this hatred, this real hatred. I'm like, these motherfuckers, they be living in France and shit like that and whatnot. I've never been to America, and they hate Black America. They think that we're ruining America and whatnot. We should be sent back to Africa so they can whip us and teach us a lesson. You should hear some of these motherfuckers talk, Yeah, look, I got a lot of friends in Angola. I don't know about the DR Congo, the French Africa right there. You can keep them, right? But the Angolans love Black America, right? They want to be us. They want to speak English. They want to speak to them because they love African American music and culture. They want to be. You know something? One of the early founders of the BAO, my boy, what's his name? Alphonse, I think his name. He was fucking Angolan. I didn't even know it, right? He goes, "Oh yeah, I was born in Angola. It's from Buffalo, New York." I go, "You're Angolan?" He hooked me up with all these prominent Angolan people. That's how I know so many people in Angola right now, the members and everybody. I met the ambassador of Angola. I talked to had a long conversation with her phone, and I was supposed to go to Angola in 2020, but COVID happened, right? And a year later, the trip I was saving for Angola, I went to Liberia instead. But yeah, I was deep in Angola. I'm still deep in Angola. I'm still, Angola's still on the table. But Angolans love Black America. They identify with Black Americans, right? Motherfuckers from the Congo. It's not even people from the Congo, right? It's these motherfuckers that have been adopted by white people and live overseas, and they're brainwashed by them, and they brainwashed by white people living in it. You got a lot of racist white people who adopt African children, What is the person be talking? I like to slander Congo. I'm not slandering Congo. It's telling you like it is. College niggas can't make it here. Why the hell did they make it in wild of Africa, fam? We risen once in a while. Africa and Africa dreamers. Yeah, look, man. We got to make a move, NYC, man. We got to do it, man. We ain't got no choice, man. We have to open Africa up, man. It's a frontier, bro. Somehow, some way. King Justice, are you on? King, good.
Yeah.
You on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. This is my question for you. Are you a black nationalist in the same sense that Martin Delaney was, in the sense of nation creation for African Americans, meaning we need a new nation?
Yeah. Hey, let me say this, brother. I believe African American. I'm not talking about Liberia. We're talking about Liberia. I believe we need an African. That means an African American nation state, which we're like 99% of the population. No whites, no fucking like that. As our end game, what we strive for.
I fully agree with that too. Okay, so if you a black nationalist in that sense, why such the vitriol towards the Republic of New Africa, who was a group that was actually?
Oh, I remember. We talked already. Okay. The problem is, right? The Republic of New Africa. There's no way you're gonna have your nation in a nation's already established. You need virgin territory, unless you have some way of removing white people.
Cultivated land in Africa, but if it's African Americans that say they want their nation in America and they building on that as a black nationalist.
Oh yeah, this is what I tell you. You go ahead and build your nation in America, right? You got my support. Go ahead and do it.
Okay, there we go. See, propaganda, man.
No, I'm just saying. I know you think I'm being smart. I'm supporting you, man.
So many other people on the idea.
I'm supporting you, man. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Now, why don't you? Some of you Negroes, right? You guys can head to Wyoming. Wyoming only has like. Hold on. Yo, come on, man. Look, see you Negroes, man. Look, I got a PhD in Negroology, right? I got a PhD in Negroology.
Montana and Wyoming.
Hold on. Yo, look, John, King Good, check us out. If you go to Wyoming, right, there's only like less than 2 million people there. If 5 million you bum rush that country state, y'all can have the majority and y'all can cede from the United States, man. Why can't y'all do that?
We gonna freeze before all that shit happens.
You what? You gonna do what?
We're gonna freeze before all that happens. We can't deal.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how you gonna get your nation in America, man?
White. Honestly, me as a black nationalist, I say the best location should be uncultivated land in Africa. But I know
that's what I'm talking about. See, now we're on the same page, brother. Join the Black African Infrastructure Organization, man. You won't go wrong. You believe in an African. You're on the right track, brother. All you have to do is believe it. If millions of us start talking about this African, it'll become a reality.
This is what needs to happen. All the black nationalists that agree that we should have a nation, we all need to.
Oh yeah, those of us, if you know anybody that believe that, bring them to this channel. This is a channel that believe the end game of all black nationalists should be an African for our people in Africa. Uncultivated land is millions and millions of square miles unoccupied. We need a piece of. We need 25,000 square miles. Until people talk about that 25,000 square miles somewhere and then go over to Congo, Zambia, I don't want to hear nothing nobody got to say. We need Africa.
Now we're on the same page, and me being with that plan, I'm still not gonna go against those that are.
Oh yeah, I'm not going. Look, I am not going against those, right? But what happens is people come up here, Kala, man, stop talking about African. Let's talk about. Man, I told you. If they agree with that, go right ahead, man. Go. I have no problem with people, what they're going to do. All I know is I believe this is the only way. We need unoccupied land, called an African. We need 25,000 square miles somewhere in Africa. It could be on the borders of Liberia, between Liberia and Ivory Coast. There's plenty of land up there. It doesn't have to be a coastline. You know that? Because we got technology. I don't care about fucking not having a port. I don't care about none of that shit. As long as we get land, we could build that shit, We got the strength and the might to build that shit, we can. We don't have to have a fucking coastline. We don't need a coastline, we don't have to. We need 25,000 square miles that we control from the sea to the air and the sky, It's ours. We made our mark on the damn world. That's what the black man in America after 400 years deserve to have,
With that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and brother, I seen you on TikTok. I recognize your face, man. Yeah. We should go at it sometimes, man. I've been seeing you on TikTok for a while, man. Yeah. Yo, you're a radical brother. Man. You're a radical brother, man. You're the real thing, man. I've been listening to you for a while on TikTok.
I appreciate it. We all got a part to play, and I know that propaganda is the biggest parts. Because think about what they shoved down our throats when we was kids. We had to stand up, say the pledge. I'm from Texas.
I'm like this, man. Look, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl because I don't even want to see that Pledge of Allegiance being sung. You know, I ain't pledging nothing. I ain't seen no active national.
What color? You don't want to see? You don't see Bad Bunny?
Man, I don't want to see. I'm not going to watch none of that shit. You know. I ain't watching none of that shit.
I'm not watching the Super Bowl.
I care less about football. Whatnot. I want an Afghanistan. You know, that's what I want. You know,
a nation.
That's what I want. I want an Afghanistan. You know, this is a place, man, the colonization for the idea of an Afghanistan, man. No, make no mistake. You know, that's what I'm here for.
Why you think Martin Delaney ain't as known as Frederick Douglass?
Of course, Frederick Douglass was a coon. You know. I said that. Frederick Douglass was a coon.
Definitely.
Martin Delaney was a black man. He wasn't
Frederick Douglass was not a coon.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was.
How?
He rejected.
Because the bottom line, he basically, you know, he not only that, he didn't want us to go to Africa, he didn't even want black people going out west to Kansas. He was against the Kansas exodus. He wanted to stay right in the
Why was he against that?
Because he wanted us, he believed our natural place was right there working for white people on the planet. That's his mentality. But at the time, that's all you know is black. He says he just wanted fair treatment for black people in their Did
Frederick Douglass say that he believed the black man's purpose was working on the plantation for white people?
No, he said, look, when they
talk, then why you exposing him?
Hold up. And look up what Frederick Douglass said about the Kansas Exodus. That's all you need to know. He was dead set against black people leaving the South. You know, and people were like, "Man, this guy ain't not my leader."
Why was he against black people leaving the South?
Yeah, well, you asked him that. You know, people left anyway. You know, he wanted us to stay in the South and stay in the conditions we were. You know, there was no improving the situation in the South. You know, none. You had the Klan, you got Jim Crow, you had people that basically would spend the rest of their life as sharecroppers and die in that shit. You know, poverty. He thought that was what all we were worth, you know. Simple
and today, Kyler, you live in the South.
Yeah, but I'm a prosperous businessman, though. You know, we came back to the South and conquered this shit. You know, I live here good. When you know,
what would have happened if black people never left the South? What would the South look like?
Yeah, I'm glad my family got the fuck out of here. We went up New York, conquered New York. My cousin Jerome, he's 49 years old. He retired last week after 30 years of sanitation with $1 million pension fund. $1 million.
Shout out to Jerome, man.
I hope he don't live in New York.
No. He has a house. Look, I played his video. I played his video. You want to see his house? Right?
Yeah, show the house. Because I hope he don't live in New York. That $1 million gonna be going into 15 years.
Shout out to Mary Shy. Put some respect on the South, caller. Come on now. Put some respect on the South.
Absolutely. Respect the South. The hell. And respect the great Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, fuck Frederick Douglass.
The great Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, this is my cousin Jerome. This is back in 2007. We had we had everybody out there. This house is on the water in Long Island. You know? And we had a magician out there doing tricks. But I think this guy was pretty much. Yeah, this is a magician for the kids. You know? We had a blast this day, man. It was a beautiful day. Rongo saw one of my little cousins like, where's she at, Colin? Man, she ain't thinking about your ass out there, you know? But the bottom line is this, man. This is my family in New York. We went to New York, man, and everybody up there is fucking flying. My cousin Jerome bought this house, damn, like, back in, what was it, 98. He was there since 98. His wife. The other day, he had a dock right there, right on the water, you know? House is a mansion. We'll push this up a little bit. That was boring. That was I'll push this up a little bit. I don't know how you did that. I'll play another one. Hold up.
But Colin, you said Frederick Douglass was against migration to Liberia. And
it was against all that shit, you know?
I can understand from his point of view why he was, so I can understand.
Yeah, but hold up. You know what gets me is, if you're going to say that, you're against black people, like, what businesses of yours, right? You had no institutions for black people. That's what I said. We got all these people that got all this advice of black people. They have no institutions, no way of employing people, no supply chain, no nothing. You have no way of enfranchising black people. All you do is giving advice. The people who could take your advice say, I choose not to listen to your advice. You know, I'm going to go to Liberia anyway. People went there anyway, despite what he said, you know, and people went to Kansas, despite what he said, you know, because he don't.
I can understand why he wouldn't support the ACS, you know, because it was the scheme. It was a scheme to get rid of free blacks.
We know that, but a lot of black people said, you know, something. We know the ACS just want to get rid of us and stuff like that, but we're going to take the idea and say, once we get over that land, black people aren't stupid. They said, we're going to take control of that shit. And they did. They were plotting the whole time to freaking seize that territory and call themselves a republic. They were plotting it from day one. You know? They said, in the meantime, right, you know how dangerous it was for black people to travel over the Atlantic at that time? Because there were pirates, slave ships, and everything like that. There were people who tried to sail to Africa were captured by slave catchers, you know, on the high sea. You know? So the only way that could have happened, like we were initially, was a naval escort. And the United States Navy patrolled the coastal Liberia for the first, I would think, 50 years of its existence, right? Until the slave trade was completely stamped out in the 1880s, you know? So, yeah, the slave trade was real. These slave trade was nothing but pirates. They would raid ship. You were the black person sailing on a thing. You were vulnerable. These pirates would come, shoot you and whatnot, and take over you guys and take you as prisoner and sell you to the slave. Anyone in the slave, they'll dump you off at one of the slave castles, you know, and you'd be right there with the local people, you know. You spent time in America. Think about it. You in America, educated everything, and next thing you know, you're in the slave dungeon. Yeah, that's how vicious this system was, you know, and enslaved us.
I can understand from Douglas's point of view of his goal was to end slavery in America. And,
I look. Everybody wanted to end slavery in America. It was an injustice, right? But he had no right telling black people what to do after slavery. We had no elite, like what you call it. Here's another thing. Frederick Douglass on the 4th of July, he says, "What does the 4th of July mean to the Negro?" Yeah, nothing. You know, not a goddamn thing. You know, those words were not speaking. He called it the Declaration of Independence. And that's being disingenuous. He had to understand the Declaration of Independence was not words like for us because we were in chains. You know, the only Declaration of Independence I recognize is the Declaration of Independence written by Hillary Teague of Liberia. That's a Declaration of Independence for a black man. 1847, Liberia became a republic. You look at that Declaration of Independence Hillary Teague wrote. That was really powerful. Matter of fact, I'm gonna read it right now. This is Black History Month, right? I'm gonna read the Declaration. These are powerful words.
Yes, sir. Yes. Now, Kyler, why you lie on Frederick Douglass?
What are you talking about?
The reason why he didn't want the Kansas Exodus because he felt black people should stay in the South to gain political and economic power.
Oh, whatever.
Now, I'm intelligent enough to know if I did a comparison to 2026, Jackson, Mississippi, and Topeka, Kansas, the people in Jackson is winning.
He was not being genuine. He was being disingenuous. He didn't care about no black people having power. You know, trust me. You know. How you gonna have power when 99% of you are sharecroppers?
Kyle, how you gonna have power? Kyle, we could look at 2026 today. There's more people trying to leave Liberia than there is black Americans trying to go to Liberia.
Hold up. Black people who went to Kansas were thriving. Nicodemus cameras.
For how long, Colin?
For a long time. They're still there.
How long?
They're there to this day. To this day, Nicodemus.
Are they still thriving? Are they thriving in the way that you're saying it?
Yes. How do you
Kyle,
think?
you are contradicting your very statement earlier.
A lot of those people in St. Louis were part of that exodus. You know, the people in the Midwest, right there, St. Louis and Des Moines, whatnot, came from the exodus. You know, so yeah.
This was at least thriving up until the jazz era, because that's where it was a hotbed. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, Frederick Douglass, he wasn't it.
He was it. He was an honest person.
I don't know what you mean by it. Unless you're a coon, you know. And, all right.
Colin, Frederick Douglass was he was
what, you know, he married a white woman. Doris is back.
So what?
White woman. You know, man.
He married a white woman, and the person that we praise the most for Pan-Africanism married a non-black woman.
I don't praise nobody. I don't praise nobody, you know. Ain't nobody I praise and whatnot, you know. I respect Kwame Nkrumah and whatnot, but I don't praise him like that, you know.
You respect him, but not Frederick Douglass.
Hold on. Kwame Nkrumah was good for the people of Ghana. He's not my leader, you know. He's not one of me. But if you're gonna lead me in America, you're gonna fucking be what I'm talking about.
Kwame Nkrumah was good for the people of Ghana, but the people of Ghana got rid of him.
I'm not Ghanaian.
Kwame Nkrumah was a fraud. I'll just say.
Whatever. I don't care because doesn't concern me. I'm not a Ghanaian, you know, so he can do whatever he wants to be, you know. But this nigga Frederick Douglass, man, I'm like, yo, like, you know. Hillary Teague.
I mean, he accomplished. He helped end slavery, so I guess that's an accomplishment.
No. He's a coon, but he's the one that wanted his people free.
The Civil War ended slavery.
Did he play a role in that, Colin?
The Civil War, was he on the battlefield?
Colin, did he play any role in that?
Hold on. Was he on the battlefield? Did he fire a shot?
Color, as a black nationalist, you know that there's people always on the battlefield, and then there's people always doing the political shit. Niggas could be on the battlefield for free without ending slavery. You know that, right, Colin?
Yeah, you know, but the bottom line is, it took bloodshed in that slavery, you know. And the bottom line is this:
a black man right next to Abraham Lincoln had to push to end slavery. It wasn't just bloodshed, because niggas was shedding blood no matter what.
Oh, you know what Lincoln told him? Lincoln told him it's time for us to separate. Frederick Douglass said, no, to end racism, we got to all mix together, become one race. That's what Lincoln said. No, it's time for our races to be separate. You guys got to go your own way. Frederick Douglass was he said the future of races is all of us come together and become one race, you know. And that's not
cool. Now, Carla, give me an example of a black person leaving America in today's world. Is an example, because I can look back and I can say, well, Frederick Douglass is winning currently with his philosophy in comparison to the black.
I'm not going to sit here and go over a bunch of nothing burgers. If you look, I'm saying like this: I don't say that everybody got to leave America. I'm not saying I live in America, right? I have no intention of leaving right now, right? I'm saying at that time period, right? If some people decided that America wasn't for them, some people went to Canada, some people went to Panama, some people went to Dominican Republic.
Cool. Right? And how did they come out, Colin?
Yeah, you still got a thriving community in Dominican Republic, Samana. You still got a black African American community in places like Trinidad, Panama, and other places like that. You know, you got.
Colin, what is your definition of thriving?
Jonathan, I'm not going to go with you. You keep playing word salad. I'm not going to do this.
So, Jonathan, let me get your point. Is were they better off leaving or staying in America? Is that your point?
And my point is, respect the man, and that's it. Nothing. You don't get any glory by disrespecting somebody that helped end slavery. You did it.
People decide
it's disrespectful to benefit off of somebody's word.
It doesn't matter.
Talking about Abraham Lincoln.
It's disrespect. We're talking about Frederick Douglass. It's disrespectful to benefit from somebody's work.
Oh yeah,
and then try to shit on them afterwards because you didn't like all of their ideas.
That's dumb. Work. Are you kidding me? You know. I will. What work about? I bet. Look, I'm
You
like
just
this.
called the man a coon.
Hold on. Hey, that's just my opinion. You know,
Well,
it's like
that's just your
hold on.
opinion.
I will say thank you, Coon. Thank you for all your work you did. It's like saying, look. I benefit from Barack Obama, right? You know, he passed. I made a lot of money
And
with selling affordable carrot plans. But I still think he's a fucking clown. You know, I don't gonna say like somebody. I gotta fucking worship somebody because what they
no,
did or what.
I didn't say worship him, but you don't have to disrespect
Well,
him.
I'm just saying it's not even no disrespect. I'm just saying since you asked, you know.
Caller, you know, calling someone a coon is disrespectful. That'd be like
Well,
someone calling someone a bitch or calling someone a faggot.
people want to ask me my opinion. That's my opinion, right? I don't normally go out and say cool stuff like that, but since you was the one asking me, and I just want to tell you because I don't want to be like being disrespectful to somebody. But if you keep pressing me, that's what I'm going to say. You know, simple as that.
So
You know,
Frederick Douglass was a
I don't
coon.
think my show talk about Frederick Douglass is a coon when not. You want
Because he
to
didn't want people to go to Kansas. He said stay in the South where you can get economic and political
well,
power.
there was black
Because
people.
if we
Black
stayed in the
people.
South, we could do the numbers, Caller. Had we stayed in the South, we'd be in the majority.
That's a
We
lie.
gave up that
That's a
majority
lie.
to go
That's a
everywhere
lie.
else.
Yo, bro, my family went to New York. Some of my family went to Detroit, worked in the factories, and whatnot. And
Caller, how many of your family went to the
all my
North and then they
family,
moved back?
all my goddamn family, come down to the South. We come back to the South. We're kinfolk relative, and we're doing way better, 1,000 better than our ancestors or relatives that stayed in the South. That's the truth. We up in New York, whatnot. We were able to send money here for the properties that were going delinquent, so they won't get taxes. Our people
Mhm.
in the South stayed in poverty. You know,
Well, let
all
me ask you this, Carla.
my family to New York were prosperous. Show you my little cousin Jerome. You know, he was one of my cousins. When our family all in New York are thriving. Had we stayed in the damn South, we're not.
That's sweet, Caller. That's just relative to your family. If we
Well, that's
ask today,
everybody. So
is the majority of Black America's wealth in the South or is it up north? We all know where it is. It's damn straight up north.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, right? Because the bottom line is this: there was nothing in the South, right? Really, absolutely nothing. South had no industrial base, no nothing. People went to Chicago, Detroit, New York for a better fucking life, you know, and they did so, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So now New York is not what it used to be because you got a lot of immigrants and everybody flooding in there and whatnot. But in
Wait a
those
minute,
days,
man.
the 30s, 40s, 50s, and whatnot, New York was it for black people. You wanted to go to New York, you know?
You know Frederick Douglass in Black History Month? What the hell is going on?
I ain't shit no Frederick Douglass, man. Banty, you haven't read a book.
Banter, I don't know what's going on with him
Yeah, you haven't
tonight.
read. You haven't
Bro,
read.
I done read more books than you ever
Oh, yeah,
even.
You haven't read a book in your life,
So
man.
calm down with all that
You
nonsense.
would never say you would never be like FBA all day. Blah, blah,
That's
blah.
right. FBA all day. Cut the motherfucker check.
You know.
Straight up. Word is bond.
It's like, have you read a book in your life, man? You wouldn't even come to
I
FBA.
read 1,000 books. What they got to do with
Oh,
the price of tea in China, my man?
no. I think you read a
I
thousand.
heard you call it my name. That's why I came. You know, you only got to call my
No,
name
no,
one
Bantu, in
time.
this case, I'm
I'm
gonna
not
side with you because
Candyman.
you
I
know how to
start
go
on
with the
number
toe. You
one,
know how to go with the
homeboy.
tide.
Hey, Betsy, you heard that what I said?
Yeah, I heard you talking. I said I'll come back later. I got some
Yeah.
other things to
I
do,
said,
but
yo,
I'll come
you know
back to you.
I said,
Yeah, I heard Dave
uh,
talking about,
you be sitting there saying FBA all day, cut the check. I said, that don't make you smart. That makes you
yeah, I
better.
heard Dave. Yeah, I heard what you said.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, Dave
that's
talking
true. So,
about that
Kala,
that
somebody said that you live in the South currently. You make a lot of money. You wasn't making money when you was in New York. What
let
happened?
me tell you something right
Why you
now.
got to go south to make
Yeah, check
money?
this out. What make this area right here, Virginia, I live in, is that most of the black people who make movers and shakers, we come from New York and New Jersey, you know, and we're transplants, you know. We're the
fucking
ones that make left it up
transplant.
to these Negroes. I moved down here. We was about to starve because niggas had nothing built, you know.
Really? So when did you move there, Kala?
I moved there in 91.
Kyler's a country bumpkin transplant, man.
I said I
That's
moved down
all.
here in 91. There was nothing here. There was absolutely nothing here. We almost fucking starved, man. You know, over the years, man, we navigated whatnot, you know, and did our thing and whatnot. And you know, we had several businesses and whatnot. Now we're in the business we're in. That We're not. We built that ourselves. We're not. These black people out here, man, didn't have nothing for us. You know.
So you're saying that the Virginia Beach wasn't shit in 1963, 1973?
Well, I'm saying not for black people, wasn't. We had to make our money and business going out with the networker with the whites, the Filipinos, and black people from up north. You know, the black people down here, no, there was nothing going on, man. You go to look. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a story. Back in 05, right? I used to work at the amphitheater, Virginia Beach Amphitheater, right? And I saw something that really shut my mind to this day. I worked in the what they call the function, right? I was a bar back when I worked at a beer stand, whatever like that at the concert, right? And there was black people, kids that worked at the concert, whatnot. They worked in the concession stands, all like that, right? And we're in one thing with the white kids, whatever like that, right? And then we look at the end of the night, right? We're getting everything together. The cleaning crew showed up, right? And I swear to God, it's like we looked over there and like you went back in time. There was one white man with a white shirt, button-up shirt there, and all a bunch of old Negroes, old women and men and whatnot, you know, waiting to get in there to work when they're in the cleanup crew. And I said, man, they are fucking oppressed. They are real. They looked over there. It's almost like I was looking at a different century, you know. I said, I'm glad I'm not part of that. I'm here. I make a lot of money. I'm down here with this when I'm in a different world. And you look over the old thing with this white guy. He's a massa. And all these black folks coming in there ready to do the job. They're ready to clean up the cleanup crew. They'll wait for everybody to get out so they can clean that concert area up, you know. And I said, this white guy got the contract or a supervisor, whatever like that. And all the workers are all black. Probably ain't paying them much of nothing. I just looked over there. I was like, man, imagine being stuck like that. They're stuck in that time. They said when I worked at a hotel, there's some of us who worked on the floor, room service, bartending and whatnot. And then you go downstairs in the break room, right? Everything is quiet. You got people, Negroes down there that do the housekeeping, the maintenance. They're all coming from the same housing project. They all knew each other. They don't say nothing when you're around. You're the outsider, whatnot, you know? And the guys, the people that run the place, man, it's like slavery.
Where was this at? And what?
That was in Virginia Beach. That was a Cavalier Hotel. You know, Cavalier Hotel. Everybody knows a Cavalier Hotel. You know, Kofi that comes up here? He worked in the Cavalier. He'll know tell exactly what I'm talking about. He worked in the Cavalier, you know.
Okay, Kyler, that makes me think of a question. For the nation that you're trying to build, is it going to be a place for the common man, or
Kyler,
do you
drop the
just
link
want
so
black
other people can come up.
Yes, yo, look, bottom line is this. We're going to have something for everybody, right? It's going to be a working man's paradise, right? Because there's going to be plenty of jobs, plenty of opportunity, plenty of industries, plenty of that. And also, we're going to have an investment class, right? We're going to have a wealth class, investment class, have a middle class. We're going to have a working class. We're going to have everything. Imagine all the friggin' a black man, you know, having a country of his own where money circulated and wealth is circulated up and down among ourselves, you know? And then before anything was made, you know, we're going to look at, okay, if you're going to build a factory or do this, whatever you're going to do, how this is going to impact our people.
Okay, that's good.
Constantly creating jobs and creating opportunities is a key to building an Afghanistan. You know,
How many black veterans have you talked to about this?
well, I would like to do this right when I make the negotiation for base camp. First thing we have to do is build a base camp. I want you to start talking about that more. So I watch you on TikTok, man.
What you call it? Call it hit.
Kyler, how many black veterans have you talked to?
Look, bottom line, I'm running this shit. You know, look, the bottom line, base camp is.
He fell out with hit.
Well, I mean, I love David Hitt, man, but I'm running.
Where is David Hitt?
He's around, you know.
Come on
the show.
Bottom line is this: base camp is the most important because we have to have logistics already on the continent to operate. You understand? We need a place where we have our own construction companies, logistics companies, military, commissaries, all stuff like that initially to start. So we do find the territory and land, we can basically activate it. You ever see how the government rolls when they get land? Next, the contracts come in, lay the roads down, boom, boom, boom. Or we could outsource some of the contracting, to things to get shit done. When that, once we get an agreement on territory, then we can start building this thing. And we need our own banks, we need our hedge companies and everything like that. We need all that stuff like that. We need a place to store our wealth because we're going to basically have gold-backed currency, gold and precious metal-backed currency. So we need to build vaults in our territory like a mile deep in the ground and store gold, store everything so we can have a hedge against our wealth,
This is why I asked about black veterans, because if you talk about building a base camp, essentially that's going to be like
Of course, we're definitely going to need...
That's going to really be like a military college at the end of the day.
The operation of the base camp is going to be a military operation, no doubt, So the bottom line is this, I would like to talk to some black vets and stuff like that about this, and stuff like that, So.
Now, what's the first step towards getting to the base camp? And then I'm gonna shut up so Kwame can talk.
I can't
galvanizing the population behind the idea of having a nation.
I agree with that, but you can't be talking shit about the very population.
Without support from the people, it never happens.
Hold on. You got to let things go. That's the first thing, right? I'm willing to let America go, right? I'm willing to let all the people that's against black nationalism nation go. I'm willing to erase people like Frederick Douglass.
That's crazy. You got to stop talking. That's that crazy shit, Kyla.
If you
because
I would
in order to say that you need people to let shit go, you would have to let go first.
Look, you cannot serve two masters. If you want to be talking about black national, instead of talking about Frederick Douglass, you got to start talking about Martin Delaney. You got to start pushing your game.
Kyla, Martin Delaney was willing to. Where was Martin Delaney buried, Kyla?
I have no idea. That's not the point.
Didn't Martin Delaney go and come back?
Yeah, he did.
He couldn't get the agreement with African chiefs or not because he don't know.
Because they were still selling motherfuckers.
He went to Yoruba land and did get a grant for land, but how much support did he have from black Americans in America? That was the problem.
And he went over there and found out they were still selling.
No. If there was black people ready to come there, like what you call in droves and whatnot, they could have pushed and had.
That was the problem right there.
Martin Delaney wasn't 100% in agreement with how Liberia.
Of course not. Yeah, he wanted.
That's why he went to Europe.
He wanted his own nation. Yeah,
he wanted to rule his own nation. He didn't like the and stuff like that.
He was like Kyla.
We can have disagreements, right? Hold on, when you talk about the African state, it may be like 10 different places, Some place, King, my brother King might say, we got a territory, Kyla.
Last time I checked, the name of this platform is called Kyla Nation for a reason.
Oh, hold on. I'm talking, right? Somebody else may have a different things when I see like maybe we can have like 10 different territories spread out throughout the continent, right? But under one central government, one major alpha state, that connects them all. There's many.
As long as we agree that African Americans are nationless and need a nation, we'll get there. Everything will be worked out.
That's all you need to freaking realize. Because me and this brother, I've been listening to this brother right here for years, man. I didn't recognize him and whatnot, but I've been listening to this brother on TikTok for years, man. I got some good stuff.
This is a new day, man. That shit is old.
So I think the best bet would be instead of calling it African American, embrace the idea of FBA. And then start recruiting FBA people that want to actually have their own nation.
If y'all create another name, not FBA.
Go on ABC News.
Everybody can basically even get their own platform, talk about FBA all fucking day. Whatever, it's fine. I love you.
Kyla,
national platform.
Kyla, can I ask you a question?
Well, go ahead.
So historically speaking,
don't ask me nothing about no goddamn Caribbeans, bro.
Oh no, I know we can't be. Kyla, I know we can't be.
You bringing the FBA out of Kyla.
No. I wasn't even going to ask him because Kyla already said Caribbeans can't be citizens of Africa. So I already.
No, y'all don't need to be citizens. Y'all have a nation.
Y'all have nation. Y'all have land.
You need to be. The last time he said they could be.
No. Kyla is very. His stance has always been the same that Africans or Caribbeans can't be citizens of Africa.
Hold on, let me talk, man. You asked
me. I don't think he ever said that.
I would say like this, right?
You said it's Steve.
Hold up. If somebody basically comes, right, and they're married to, or they want to be a part of our country, if somebody like a King Good right here, that's a black nationalist and believe in a black nation, right? If they want to be part of the revolution, they're more than welcome to come and be part of us, right?
I'm with
But you
that too.
come wearing your whatever ethnic group you are on your sleeve or not, and it's going to conflict with our unifying message, right? Our brotherhood, our bond. Then
Kyle,
you
I didn't
cannot
even get a
come.
chance to ask my question yet.
Go ahead, man. I know where you're going with this. Look,
No,
if you come over, look, everybody should know. Like, damn, if I come over there and I'm just a black man, I'm not talking about my fucking homeland or some shit like that, and trying to be divisive. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Kyle, I was literally about to ask my question. Then you said, I hope you're not bringing no Caribbean shit.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, historically speaking, how you gonna, like, if you look historically speaking, like Frederick Douglass versus Martin Delany, majority of black people pick Frederick Douglass over Martin Delany.
No,
that don't make them right.
That's a lie.
Majority of people vote Democrat, 87%. That don't make them right.
But what I'm saying,
based on the 2026 consensus, the American Liberians got the hell out of there and went right back to America.
This is why people like don't understand something, right? The majority of black people at the time, right, didn't know who Martin Luther King or Frederick Douglass was.
Facts.
That's the majority of black people.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say more people probably just knew who Frederick Douglass was.
Yeah, because he was in the newspapers one night. If you look, white people decide who's your leader is.
Yeah, Kyle, but they co-own the newspaper.
No, that's still the case today. Most black Americans
white
don't
people
know
decide. White people decide. White people have always decided, like they decided during the Atlanta Compromise, that Booker T. Washington was going to be our new leader.
Colin, why is that when Marcus Garvey was going around America, galvanizing black people, not many black people ended up going to Liberia right afterwards.
Garvey was organic, right? Marcus Garvey was the largest movement in black history. 6 million members in the United States alone. You and I, right? And the bottom line is this: they destroyed that man, right? And then when they wrote about him, right? You go to the encyclopedia, right? He's given like a 2-inch paragraph, right? But yet when they talk about the NAACP, that's the UNIA and Garvey, one little tiny paragraph. Wait till the NAACP, who never had a following in Black America, right? They give them 4 and 5 pages. NAACP, the UNIA was the largest black organization in black history.
Yeah, how many of them went to Liberia during that time period?
It was more than just going to Africa, man. It was more than just going to Africa. The whole idea
you always say it's more than just going to Africa, but every single time you're talking about if y'all not willing to go back to Africa.
But Colin, I just wanted to ask.
Liberia rejected Marcus Garvey and his UNIA movement.
Oh, damn, ain't that a bitch?
Hold up.
So once again, Frederick Douglass was right.
First of all, you guys don't know what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, bro.
Hold up. First of all, this is what happened, right? Marcus Garvey's movement was a victim of propaganda, right? They went to the British and the American government threatened C.B. King not to accept black radicals into his country, right? And so therefore, by the time Marcus Garvey went there, right, C.B. King was told by the U.S. State Department not to accept Garvey and his followers, right? So when Garvey appeared, they arrested him and like that, seized him. And then they
arrested him in Liberia?
No, they arrested his members that went over there. They arrested him and they seized this, they stole the ship, and these guys had to book a passage on a Canadian ship back to the United States.
Oh, you telling me, listen, the president let the U.S. tell him what to do to accept him or not.
Yes, that's what he just said, Bentu. Even greater than that. If that's the case, then once again, Frederick Douglass was right.
He wasn't no revolutionary then.
Hold up. A couple of years before that, right? Germany was Liberia's biggest trading partner, right? Germany was a lot of modern buildings you see in Liberia right now, Monrovia, were built by Germans. Germans basically took a liking to Liberia, was a number one trading partner. The United States never had a presence in Liberia like that. Germany built the first hospitals, clinics, all this stuff like that, right? When
So why
World
they
War
taking
One broke
orders
out,
from the
Now,
U.S.
now,
then?
now, now, hold on a second,
well,
because
Huh?
I find it very
because
interesting, and I'm not,
all right,
Yo,
by
I
any
look,
means
advise
bragging.
everybody do
hold
not debate
hold up,
Jonathan. You're gonna
hold up,
lose.
Kwame,
hold up, hold
let
up.
me
If
ask
I'm
him a question.
talking, if I'm saying something, please don't fucking interrupt me. You know, I was saying something when when the World War One broke out. The Germans, United States said to Liberia and all its allies, "You got to cut ties with Germany." Germany had a base in Sino that was a fuel supply for its submarines. That was a direct threat to the United States. So the United States sent emissaries from Black America, like Du Bois and all these other people, to tell the Liberian government that you got to cease operation with Germany, shut down the base like this. Germany retaliated by bombing Liberia off this coast with the U-boats, you know? So therefore, Liberia has always had this relationship with the United States where it's been trying to be an independent country, right? But the United States basically does not come up and say, you know something, we're going to basically help you, whatever like that. The United States never did anything
Why
to
they
Liberia
didn't ally with the Germans then?
because the United States threatened Liberia. They threatened them,
So,
you know.
Carla, could we say that Liberia wasn't a Pan-African or Black
They're
nationalist
just
nation?
a
No,
fucking
I
United
never
States
look.
colony. I
It
don't
Look.
give
was
a
a
fuck.
Pan African. It
Hold
was a
on, let
Pan
me
African
let
led, but they were still under
let me
the
ask
guise of the white
let me ask
supremacists of
this question,
America.
right? The reality of those of us sitting online talking about Pan Africans, right? And the reality of somebody who has diplomatic and trade and stuff like that relationship that changes everything, right? Your Pan African put to the test when you have a government, right? And you're sitting down with these devils across the thing, and you're trying to negotiate, right?
Well,
This is what
Liberia
happens.
failed that.
It was put to the
Liberia,
test.
Hold on.
It
You can be a
didn't.
Liberia
pan.
failed
Look,
that test.
It didn't.
Liberia failed that test.
It's easy to be a Pan Africanist
It
when you
didn't
do not have a
never.
government and you don't have to
At
answer to
all.
nobody. You know?
I find it
They had
interesting
it
how
going on for a
we say
while,
Marcus Garvey. We
but
say Marcus Garvey is the
Hold up.
greatest.
Marcus Garvey,
We say
hold up.
Garvey is the
Hold
greatest
up.
leader
DK, let me
in
say
Black
this.
nationalism,
Marcus
but
Garvey was
Liberia
a great guy,
rejected him.
but the reality was the United States had the power. If they say, don't bring Garvey to your country, there's not a damn thing you can do about it. That goes right now. If I try to build an Afghanistan, right?
well,
The
you
government of
got
the
you
United
got
States.
actually one or two things you can do. You can let them come, or you cannot.
Oh man,
That's
the
it.
bottom line is, hold on, that's easy to
And
say when you don't have
Paul,
nothing.
It's
But
easy to say.
hold on,
Yeah,
that's easy to say when you're
Bantu, the
Benjamin Mendick,
difference is
right?
this is
but
Hold
2026.
up. When you're
Ain't
Benjamin
nobody
Mendick,
keeping nobody from moving to Africa right now.
when you're Benjamin Mendick and
oh
Johnson,
yeah, we
it's
talking
easy to
about
say
right
that, right? When you
now.
guys have no power. But
No,
if
we talking
somebody
about
says, okay,
back
you know
then.
that, you know that a $50 million loan that's due next year,
Hey man,
we'll
listen.
go ahead and extend that for a period of time and let you pay it
If
off
this
later.
is the
Or
biggest movement in the
the
world,
the
six
bottom line
million
is
people,
the bottom line
you
is this.
guys are gonna
You can
tell me
talk
no?
all the hell, you
Nah,
can talk all you want. The
you can
bottom
talk
line is
hard.
until the
Yeah.
black man has real power, real military, and real wealth and whatnot. Like I said, man,
So
the
out of
bottom
6 million members, you couldn't build a military,
No,
Marcus
no, no,
Garvey.
no, no, no.
Okay.
Bantu, think about this. Right now, everyone talks Pan Africanism. Get the fuck up and move to Africa.
Yeah, they don't want to hear
that's
that.
not enough.
What part of Pan Africanism says you must move to Africa? That's not in any Pan
Marcus
African
Garvey's Pan
ideology.
Africanism said,
Yeah, but
move to
Garvey,
Africa.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was
Sorry,
the very
sorry, that
definition of
is.
Pan
What
Africanism,
part
Marcus
of
Garvey.
Pan Africa
Don't
says
worry
go
about
to
these guys,
Africa?
man. They're a bunch of fucking contrarians. They're a bunch
What
of
is
Ain't
y'all
nobody no
solution to Black Americans'
contrarian.
problem, though? Since
What's
if
the
y'all
point of
against
Pan
like
Africanism
what
if
is
you're not
y'all
going to Africa? What's the
what
point?
is y'all solution?
PSA. Do not debate Jonathan. I'm telling you, you're gonna lose.
Jonathan, what is your solution to Black Americans' lack of infrastructure and nationhood? What is your solution?
Brother, just take the advice I just said. Leave Jonathan alone, bro.
Okay, you the dude that's taking up with Jonathan. What is your solution?
No,
Hell no,
listen, I'm a Pan
Kwame.
African, but
They
I
think
know to stay
Jonathan
Well,
away
don't
you
from
be
telling me
Jonathan.
knowing
that you're a
shit.
Pan African does
Like
not answer the
Buckingham, you
question. What
wind
is
up
your
punching their fucking
solution?
head.
No,
What is your
I'm
plan?
just advising.
his
Please stay
solution is
away
to
from
bring all his
Jonathan.
Jamaican dusty people over to
So you
America.
have no solution, basically.
Yeah, his solution is bringing all his kinfolk from Jamaica to America.
Oh, you a Jamaican Pan African?
He was Jamaican, and that's
Question for you: why do y'all not want to make Jamaican powerful?
what I'm talking about.
Like, why can't y'all be Pan African in Jamaica? Hello?
That's a contradiction because Marcus Garvey wasn't Pan African in Jamaica either.
Marcus Garvey was trying to unite the
Jonathan,
states of Africa. He was
such a
trying to
good
build a United States of Africa to
Maybe
rival the
Kwame's trying to
United
build the
States of
United States of
America.
Africa. You can't do that in Jamaica, can you?
Yeah, you can organize Jamaica.
If that's the case, you can do it in
This is
America
Build
too.
why
So
I
you ain't
outside.
stay.
got to go
This is
nowhere.
why I stay away
Okay,
from Jonathan,
what
please.
what is your movement then? Are you in the UNI right now, or are you just a Jamaican
Kwame, stop being a
immigrant in
bitch, man.
America?
Jonathan, a nigga just like and be afraid to debate Jonathan other people ass. Stop being a bitch.
I'm not being a bitch. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Yeah, Kwame, because Kwame always loses the base, man. So that's why.
Kwame, what is your solution? Are you Ghanaian?
I'm just spectating. I'm just listening.
Nah, I'm saying when you in your
solution.
everyday life, what is your
FBA don't
solution
have
for
no
African
problems,
Americans or
so he
Black
don't
people?
need your solutions. Where does Bob?
I'm
You
I'm
said
uh I'm
I
patronizing
said it.
black businesses
Bad
every
Juice.
single day.
Shut up, bad
Madman
word is bond. What are you?
999.
A 5%er? Word is
Yes,
bond.
yes,
Listen,
sir.
I support Pan. I'm a
All
Pan
wise and
African. I support
civilized.
Pan Africanism, but I know what fight to win and what fight to lose. And Jonathan is not the fight to
What is
we
that?
have.
talking about a person, bro. We talking about world governments, man. I'm not worried about Jonathan. What is your solution, bro? That's all I'm asking.
My solution for Pan Africanism to have a
No, 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 no,
federal.
no, 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 no. Not your solution for
Oh
Pan
my God! You
Africanism.
just
Your
you just
solution
asked me my
for
you
Black
just
I'm
asked me for my
people.
saying, you
solution,
want
and
my
now
solution for
now
Pan Africanism
you
too?
just asked me for my
I didn't
solution.
ask you your solution for Pan Africanism.
Oh, okay.
I
I
asked you
was
your
gonna
solution for
say,
Black people. You can say Pan Africanism is your
I
solution,
was
but
gonna
I'm not
say, throw
asking you
that
your
shit
Did,
solution for Pan
trash. Hurry
Africanism.
up.
did Jonathan make fun of your Jamaican patties and cocoa bread? Is that why you so scared of debating?
No. Cause I'm not gonna lie. Jonathan defeat everybody up here. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, whatever.
Is the point to win a debate, or is it to actually get to a solution so we can have better fucking life?
Kwame thinks filibustering, asking the same redundant questions over and over again and whatnot is winning a debate. No, it's just tiring,
FBA always chop these niggas up. Easy
Kyla,
work.
Whatever.
the difference is this one
Easy.
on this platform right now. There's only one of us that live in the continent. It ain't none of y'all niggas. On this platform right
No,
now, there's
you
only
don't have
one of us. There's only one of us that actually put work in. Not only, not hold on, Kyla. Not only on the continent, in America, and in the Caribbean. It's only one of us up here. There's
look,
only one of us that
the bottom
literally
line is
push
this.
Who is
black
that, Trump?
economic ideas,
Look,
political
Afro
policies,
think tank.
run the Black voter
Hold on.
organization, trying to
Afro
develop
think tank.
ideas to build up
Hold on.
Haiti because they got left behind. It ain't nobody else on this platform,
Hold on,
nigga.
Jonathan. Let him
That's
talk.
not
Let him talk.
So getting cooked is one thing.
It's
Kyla, I criticize this shit all the time. Niggas do way more talking on these platforms than they actually put in action.
Hold on.
That's bad.
The thing is, though, this platform is about ideas. I ask for ideas.
Put them damn ideas in practice.
Oh no! Look, before we start talking about practice, we got to get on the same page. I gave a vision.
We ain't got to be on the same page, Kyla. Me and you are never. Kyla, me and you are rarely on the same page, and I still support you.
We talked about King Wood for a minute, right? King brother, right? Now, I've been listening to you for a long time. Do you agree that Black people in America need a homeland of their own?
100%.
Right.
We need a nation of our own.
Right, and I say so. With that, isn't it a smart thing to do? Right, if somebody basically believes that and they put forth a vision, right? Shouldn't you people come around and say, this is what I have to add to it, this is what I disagree, this is what I want to add to it, and whatnot, instead of basically questioning the idea. What Jonathan's doing is questioning the whole notion that we need a nation. We already decided we're a nation. We're not going back on that, Jonathan. That's a done deal. So if that's your whole
Jonathan,
thing.
do you
Kyla,
agree or disagree with that point?
Hold on a second, because I love this part, Kyla. Now, between me and you, who actually does the outreach to try to get Black Americans'
I don't care about
opinion?
your outreach. I don't give a damn about your outreach. Right?
That means you would just focus online.
Like I said, I've been dealing with too many phony ass niggas over the years, right?
That
I don't
ain't
care
my
if it's
problem.
outreach or whatnot. I want to know what's in your heart. That's what I want to know. You know?
Heart.
And it's King, it's brother King right here.
Tyler, we judge what's on your heart based on
He has
your actions. Your
right. He
actions
has
say
the
what's
right
on your
heart
heart.
for this movement, right?
Jonathan, do you agree or disagree that we should have a nation, though?
Nigga, I'm 100% all in on that part. That's no question about it.
But everything you
Okay.
say is just the opposite. You know, if you was in for a nation, right, you wouldn't debate us about fucking Frederick Douglass versus Martin Delaney, right?
Yeah.
That's a fucking
Because
black
it's clearly only one of them men was for us having a nation.
right? You know, that's what I'm talking about. You can't.
With all due respect,
You Jonathan, you
I
can't be
have enough intelligence to know that if you're trying to win a lot of people from Black of America, going after somebody that help end slavery ain't the brightest idea. It's like me. If you're a
Yes, it
business
is.
owner, you don't disrespect your
Yes, it is. Because
customers.
when you can clearly choose from Frederick Douglass and Martin Delaney, you showing a black
Brother, when you're
backbone.
a
This is like
business
choosing
owner,
between Malcolm X and Martin
you
Luther
don't
King.
disrespect your own customers. If I'm being political, I'm not going to
Hold up for a second. Hold up for a second. I'm gonna put you back on. I did a show a month ago called "Slaughtering Sacred Cows." Sacred cows. This is a coronation sacred cow slaughterhouse, right? You bring your sacred cow up here, and I'm gonna friggin' bring a double-bladed axe and cut that motherfucker up to pieces. We have too many sacred cows in Black America. Oh, don't question this. Don't say this. Why not? No, this channel is a sacred cow slaughterhouse, right? Whatever you thought you was sacred about, we're going to question every fucking thing based on what the hell our people are going through right now. Everybody got to be questioned. I don't give a damn who it is. I don't care if it's Farrakhan. I don't care if it's Martin Luther King, whatever. They ain't nobody sacred. We don't believe in sacred cows on this channel. You know, this is the age of the college Genesis. You
What
know,
about Martin Delaney? Is he a sacred cow?
no, he ain't sacred. You know what I'm saying? If he had did something wrong, we'll say like this. I don't agree with what he said about Liberia. You know, nobody's sacred. But when you talk about if you're called black nationalists, right, and you got this sacred cow Frederick Douglass, I can't like because Frederick Douglass said this. Frederick Douglass don't align with my ideology. You know, so if somebody want to respect him as legacy, you know, the FDA, Martin Luther King, I mean, what you call what's his name? Umar Johnson. That's what he says he's a relative. That's fine. Yeah?
So, Kyla, what is your critique of the American Liberians?
Well, first of all, there was no any group called American Liberians. That's another lie. They created history, right? And you ever notice that anytime King Good, when black people basically do anything successful, they always attribute that to white people or whiteness. You ever notice that? You know, the whiteness.
I think just the American Colonization Society leaves a bad taste in people's mouth because it did the same thing.
What I'm saying, there was no such thing as American Liberia. You know why? Because the people that went to Liberia weren't considered Americans. Black people.
Okay, Kyla, we're just using it for colloquial term. Can you give me a critique of
First of all, there was two different types of so-called American Liberians, colloquial term, right? There were people who came in the first wave, the Presbyterians and whatnot, that were educated black people that lived in the Northeast, some parts of Virginia, whatever like that. You know, there were free blacks that have been free for like hundreds of years, right? They lived in prosperous black communities in Boston, all on the eastern seaboard of America, right? And then there was another set of black of American so-called Liberians. These were people who were freed blacks, or then after the Civil War, they became free. These people went upriver. These were your Gullah Geechee people, you know, your Creole peoples in the South and whatnot, you know. So there was two types of people, right? The people that went upriver had retained a lot of African culture, you know, in the Deep South. They were the people from the Sea Islands and stuff like that. They spoke a pidgin and Gullah Geechee and whatnot, and you still see that accent in Liberia to this day. So you guys make it seem like there was some homogeneous group called American Liberians. That was a lie. And those people lived in their own homestead. They had their own farms, and they had very little contact with or conflict with the native people in the interior.
Kyla, we're just speaking colloquially. You don't have to get into semantics. Can you give me a critique of the people?
Hold on. I know for a fact of the matter is when people talk about the so-called American, they make up this straw man called American Liberians. Not forgetting the fact that some of them came from the Caribbean. Some of them that lived in Liberia as citizens came from Congo, Nigeria, like that. But you just put them all as American Liberians. All you need was education to become a so-called American Liberian. That's all you need. You had Native men who became educated; they became American Liberians, according to you. You know.
Okay, can you give us your critique of them? Go ahead.
Hold on. What's that a critique? There were people like that. They were good, bad, and different. There were
No,
mistakes
because
they made.
you just said on the College Genesis show
Hold
nobody's a
on.
sacred cow. So I'm testing the theory right now. Can
Hold
you
on.
give me your critique of them?
I will say like this, right? Every group of people that you say, what's your critique of Black Americans in the 1920s? I don't look. They were good, bad, and indifferent, like anybody else. If I approach any group of people, I'm gonna know there was good people, there were prosperous people, and there were bad people.
So you have no critique of them, essentially.
Oh, I just told you, right? Unless you give me specifics. You know, you talk about a specific person.
No, I'm not. You're the expert on Liberia. I'm not the expert.
There was no collective American Liberian. You guys talk about it. Tell me an individual, and I'll tell you my curriculum.
Kyla, I see you playing some
Okay, tell me an individual.
No, Kyla, you just said on the College Genesis show, nobody's a sacred cow. Everybody can be
I said
critiqued.
that, and there's nobody's sacred cow. But I'm saying,
so I'm asking, what is your critique?
Hold on. I'm saying like this. That's a loaded question. I can't answer that because I don't know every American Liberian.
What's your critique of MLK?
So how can you blankly defend them without having any specific,
the real question should be, why the hell does Black America hold anybody sacred?
I am not blindly defending anybody. All I'm saying is this. When people look at the group, there's a lot of people that hate the group for some reason. I know it's just envy and jealousy, historically, and so they're just basically like, oh, they shouldn't have been there. So in other words, basically, what you should ask me is, do you think the American Liberians should have went there at all and became a people?
Sweet, Colin. You can use America.
Yes, I think they should have. I think they should have went there.
That's what I'm talking about. Look, the bottom line is this.
Wait,
right?
Colin. So you could use the term American Liberians, but when I use
no. I'm using what you're doing. Look, I'm using what you're doing colloquial. I don't believe.
Okay, so can you give us your honest critique?
Hold on. Were the people from Barbados American Liberians?
Yeah.
No, they weren't.
Okay.
What was American about them?
Colin, the Caribbeans is considered the Americans.
Oh no! See, that's what I'm talking about. The people that came from America didn't consider America as an idea. Didn't really take root to the 20th century. People thought themselves when they created Liberia as listen to
Colin, are you going to give me
what are the people?
You can answer Kwame's question without going through the shenanigans.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? When Liberia was created, it was created in the 19th century. In the 19th century, people called themselves in America Bostonians. They called themselves Philadelphians, Crescents. They called themselves Texans. They call themselves Virginians, Marylanders. They identified by the state where they came from. There was no sense of America at the time.
Kwame, let me help you out. Change the terminology. The settler population of Liberia.
There you go.
Yeah, you can't escape that part.
Yeah. So when you say American Liberian, he sounds ignorant.
Okay, Kyla.
So what's your
criticism of the settler population as defined by Madam Shirley Johnson?
I'll say like this. Like anybody else, there's people on both sides, right, that did wrong. My problem, the only problem I have with the so-called settler society, right, is the fact that one, what they should have done was they should have basically stopped thinking they were going to rule the country and became the numerical majority, which they could have done. But they thought that the people coming from the United States, right, was a threat to their rule over what they had with the natives, right? And second, right, all the mineral resources of the country that built Monrovia was in the interior, right? I say the settler people should have stayed if they had to stay in goddamn poverty, right? They should have never, ever went into the interior, right? And opened up things like the Bung Mine, also Lanco and stuff like that, and everything like that. They should have let the natives try to figure that out themselves, which they never would have, That's what my criticism for them was, They should have never tried to unify the country. they should never try to integrate the two groups of people. That's my criticism. You know, they should have basically, and also, if they were going to do that right, if they're going to do, they couldn't do that right. They in 1945, they should have petitioned the United States government to bring them all back to the United States. You know, that's what I believe. You know, I believe looking at history. You know,
NYC asked the question.
I'm saying that was Liberia, as we know it right now, was a big fucking mistake. You cannot have two people in the same land and whatnot, and two hostile races of people, and them getting along. You know.
Oh, come on! Unless you conquer them, then you can.
Nah, but what happened to all this Pan-African brotherly love?
The only way it would have worked is if they would have all rested on their blackness instead of the tribe they came from.
But they weren't going to do that. So if they weren't going to give up their tribal identity. That's why I said we should have just came back to fucking America and left them there. You know, that's what I say.
Whoa, hold up. We should have came back to America and left from there. Once again, the great Frederick Douglass was right.
I was just gonna say that.
No, we should have came. Look, I say they should have came back to America because they should have rejoined Black America. That's what I believe. You know, I still to this like that day. I believe American Liberians, right? If it doesn't work out in Liberia,
Freddie was right, huh?
Frederick Douglass was right there, Colin. I'm not saying don't go to Africa.
Freddie had a point.
Hold on. But the thing is, Frederick Douglass was a coward, though. You know. So the bottom line is this: they were also.
How you gonna call the man a coward, man? You going too far,
What about the black people who went to Paris? They're still there. What about the black people went to Russia? What about the black people went to South Africa? You know. So I guess nobody's. What about the black people?
So wait, Colin. They moved somewhere else, but they didn't build a nation. I thought the purpose was nationhood. If the objective were just to move, then the niggas move all the time.
Elvis, Jonathan. Most black people, when they talk about leaving America, they just want to get away from the American white man. That's all. You know, that's all. They don't believe in America.
My black Americans, they left the American white people, went to the South African white people. Poodles and doodles.
I will say this. Look, we're not going to sit here, right? This is a black nationalist platform. If you don't agree with that, I please ask you to get the fuck off my platform. I believe in nationhood. If you want to go to Africa, you can. You don't have to. You want to stay in America, you have. We're not going to debate this idea of a nation. You know, simple as that. You know, that's what I believe. That's what King believes, but not. We need a nation. Does it mean?
Jonathan, you said you believe in that too, right?
What?
Jonathan, 100%. There's no question about it.
But he's like a whataboutism. I don't like that shit. You know, if you believe in this shit or not.
Kyle, you can't tell the only person that moves to Africa and then goes around pushing Pan-Africanism throughout America, Africa, and the Caribbean. That they're about whataboutism. That doesn't make any sense.
We got a lot of you niggas over there when like O'Shea Jackson. He's so anti-Pan-Africa living in fucking Uganda, man. That don't mean shit to me anymore. You know, going to Africa don't mean nothing to me anymore. You know, really. I'm watching a lot of you niggas, man. You know,
watching from America.
Ready to place, you know.
Okay, Jonathan, outside of the Frederick Douglass stuff, how do you see us becoming a nation? Like, what's the procedure in your head? Because that's more important than us rejecting Frederick Douglass.
Well, one of the procedures in my head is that, one, you got to get people riled up to want to become a nation. Now, you look at FBA. Yeah. Now, you look at FBA. You got your own opinion, right? You can say they're right. You can say they're wrong. You can say they're hypocritical, whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, they got some valid points, whether you like it or not. Now, in this case, you have people that call themselves FBA that actually believe in what Kyle's talking about. But Kyle is just a little bit too cuckoo.
Okay, time out though. But they are a minority in the FBA. Majority of FBA are radical integrationists. Let's be honest.
According to history, the minority of the people went to Liberia, not the majority.
No, we're talking about FBA. The majority of FBA are radical integrationists.
Any group, the consensus across any group is always going to be the minority.
Prove it.
A minority of people left England and colonized America.
Economic reasons, logistical reasons. Do you know how much it cost to fucking move to Liberia at the time? When ACA money dried up, that ended that. My book, The Azor, my novel, King, get my book on Amazon.
I'll get it this week.
Journey to the Promised Land.
Bought it and read it, Colin.
Hold up. Voyage of the Bark Azor and whatnot on Amazon, right? And that's about the Liberian Exodus of 1878. It's fictionalized. My sister bought it the other day. She's like, can't put it down.
But give me the title again.
What?
Journey to the Promised Land. Dwayne McCullough. Go and buy it on Amazon.
Oh, Journey to the Promised Land. Right. Voyage of the Bark Azor. You know, Voyage of the Bark Azor. Azor. You know, Bark B-A-R-K. Azor.
You might have want to spell the Azor part, not the B-A-R-K.
Azor, A-Z-O-R.
There you go.
You know, see if I can find.
So, Jonathan, you saying we should be trying to galvanize FBA and turn them into black nationalists?
Please.
Yeah, I think that's a waste of time, bro.
I'm listening to you people,
if you was a black nationalist, you was always gonna be a black nationalist. You ain't nobody gonna convince you into that. You gonna do the research and find out the ideology yourself and accept it.
FBA is black nationalism.
No, the fuck it's not.
No, it's not.
Wait. Well, I got a question. Pan-Africanism is not black nationalism.
You know that, right? We never said it was.
Hold up.
But you need Pan-Africanism to bring black nationalism into existence. For us to have a nation, we have to be
that's not true.
King, check us out.
Because Pan-Africanism and black nationalism doesn't mix together. Even during the Harlem Renaissance, it was the black nationalists and the Pan-Africans that were going at it.
The other day that Pan-Africanism is the mother of black pride, black achievement, black accomplishment, black excellence, and also the mother of its wayward child called Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, right? But black nationalism comes before Pan-Africanism. That's a fact.
No,
Marcus Garvey was a self-identified black nationalism
comes first, right? Pan-Africanism is a child, you know, is a product of a good black nationalist ideology. Afro think tank is not a black nationalist. He's a social
not at all. He's a repatriant. He's
democratic chill, you know, with a pat. You can't do that. You got to be a black nationalist first, you know.
See, that's the black veteran you don't need.
Yeah. We don't need that. We're on the same page. That nigga's a clown.
Yeah, that's the black veteran you don't need, because he's the type that will reject black nationalism when you literally have blood on your hands for the American empire. Like that makes no sense to me.
I don't know about that guy, man. I don't know about him no more. You know, Afro's think tank. You know, I don't know about him, man. Wish him a lot of luck, but you know.
And he could be used, like greatly used, but it's just
he don't want the he don't talk to nobody. He don't fellowship. By me and Hustle Small talk about that. He don't fellowship nobody. He don't have nobody talk to him one night. He just arrogant. He won't even come up here. I'll give him the floor, right?
He'll make a video about you though, for sure.
What?
He'll make a video about you after the fact. He's not gonna have no conversation. Yeah,
he made several videos about me, man. You know, over the years, you know.
He was in the chat last week.
Yeah, he was in the chat, man. I said, "Come up, man, come up." You know. He's like, "Nah, man. Nah, man. I can't do that. Why?" You know. It's like, dude, man, we're supposed to be brothers here, man. If you hate my guts, I'll let you up here and talk, you know?
Nah, facts.
No.
Because it's going to take to really bring in a nation into existence. It's going to take a lot of debates and arguments. And we're going to have to
say, man. I'm ready for debates and arguments, man. Because the Bible, like, this is the next phase of our development, right? Nation is the next phase of our development, you know?
This sounds like the same.
It takes a lot of debates and arguments, but the first thing you got to do in your debate and argument is shut the fuck up and listen to the person you're talking to.
That was happening
because every time there's a debate on this platform, Kwame don't get to finish speaking. Elvis don't get to finish speaking. I don't get to finish speaking. We get dropped off. That is not the answer.
Look, I'm gonna mute my light and I'm gonna time myself for 10 minutes. You guys say what you're doing. Before I do that. King, let me show you my book cover. You know,
I'm gonna get it this week.
Take a book cover anyway.
And Jonathan, what other bright ideas do you have outside of that FBA stuff? Because that ain't gonna work.
It's not long term, man. It's feel good stuff. It's solid. They make look when you.
Colin, why y'all increase the price?
FBA is long term, man.
That
Y'all,
wasn't the
y'all, y'all better,
price.
y'all better
That wasn't the
buckle up,
price 2
man.
years ago, Colin.
Y'all
Look,
think it's a
check us out.
joke.
Look, check us out. Right there, brother, is that's the cover of my book, Journey to the Promised Land. There's my name right there. When I,
I'm gonna grab it.
it's
When it
on
come in, I'm
Amazon.
gonna post a video on my TikTok
Yeah,
promoting it because these brothers need to read.
yeah. What you like? Yeah, read the book, man. If you want to do I don't know, like you want to do a book reading, I'm due for like a book reading Q&A. The last one I did was with Mufasa. Him and Kofi read the book and whatnot, and Kofi even started some of the scenes. He started drawing some of the images. When I said, "Damn, that's what I was thinking about," And like when they got off the
You thought
ship and
about
whatnot,
turning it into
I
a
said,
movie
"Damn,
yet?
that's how I picked." Yo, I already got like 3 different
Yeah,
offers,
yeah.
man.
Fucking reading
I got 3
Rainbow.
movie offers. One from 2, actually. The other film company, I can't remember the name. It was IBMD, the thing with the yellow,
Yeah.
IBMD, the independent film thing, and Lionsgate. Lionsgate's a major public. They offered me a $1.2 million deal, but I got to come up with the money for the screenplay. 10% of the money for the screenplay, which would be like $20,000, man. I ain't got $20,000. But one day I'm gonna raise that money. It says as soon as you get, because you got to put something down. You can't just the screenplay of this movie. They say is gonna cost like $150,000, and
Gotta
they
have some
picked their
skin in the
own
Might be worth
game.
it,
screenwriting,
Colin.
and so they
Movie
did it. They
about
did
like
a
this.
test run at different markets, right? And they said this book, your story, will make an excellent movie, And so it is what it is, But one day it'll happen, I meet the right people. Who knows? I might get this book in the hands of Ryan Coogler. Who knows? He might want to like it.
Hey, you never know, man. We support
Never
you
know,
all the
man.
time.
Somebody want to take this book on and say, "Hey, look, like I said, evidently you got these white companies like, man, that book was fascinating. I never heard of this country before. They never heard of Liberia before. They're
Yeah,
like,
but Ryan Coogler might be like, that's FBA.
man, he ain't gonna be no FBA. Nobody talking about that ignorant shit, man. That ignorant
You know
shit.
what I love about Diners? Diners actually folded. It ain't just
No,
the internet
no,
thing.
Dynas didn't fold. Dynas is a
Hey,
businessman, and
listen,
he will let anybody come on
Tyler
his
been
show and
folded.
talk.
He just talking shit.
Diners admitted that this shit is no longer. Yeah, see, the thing is, it's
Tyler
crazy,
been
right?
folded.
Hold on.
You
He
can
This is
just
what
go
ate our
right
guts,
Look,
man.
now. I don't know.
Dynas ain't
I don't know where
fold.
you live,
Dynas
brother.
about that dollar, bro. Get
Yeah,
off your
nice.
ass and
I
cold
don't know where
call.
you live, but if you walk
check this
into
out.
the college campuses in the
Yo,
Bay Area right now, a lot of
King,
them use the term
King,
foundational Black American on
Hey,
their college
bro, they
King,
campuses,
tripping if
whether
And
they
a
you
lot of
like
them
do.
it or
think that
not.
they indigenous also. That's what
They
FBA is.
tripping
No,
Y'all
that
are
no,
think the
pseudo.
but
FBA is
brother, the
going
problem that you have to
somewhere.
understand is this: if the college campuses are using it,
it
that
doesn't
just
That
matter.
means the
means
younger
nothing, bro.
generation is going to spread to the younger generation. We old niggas.
No.
Old niggas is going to die
Hold
out.
on. You know what take look, FBO, ADOS,
Yeah,
with Yvette
all
Carnell
niggas
was
gonna
all over
be
the place on
dying with
college
that
campuses.
Pan African
She did
shit.
college tours. She was on CNN. She was a major thing, and she disappeared. The same thing with FBA is going to disappear too.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, that's what Dave was
Ryan,
saying earlier.
Colin,
Oh,
you can hate all
disappeared.
you want.
Okay,
Ryan Coogler did mention
okay.
FBA.
It doesn't,
Yeah, they could
like
talk
I said,
That
all.
don't
They
mean
could
it
talk
nothing,
does
all
man.
that
not
nonsense they
matter.
want.
It does not
DJ
matter. Look, let me tell you something, right?
Tyler gonna sell his play to Ryan Coogler.
Hold on,
He gonna
Mantu.
be like,
Let me say this, and I'm
all
gonna
right, go ahead, go ahead.
Let me
Colin,
say this.
I'm
Let
not
me say
FBA,
this.
but the truth is the truth, man. It's
Hold on. Yeah,
growing. It's growing.
whatever. But check this
It's
out.
growing,
You guys
Colin.
are fanboys. Check this out. Here's the thing. Remember that Good King? Remember that you ever see that commercial Emu with the llama?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Remember that Liberty?
Emu.
You know
Yeah.
how long it took for me hearing that, for that to etch in my brain that it was a church like it would just come on, it would just go right through me. It took me thousands of times of hearing that for it stuck in my brain. Same thing with the progressive commercial, right? Bottom line is nobody's checking for no FBA. You can put it on like this. You got to hear it thousands of times every night, redundant.
Tyler, you said thousands of times every
Well,
night, every day.
just now,
Thanks
I
a
hear
lot.
the emu commercial with the thing, and now it's just like, okay, it registers in my head what that is.
Look,
Before
this why FBA is doesn't make sense, and
Yeah,
there's no
keep
reason to even
saying
pay it
it though.
attention.
Just
Let's
keep
say
saying
100 years passes by, we
it.
still don't have a nation, and we still Black Americans. when they reflect in history, they're gonna say Black Americans started calling themselves FBA in 2020. All the years before that, nobody called themselves FBA. That's not our ethnic group. We're African American,
I mean, you can call yourself
Yeah,
whatever you
so the
want.
bottom line is this. Like I said, I'm still African American. I created a movement called AATOW. I mean, African Americans going their own way. Those of us who want an end game of nationhood, those are one who want to delineate from the foolishness and whatnot. Let's go our way. And the people that want to talk the foolishness shit, let them go their way. I'm not trying to control nobody
bro.
anymore.
Nationhood truly is the real delineation movement. That
Yeah, that's
gives
what
us
I'm saying.
a border and rules to where, okay, if you're gonna be with us, you gotta follow this. FBA doesn't give us any power.
They're just hating the immigrants and hating whatever the fuck that is. And yeah, Tariq even talked about, he was like basically cheering the Somali thing with Donald Trump. Man, he's like, oh man, Somali. Like, look, I'm not no big fan of Somalis, but I am not gonna get up there and as a real black nationalist, I'm not gonna give no satisfaction to these devils. Whatnot,
Yeah, I can't rock
I'm
with
like
it.
this. Like the immigration problem is a white devil problem. That's a
Yes,
white
it is.
devil's problem. I'm not gonna get involved with no goddamn immigration debate and whatnot. I'm not gonna even talk. I would never let white people fucking hear me say anything about Africans, much as I should criticize Africans and whatnot. No white devils ever gonna fucking hear me talk that shit when that Tariq is deliberately trying to present himself a movement of Africa hating, Caribbean hating people
No,
in the world.
no,
That's
That's
why they
not
want
us.
to be on
that ain't
ABC.
true.
They want to present, right? I'm not trying to present shit to white people. I don't give a fuck about them no more. All I want to do is get my brother like King, good King, whatnot. And let's build that shit ourselves or whatnot. I don't care what they think about my movement, whatever.
Yeah, that's where
Tariq
you
is
gotta
trying to
be.
curry favor white people. So I don't care less.
Which one
Yo,
of y'all said FBA is black nationalism?
oh, that's Bantu Mandinka.
Bantu Mandinka, you know what that means, right?
Madman.
That means Tariq will be your head of state. Can you fucking imagine that?
Yeah. Tariq Nasheed, ex pimp,
Uh,
K
uh, uh,
Flex, he's a
uh,
fucking movie. Your father
Carla,
dude used to be K Flex, man.
Carla,
Wake up,
Carla,
kiddola.
good man. That's why
I'm just mad
people
because
have to that's why people have to be very, very careful because if Somali survived Donald Trump, you know, in Somali, which they will survive Donald Trump, and Somali, they're everywhere in the world. They'll also be coming to the United States. I swear to God, after this, if they see anybody call BO or Black American, I didn't know about Tariq.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big blowback. This is gonna be
Hold
a
on,
big
If the
yeah.
Somalis, if the Somalis get out of pocket, first 48 will have a whole
Hold on,
lot of
hold on, hold on.
episodes.
Hold on. In the very long run, these guys they don't forgive. They're
Man,
gonna
no
look
one's
at
scared of damn
they're
Somali,
gonna
man.
look at
Get the
Black
fuck
Hey,
out of
Americans.
here.
Who cares
I'm
about
not
them?
FBA, bro, but as a black American,
Hold on,
we're not worried about no Somalis, bro.
hold
Man,
on. You might not be. You
fuck
might not be.
out of here, Godot.
Hold on, no. You can say because you might think very short, but these
It's not
people have
enough
a
of
very
them for
long
us to
face.
care, bro.
Seriously,
It's
man.
No,
40
hold on,
million of
hold
us
on.
here.
Nobody thinking about
Cadola,
no
Cadola,
big head
Cadola.
Somali,
Out,
Hold
bro.
out of
on, hold
4
on, hold on,
million
hold on,
black immigrants, the
hold on.
overwhelming
Forget about
majority
black
are
immigrants.
Caribbeans.
Don't forget about black immigrants,
They're
right?
even smaller in terms of being
Hold
Somalis.
on, they dominate that state, right?
No,
And they
they
will continue to
don't.
dominate that.
Shit. They
Hold
don't
No,
on,
they
dominate
they
don't.
dominate that state, right?
They
They'll
dominate
continue
the
to dominate
prison
that state.
population in that state for sure, but they don't dominate the
Oh,
state, Cadola.
Let's say they
they
did
dominate that
dominate
state.
the state. How many black Americans
The-
are in Minnesota anyway?
No,
hold on.
they dominate certain parts of Minneapolis and a place called St. Cloud, which is a college town
That's why
in the
because
southern part of
Minneapolis is a
Minnesota.
They
shithole.
will
Oh yeah,
continue.
Elvis lives
And
there.
that's about it.
They will
That's why
continue. They will
that's why
continue
There
dominate.
Minneapolis
ain't
is a fish
Hold on,
bowl.
hold on.
outside of a
Hey,
Muslim
if
majority in
They would
Minneapolis
some
is
in
They
some
continue
not
to
a
little
what,
ass
black
city
state,
in
man?
bro.
Michigan,
They already
there is
hate
not an
black
immigrant
Americans.
area in
What's the
America that
difference?
black immigrants dominate any damn
They
place.
Fuck
don't
them,
It's
look.
not a
Look,
fact.
man. Fuck them.
look. They might not hate you now, but after Donald Trump is gone, they survive it, right?
Fuck
Because
them.
they're very good at politics. They're very,
Well,
very, very good in politics,
if
Cadola.
we
right?
haven't
They
had any
already
Hold on,
violent
hate us.
encounters
Ilhan
with
hold on,
Omar is
hold on.
not the
Russians,
definition of
Somalia is
good
not
in
gonna be a problem.
politics.
Hold
They
on.
already
You
hate
might be
us. What else
thinking,
you want?
look.
Somalis
What
don't
I
want
see,
that smoke, bro.
hold
They
on.
don't
What I
want
say about Black America, say, man, I don't give a goddamn shit about that shit, man. Get this guy fuck out of this place. But this was not take like this. This was a very long thinker.
that.
You
Just
understand me? These
shut
people are very
up.
long thinker, right? It might not
Listen,
take 5. It might take 10 years, 20 years. They will pass this in dozen, man. You see these Negroes, man, they brought over here, these Negroes that here for 4 y'all, man. Don't deal with these people. Push them
They
out
already
any
do
way you
that
can find
though.
and push them out. Because
They already don't
they're
deal with
not
us
going
like
no,
that.
they're
Cadola.
yeah,
not
who
going nowhere.
cares,
Cadola.
They're not
man?
going
The
They
they're not
long
must
going
sentence,
really
nowhere.
but they
dominate.
don't have that mindset in
Well,
Somalia. We
They're
ain't
not
trying
going
to hear it.
nowhere. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? They're not going nowhere. They came out, they protested, white people are dying for them. You know, no Negro come and say, oh, because
oh,
of
that's
me,
why you
because
think that,
no,
dog.
yeah, because of me, you are here. Because of me, you are here. Don't tell me, fuck this
Hey,
place.
Jonathan, he
Because
think
Cadola.
they got some
no,
kind of
because
freedom because
The
white
white
people
people are no
dying.
longer dying on their behalf anymore.
be-
After the
No, we
two
are
got
not
no,
worried
clamped, they
about
because
realized
Somalia,
there's no hope.
bro. Shout out to them,
sooner or
but we not
later,
worried.
you see Negroes coming out in YouTube, trying to say,
Listen,
oh,
man.
because of me, you were here. Because they've already tested the devil. You know, they already tested what called the devil beast. Now
Cadola.
then I say, okay,
They're going
now we
they're
have
going to
already
move
tested the
on
devil
from them
beast.
people, Cadola.
You know, ain't no
There,
black
there's
American coming to say
there's a
anti
reality that
because
that we have to deal
because
with.
because because it's easy to say, oh, because of me you are here. I make you know, they say,
Tuck,
man, man, get the fuck
Cadola,
out of my time,
Cadola,
brother. I don't know you.
you're wasting your
You know,
breath. No one cares
no, it's
about
not
no
about
damn
wasting breath,
Somalis.
brother. I'm telling you the truth.
Kedola,
Yeah.
No,
Kedola.
I'm
Where
telling
did
you
you
the
come
truth,
up
I
bro.
know
with
in
this stuff,
Nigeria.
man?
I
Where did
know
you
in
come up with
Nigeria
this?
you don't study. I know in Nigeria you
I'm
don't
telling you
study
the
math.
truth,
There's
bro.
about
This thing take
200,000
long time. These
Somalis
are
in
people.
America. There's
These are
40 million
clown.
black
These are
Americans.
clown people.
That's math.
There are more Haitians in America in Florida, and they ain't took over shit.
Well, these are
For
It's
you
more
to
clown
think that
people.
some
Nigerians
These
in
are
Somalis is gonna
Texas,
take over
bro.
something, you got to be
Dola,
smoking
man, they might
Doja.
go back to their
Put
country
the
and
dope
starve to death,
down.
these
man. Get
are
out of
clown.
There's
Hold
here.
on. These
about
are clown people.
200,000 Somalis in
Asia,
all of
Look,
America.
Asia
Cadola
people
palm
who
wine
betray.
ain't that good,
Look,
brother.
hold
Put
on.
that
Asia
shit
people who
down.
betray themselves also. Look, dark skin guys, people who are dark skin people that betray each other heavily. You can see what they're doing here. Taking money, go and betray their own president in their own country, destabilizing
Bro, you know how
everything.
many nations
You
Somalia
know,
has? They're at war with
hold
themselves.
on.
Somalia,
The Somali
Somaliland,
people,
Puntland,
the
Djibouti. Don't
the
say dark skinned people betray
hold
themselves
on,
like they don't, bro.
hold on. Somali people, they've been in this game for a very long time. They learned this game from the Arabs for a very long time. These are middleman dudes. You know, you think it's easy to pull out what they pull out? Man,
Cadola, them
Negro,
Arab
hold
countries,
on,
they
man,
for
Negro
some
fighting for
reason,
$50,
even
bro.
when they at war,
You
their
know, you see
countries
what
look
they pull
nice.
out?
Somalia still likes the rat hole.
You see what they pull
They ain't
out? You
learned
see what
nothing
they
from the
pull out with
Arabs
white
yet.
people? You see what they pull out with white people? You see what they pull out? Billions.
Kedola is the
Eh?
Kedola is
Cadola,
You
the
see what they pull out with
Nigerian
white
Cadola.
people?
drug lord.
Billions,
What
man.
the hell?
What is Negro doing? Negro clinching that for $100. You know, Negro
This
clinching
has
that
nothing
for
to do with us
$50.
having a nation of
You
our
know,
own, brother.
that's what you have to understand. The
That's
superiority of
a
the
that's
Somalians.
another
You
thing
know,
that we have to do. We gotta stay
Cadola,
focused.
Cadola.
you know,
Have you ever seen a show called The First 48?
Negroes are killing each other
Hold
there
on,
for
Cadola.
$2. You
Have you
know,
ever seen a show called The First 48?
no, forget about that. I'm telling you now that as an African
Wait. Now
person,
you said Negroes kill each
I
other
know
for
Somalians.
$100. There's a Somalian
I
that
know
killed the motherfucker for
Somalians, man.
$7. You
I
want to
don't
see the
see them
show?
as part of me.
Yeah,
Let me
man. Get
post the
out of
show
here
for
with
you,
that
Cadola. Get
nonsense,
out of here with that fuck
Cadola.
shit.
No, Gary Vee
How
has
much?
that
Somali
nonsense.
is
That
his
$7?
own fucking welfare by like what, 80%? Get
Oh,
out of here with that bullshit,
You talk
man.
about welfare, Negro. You talk about
For
welfare,
You
man.
talking
$7?
to, bro?
Negro, you talk about welfare, bro. If I give you $50, but you will
Get
sell
these
him.
get
If I give you $50, but you will sell somebody out. You talk
man,
about
you'll sell
welfare.
your mama for $15. Who
These
the fuck
guys
you
are
think you talking
making
to?
business. These guys are doing deal of billions of dollars.
They ain't doing
Nobody knows
shit.
nothing about it. But you say, oh, you look down on them, man. They will
Cadola.
turn you
They
around,
on
man. Put you on that boat
welfare.
Cadola.
They're
and send you to the
doing
Koreans.
fraud. They're doing a
Fuck out of
bunch of
here.
It's about
fraud,
fraud.
not
It's about
business.
fraud.
It's not
It's
the
about
same thing,
Ashanti.
brother.
What do you think Ashanti doing? Ashanti doing maybe for $20,
Cadola.
If
Cadola.
Sharpton was
$10,000.
doing fraud, that nigga would be in
You
jail right
know,
now.
what do you think Ashanti doing? You think they're doing well too. I should also do the same
Kidola,
thing.
Kidola, the only
Hell, you
black
come here
people
and talk about some
historically,
fucking Somali.
the only black people historically that sold out other black people was Africans.
It doesn't matter, man. You people have the DNA of that shit too, bro. If I give you $50, man, you will tell me you will sell somebody out to me too.
Nah, my
Okay,
You know,
Kidola,
So
my
what do
Africans
you
they
what
think a
should
sell.
we be
dumbass
doing? Like,
man?
Kidola,
what's
my
the
Africans
solution?
they
We should
sell
be
Africans for
man, you're
buskers.
not different
We
from
didn't
those
do that.
Africans that sold. You're not different from those
no
Africans that sold people out.
kid older though, kid older.
You
Or
know,
should we be preparing for the Somalis? What should we be doing? Like, what are you trying to tell us?
do you know how much? Do you know how much they pay that American ambassador to
He
to
trying to
deal with
tell us about
that
something
black
20
American to
years
deal with
down the
Kuruma?
line. Man,
Do you know how much they paid
What?
him? Maybe $5,000.
What is
But
the
Somalia
point
pulling
though, bro?
billions of dollars out. Didn't Donald Trump dollars fed them? That's why I
what
Cadola,
say,
What is
wow,
is
the
this
Cadola,
Somali
point,
man is
so
Cadola.
sharp.
bro?
what is your
The
whole point,
Somalians,
man?
they're all getting arrested right now. Who you think snitching on
You
them?
think the FBI give a fuck about a Somalian? Is that what you think? Is that what you
These
think?
people will
The
be in
Somalis
power
are
very
snitching
soon,
on their
man.
own damn selves at the
Wait,
moment.
Time out,
You,
time out. Are you trying to say
oh,
Somalians are gonna take over
hold on. Do you
America in
know what you'll
20
be
years?
seeing in them? In Minnesota, do you know you'll be seeing them later? Now they're in politics. Sooner or later, they'll be into the forces, police, all kind of something
They
later.
already
They will be
there,
in
bro.
power. They will be in power. They will be in power. They will
They
be
Okay,
in
are
power in
well,
every.
already there.
Kidola,
Always be in power.
Somalians
There's
are less
only
than 100,000 people in
It
Minnesota.
doesn't matter, man. They will be coming.
there
You
are
know,
only
you
about
Bro,
take it short. You take it
200,000
very
in
short.
the
You take it
United
very
States.
short.
How will
They
they
can
You
Cadola,
take it
take
know?
very
over
short.
Most people
Minnesota.
it
don't
That
took
will
even know
them.
mean
that
It took
nothing to
them
Black
you think
30.
Americans.
they
It
finna
took
be
them almost
coming?
40 years to get
They
to that
leaving.
100,000.
What are you talking about? They
They will
leaving.
Kidola,
be.
if
They
they're
will
They
be.
less than
coming.
100,000, they have no
It doesn't.
effective power
100,000 can be
in America.
300,000 later before you know. You know,
All
don't
right,
put it
time
like
out.
that, bro.
We giving Somalis too much airtime, bro. Like, they
Man,
not gonna
bro,
take
Yeah,
over
yeah,
the
bro,
yeah,
country.
yeah. I
That's
don't know why we're even talking
you,
about
that's
Somalis.
Cadola whole talk. That's his whole talk.
Back to
bro. You say
Jonathan.
no. I just want you to
Jonathan,
know that. I just want you to know that
outside
Tariq Nasheed.
Cadola,
outside of the
I just
Cadola.
want you to
FBA
know that
thing.
We don't care
Tariq
Hold
about
Nasheed
no
can
up,
be
damn
hold
clapping.
up,
Somalis.
kiddo.
Tariq
Hold
Nasheed
up,
can be
kiddo.
clapping
We
his
ain't talking
hand.
about Somalis right
You
now,
know,
bro.
but don't forget, Tariq Nasheed might not have the blowback. It might be his children or his grandchildren. You know, so this is that. Oh, he's clapping hand. Oh, go Trump, go Trump. Will you understand that if you clap for somebody to kill by sword, you'll be expected to you somebody also be clapping for you to also be killed by sword.
We
They
Okay,
already
what
they
went through
about?
that,
Hey, all
bro.
right. What about all them Nigerians that was clapping to kill
Wait,
the
wait, wait,
people?
wait.
The
Hold on,
Trump to
Bantu.
bomb
Hold on,
their ass.
Bantu. So for
What's
like
it
the
up?
last 500 years, we've been dealing with that shit. The Somalis get a couple of months of it, and all of a sudden, oh my
no,
God,
they
y'all
don't
black
care.
niggas better
No,
be careful.
you see the Somalis too,
Answer
they're
my
very busy.
question.
The Somalis people too, they're also busy in internet also. The white people that are coming doing things now with Donald Trump, their parents might be 40 years in the United States, but you see them on top now. These are old Europeans. These are old Europeans. No, all of these dudes that are Minister of Defense, Minister of this, Minister of that.
Uh-huh.
These are young Europeans that just came into power. You understand me? You know, but the Negroes been there for 500 years, but the Negroes they're not into power like that. You know, because they don't know how to negotiate and get themselves
Mhm.
into those places.
Stop,
Except they
man. You
prefer to take
know,
about $10,000
stop.
to come to ABC and talk nonsense. You understand me? Then FBA slapping hand that somebody called a guy a slave.
Stop.
He said, no, he's not one of us.
Cadola.
It's
Cadola.
it's a
Cadola. Stop,
Panamania.
stop
You
wasting
know,
your
that
breath.
doesn't concern
Stop
us, you
wasting
know.
Let
your
him keep
breath.
That's why I say
talking.
you
Let
have to
him
be
keep
very
talking.
careful when you sell.
The
You say
Somalis
you
are
can't
so
sell anymore
stupid.
because of
They're
me.
so
That's what you get
stupid.
nothing. That
They
person says,
alienated
God, get
themselves
the
from
fuck
other
out of my
black
side, man. I don't
immigrants.
know you. You know, I'm just trying to let you know, understand that
Cadola, I go online, I see
civil
fucking
right
Nigerian
civil right
immigrants
is
saying fuck
dead,
the
you know, in
Somalis.
America.
Yeah.
They say they not black.
That civil
There's
rights
no
I
hope
because
got
for
of
the
love
me,
for all
Somalis.
African people, bro, but Somalians is not a concern of Black
that
Americans,
civil
bro.
rights, that so-called that fake civil rights because of me, you hear, is dead now. Is dead.
Okay,
Is
cool.
fucking
It's
dead.
cool. It's dead. It's dead. They
Okay.
can
You
take over
know,
Minnesota. It still would mean nothing to
Martin
us, bro.
Luther
I'm just
King,
being honest, bro.
Martin Luther King was not fighting for Negroes to be equal or for power. He was fighting for himself to go and eat on the table with the white woman.
No,
and the
the
white
fuck he
man.
wasn't. Cadola,
You
Man,
just
know,
because you
who?
married a white
They
woman,
just
don't miss
dogging
Martin
our
Luther King with
people
your
on Black
nonsense.
History shit. Y'all hey
Matula King,
man,
Has nothing
Somali
to
don't
do
do
with us
Hey,
getting a
Chris.
y'all gonna
Hey,
nation,
Chris.
regret
bro.
that,
What was
man.
Hold on. Martin Luther King is fight. The battle is dead and arrival. You know,
Martin
the
Luther
Somali
King
don't know much
himself
about
is
it.
dead.
You know,
Like, bro, that don't
Nigeria's
have nothing
dead
to
on
do with any
arrival,
of
nigga.
this.
Yeah.
So Tarika be
Nobody on
going the
this
far right
channel
now,
holds
thinking,
Martin Luther
oh,
King up to a high regard. So that don't mean
you
anything.
know, be careful, bro. Don't let him clap hand like that because he's clapping hand right now because
Man,
I don't
fuck the
know why.
Somalis. Cadola, we don't care.
We don't, bro.
Yeah,
I promise you.
but you don't
No,
care. But
but nothing. We really
jobs
we
to be in
don't
that
care.
state. A lot of Negroes be going there. The Somali will be by the gate and say, hey,
Cadola, I haven't
who
met
the
not
fuck
one
are
nigga
you?
be like, bro, I can't wait to move to Minnesota. We really don't care.
Nothing. All right, bro,
Okay,
we
you
don't give
go
a
there.
fuck.
You
Only
know,
thing we know
good
about
luck, brother.
Minnesota is the Vikings and Prince, bro. Nothing else.
In the Minnesota Timberwolves. Shout out to the
Yeah,
Timberwolves.
Kevin Garnett. That's
Yeah,
it, bro.
Timberwolves.
No,
We don't know
nobody
shit
is
else
saying
about
we're going
Minnesota.
to go to Minnesota. We
But check
want to
out
see
what
Nothing.
they pull out,
Minnesota.
man. Check out what they pull out. They pull out one of the most greatest
Hey
D I've
man, you
ever seen in
keep
my
talking
life,
about
man.
what they pulling out, but look what's happening to them now. They getting busted. They going
It
back
doesn't
to their
matter.
country.
They're
They
fighting
getting
it. They're
all
taking the
that
Hold
shit
pain.
on,
that
hold on,
they
hold on.
took is getting confiscated. It's
It
coming
doesn't
Hold on, hold
matter.
on,
back.
hold on.
They're taking the
Hold on.
heat,
What's
right?
the argument
It,
here? What's the argument?
it
Ain't no
doesn't
We
matter,
argument.
man.
saying
Cadola is
Somali's gonna
Cadola is
take
saying
over
that we should be
Minnesota in
scared of
20
the
years.
Somalis.
It
Oh,
doesn't matter,
Cadola
but they're
said,
Why?
taking
watch
the
Why?
out
heat.
for the
They're taking
Somali
the heat.
pirates, man. Watch
What did
out.
we do to Somali? What did we do to them?
Nothing.
You
Nothing.
know,
We didn't do shit
they're
to them.
taking the heat, bro. They're taking the heat. You know, they're
So
fighting
what?
for their
We
life
don't
there.
care.
The
What
Somali
the fuck
people,
did we
they're
get them
fighting
for?
for their life there. The
If
Cadola,
they
why
Somalis
fighting
and
everybody
the
for
in
white
their life,
people,
what
Nigeria
are
talk
we
so
fighting
scared of
for, bro?
Somalis? What the fuck is
the
going on
Somalis and
tonight?
the white
Yeah, what's
people,
up, man? You been talking to Somalis? They holding you up or
Hold on.
something?
the Somalis and the white people, they die there for their own cause there. Donald Trump is killing them. You
White people
know,
ain't
they're
dying for
fighting there, bro.
Somalis. No,
Man, they
no.
not dying
White
for no
people are
fucking
not dying for
Somalis,
Somalis.
bro.
You know, they
That's
die
the
for the
cap.
Somalis, but
They not.
They're not dying for Somalis,
two is
Cadola.
down already. You know, they brought some Nazis looking men, you know, over there. You know to survive the
Cadola.
Nazis?
They're not dying
They
over
not
They die,
Somalis.
dying
bro.
for
When
Somalis.
those people, when those white people got killed in the areas that they were protesting, they wasn't arresting Somalis in those areas.
But
You
two
really?
is down already. You know,
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
don't know how
most of
many
them more go
Somalis. I don't
down,
know how
but
many
they're not
Somalis
dying
that is
for
down.
they're not dying for
they not
Somalis.
dying for no
You know,
fucking
so
Somalis, man. You got the
so
wrong
any Negro
idea.
coming and saying, man, because
You
of you, I'm
snorting
here. Because
cocaine
of
if you think white people
you're
are
here.
dying for some damn black
You
people.
know, they tell Negro, man, I don't
That's
know
how
what
you
you're
know we
talking
getting
about, man.
stupider.
Go and say that. Go and say that topic of civil rights somewhere else in the jungle of
Cadola,
Atlanta,
what
bro.
FBA panel was you on tonight that triggered this? That's what it is. What FBA panel was you on tonight?
You was arguing with some
You came
FBA
from
sucker,
another
though.
FBA panel, so what was it?
No, I'm just telling you the truth. Two
No,
white is
Cadola,
down already. You
no.
know,
Don't lie. You just like Kala. Y'all watch some shit and then you come over and y'all be yapping about it that because y'all done seen some shit or you heard some shit. So what FBA panel was you on tonight? What was they talking
no,
about?
it's not about FBA part. FBA, this FBA that they might be clapping their hand, but Somali will stand up one day. Donald Trump will soon be gone. Say fucking racist that guy. Fuck him.
Didn't Somalis vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
They probably did.
Because he came, he deceived
He won
them,
the state.
deceived
He
the
won the
Latinos.
state of Minnesota, folks.
All right, let's get
There's
back to
nobody.
something
Look,
important, bro. Jonathan,
Yeah,
when you
let's
said
get back to something
FBA
else.
should
Fuck
be, we
that.
should be trying to get FBA to embrace black
the
nationalism, what
truth,
was you trying to get at when you
truth,
said that?
the truth. Person like Donald Trump will never come
We
back
don't
again for a very long time.
Cadola,
Kiddola,
we don't
we
care.
done with that conversation, bro.
We over
The
that.
It's a wrap.
Latinos, the Latinos, the bigger mistake the Latinos made is this by trusting this man coming under the name of religion. No, man, he's gone.
African Americans having our own nation. How do you feel about that?
I don't know, man. You know, you people love the white man so much. I don't know if you people will ever leave the white man.
Now we love the white man. My lord. African Americans that don't love the white man that want their own nation. How do you feel
Man,
about
all
that?
black people love the white man. Stop it.
I don't love the white man,
For
bro.
sure.
Not,
I done
not.
told
I
y'all
don't love
what
no
I
white
seen
man.
walking down the streets from Nigeria in the middle of nowhere. White Jesus plastered all over the place. You can't get rid of him. And when you tell him he wasn't white, yes, he was now. Why you talk about my Jesus? And then eventually when you get to an argument, it's like, why does race even matter? Exactly. We'll take the white guy
That
down
is photo. That is
and don't
photo.
put nobody up.
That is
Uh,
photo. That is
You
photo.
talking
That
about
is
that
photo.
photo of white
No,
Jesus
no, no, no,
that's
that
no.
Trump
Caesar
Cadola, it's
done?
more than
Borgia,
just
man.
photos, brother.
That's
That is
Caesar
Nigga,
photo.
it
Borgia.
took
It
You
took
know who Caesar
Muhammadu
Borgia is?
Buhari to ban white models in
That
the
is
fucking
photo. Photo is
industry.
different from
Fucking
the
Because
real
whale
y'all
life,
kept
red,
man.
electing white
blonde
people
red
over black
motherfucker.
people in a
Kid,
black
That is
country.
what's
photo.
your ethnicity?
Me, Russia.
Yeah, nigga, please.
Man, get the fuck out.
I don't want to
Cadola, you
start
cooning
guessing.
today?
With that accent, you know he a
He
fucking
said Russia.
Nigerian.
You Yoruba?
Cadola, he's my Esan brother.
Oh, he Esan. Okay, I'm
I,
Esan too.
I
My
thought he was
lord.
Edo, Jonathan.
That's
He Idoma and
Edo.
did
Edo is
video.
a state. Edo is a
Oh, okay.
state. It's kind of like saying you're a Fulani, and then you got a whole bunch of subgroups in that Fulani brand, right? So Edo people would be Beni people, Isan people. I ain't about to name them all. You get my point.
So you one of them. So you one of the sons. Don't ain't it the argument about whether
No, he's a
Edo people
baby of the
really
Benin
Yorubas?
Empire.
Yeah, but wasn't they one of their princes from the Yoruba kingdom? And it's the whole
No,
argument
I
about
want
whether
to
they
get
really
back
are.
to what Jonathan. What was your answer? What he asked you about the FBA nationalism?
Yeah, that's enough black nationalist FBA people that you can go ahead and recruit over. There,
That's
whether you want to believe it or not, it's really not. It's really not a debate. There are people that call themselves FBA that disagree with Tariq Nasheed.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. It's
So
FBA black nationalists
you
too,
can
but
never have
they
an
are
argument to be like
definitely a
just fuck the whole
minority.
FBA people
I
when you
can
got
though.
people that claim to be FBA, but they also want to be Pan African too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
but
lot
that's
of
you
them
just a
too.
confused
So
motherfucker then, bro. Like
No, you're
that's all
not.
that
No,
shit
you're
is.
not.
You
Let me
trying
ask you
to
a question,
play
brother.
both sides of the
Let me
fence.
ask you a question, brother. Do you prefer the term African American?
No, I don't. I'll go by black if we're gonna be honest.
You
I
only
don't say none of that
what?
shit. Only
Now you
time
know
I
the
invoke
majority.
African
Wait, hold
American.
on a
Nah,
second.
listen,
That
listen, listen. Only time I invoke African American is when I'm arguing with FBAs.
transforming ass
okay.
niggas.
So let me ask you a question. And you don't believe in like black people from America should have their own ethnic group, ethnic identity?
We are our own ethnic group. We African Americans, which can be interchangeably with
Whoa, but
Black
hold on. Wait,
Americans.
hold on, brother. Barack Obama, is he a part of that ethnic group?
Barack Obama is a Kenyan mixed man.
Is he a part of that ethnic
I
group?
said it earlier. He's
No,
part.
Listen,
Wait,
Jonathan, it's not
according to
even that
no,
deep,
consensus,
bruh.
I
he's a
said it
part
no.
of that
It's
earlier.
ethnic
easy
group.
as
No, he is
this.
not. His
How you
father
gonna be
from
an
Kenya.
African
His
and an
mother is
American?
white.
Why is it
Where's
that if
Which
I
his
look
one
it
African
is?
up, it
American
says
blood?
Kyle
Barack
always
Obama
talking
was
about
the first
serving two
African
masters.
American
I
president?
gotta drop everybody down for a
Yeah.
second. Look, I said that 10 times already. Barack Obama is a Kenyan biracial man.
Yes, bro. He's not
Tyler,
an
I'm
African
asking
American.
this
The hell
brother,
with
not
all
you.
that. The hell with all that.
You
Bro,
know,
people with common sense
How
all
you
agree
gonna be
on
an
that.
African and American? Just tell
no,
me.
no, hold up. The term
Mhm.
African American
Yeah.
applies to people who have Africans who have an American story and Americans who have an African story. You cannot separate the two. Barack Obama does not have an American story in America.
African Americans are
Man,
the
I'm not
descendants of the
talking about
transatlantic
Obama.
slave trade, bro.
African
That was
American
No,
means
no,
Jonathan.
no,
people who have
brother.
the same
I would love to agree with you, but
Said it too.
unfortunately, people from a certain generation, I ain't gonna say what generation, they allowed everyone to be called African American to a point it diluted the actual meaning.
Jonathan, look. Before, like I told you, when people came to this country,
Everybody was just black, right, Kyla?
no, everybody came here and they assumed our identity because we were the dominant group. You know, now these people come here and they go into their.
Kyla, when you go to Liberia,
No.
do
Let
you
him
assume
talk,
what
Jonathan. He
identity do
finna
you
go.
assume?
Let
I'm
him talk.
in Liberia. I'm just visiting. I'm not a Liberian. I'm not trying to be a Liberian. You know, I'm not trying to be a Liberian. I'm going
And
against.
calling somebody something don't make them that, bro. I can call you African American. That don't mean you are one.
Let's just be honest. Obama represents different type of culture. The way I'm saying it is Kenya by blood side of his father, but Obama grew up in a white hood, the white grandfather's house. Then Indonesia man also taught him a lot of things. So that's why Obama would never actually emotionally attack to Africans.
Yeah, cool.
That's why Obama
I
could
want to
just
stick.
bring in
I want to
Obama.
stick to the point. The fact of the matter is, the term African American has been diluted because you got a whole bunch of people. When you look them up, it says they're African American, and they are not.
Look, we're taking it back. And like I said, that's why we got to use these platforms and whatnot. When somebody comes across this platform, they're going to get the real truth. When that we keep growing like that. Before we had no way of protecting and gatekeeping our identity. Now we do because we got social media.
And honestly, Jonathan and Carla,
Jonathan,
if hold on, Kiloda. If we have a nation of our own, doesn't that also solve that problem? Because we will have a nationality.
Yeah, I do, but unfortunately, before you can get to the have a nation of your own, what the hell is your identity before you get to that point?
Hold up. What I'm saying is this.
The Jews know who the fuck
We
they are.
basically create an Afrikstan, right? We'll become something like we call Afrikstanis, Our new
You become a nationality based on that nation. That way, you're not confused about
No, wait a
African
minute,
nation,
Kyla.
Black American,
Wait a minute.
African American anymore.
I got a question for Kyla.
I can say you a line if
Why
you
is
want
it
to read.
called Afrikstan? Why is it called Afrikstan?
That's one thing I want to ask you also, because I don't think that name will resonate with all people.
Because that
It
basically
ain't, but go ahead. I want to know why.
Okay, look, the
Because of
stand.
Africa.
Hold up. In South Africa, they had these things called Bantustan. Stand just means means land, territory. It means where you stand, where people stands. That's what stand comes from, right?
No, I'm with you on that, but to the unlearned, they gonna think Afghanistan.
Yeah, but hold up. There's also Bantustan. Never heard of Bantustans. In Southern Africa, Zulu thing was called a
Most
Bantu.
people ain't never heard of a Bantustan, Kyla.
Because we probably no look because if you're not educated, I studied history.
I heard
Kyla,
him talk
that's too
about
much
it
history to
plenty of
study. Most
times.
people don't know what the fuck a
Look,
Bantustan is.
Look, I can't go by like they say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of history, we can't be held back by people who are ignorant.
Kyla, you know a lot of history about Haiti.
I don't know about Haiti. I don't
Ignorance
care.
of the law is no excuse, Kyla. That's a shame.
Haiti's not
You see how that works?
But Haiti's not important.
Okay, Kyla, that's one thing we gotta stop doing, bro. In our fight for black nationalism, we gotta stop disrespecting other people.
Oh, I know. But when somebody throw it in my face,
man,
you gotta know about Haiti, man. I said I'll get around to it, man. I will. I swear to God.
No, brother. What you said right there, and trying to push black nationalism, we got to start disrespecting other people. Now, there's a lot of black Americans. I will argue a good majority that would say, "Why would you disrespect the person that helped black people get out of slavery? Who the fuck are you?"
Nobody respects us, right? The idea
about Frederick Douglass again.
Hell yeah.
The idea of when people say, "Look, this is what I'm saying." I'm gonna say this right here, right? And I'm gonna shock a lot of people what I'm about to say, right? How do you look at this history of this country? You look at Lehman Brothers, AIG, all these people made fortunes. You got people who are still millionaires and billionaires off the blood of black people in America, right? This country committed crimes against us. The Anglo-Saxon is our worst fucking enemy, right? We're trapped in this city. Well, that's why I said the hell with Frederick Douglass. Anybody that wants to keep us trapped, we're ruled by these fucking
Kyla, you're not trapped. Get your passport and move to Liberia.
I'm talking about us as a people. I want to be with my people, So the bottom line is this. Those who basically believe that they want to come here, enjoy the benefits, I'm saying it's fine, right? But if you don't understand, the soul of the black man cries out for justice, right? Every group of people, right? Whether it's the United States, when Japan bombed at Pearl Harbor, didn't the United States get its revenge, right? With Hiroshima, when the United States was, they thought Spain had bombed the Maine in Havana Harbor. United States, with the war, they took the Philippines, everything like that. Every other group of people could assert themselves and knock down their enemies and whatnot. But the black man in America has no government, no army. We should be able to have the ability to wage war. against enemies and whatnot. You know,
That's why we need the veterans.
And hold on. We should be able to punish race traitors and traitors to the nation. You know, with death. You know, people walk around open fucking race traitors, right? Sell our people dope, do all this shit like that with no repercussions, don't fear us whatsoever. You know, these people out there will go out there and sit with the white man, plotting against us openly. You know, like I believe a lot of these FBA people are race traitors and they need death. You know,
they're not race traitors and they don't need
yes,
death.
they definitely are.
Some of these people
no,
need
they're
to
not.
Die. Some of these people need to, in my opinion, need to die. You know,
some of them are radical integrationists that will sell us out at the drop of a dime.
Race and whatnot. They need to go. You know.
Can you give us an example of a radical integrationist FBA?
They don't have one. Trust me.
No, let them do it. Let them give an example. It's just saying stuff. I need
a radical integrationist is somebody that begs for reparations instead of building, bro. That's radical
integrationism. With that being the case,
give me somebody that you know that's
hold on a second. I got something to say. With that being the case, are you saying that CARICOM and the African Union are all suckers, sellout, and traitors because they are also asking for reparations?
They're not our fucking problem, you know. They have
no, hold on, Colin. You can't build Afghanistan in Africa and not acknowledge that Liberia is a part of the African Union. Cut that bullshit out.
First thing, if a person ain't talking about a land, don't talk about no damn reparations. That's a race traitor, you know, because he wants to be comfortable in the white man's land. That's a fucking race traitor.
Tyler, last time I checked, land is a part of reparations. Now, brother, are you saying that...
Ain't no white man out of the goodness of the heart gonna give you no fucking land.
Cool, Kyler. Ain't no African out of the goodness of their heart gonna give you no land either.
If we're
we gonna have to buy it.
We gonna have to buy it. The goodness of their heart.
We're ready to kill for it, right? That's what the
Kala, you think Negroes, both African Negroes and all the Negroes in the world, if you watch African Cup of Nations, that's where you know that the Negroes are perfect professional sellout. You see those referees from Ghana and the other referee, you see that the Moroccans bribed them and bought them over and they start blowing nonsense out of their mouth there. That's a perfect job of a Negro. Negro is being used to do a dead work. You know,
what he doesn't understand is this, Cadola. If you're going to say that FBA or the Black Americans are sellouts, what the hell do you think are the people that made you be in America are from the beginning?
I said the Africans also sell out too because you can't everybody can't take out of DNA.
Sellouts.
You know, you see what happened in African Cup of Nations. If the Senegalese look like hold on, the Senegalese look like maroon.
You can't really say that though, because they didn't all see themselves as the same people when we was going to war.
Yeah, that's nice. They still don't see themselves as the same people. So once again, you're going to no man's land, expecting no man's land to go ahead and say, "Hey, Black America."
That's why I'm a nationalist. I'm not going to nobody.
Jonathan, if you give Black people, just look at what they did. Do you think that African population was a success? The Senegalese that look like maroon, you know, the Senegalese fought hard. Those are maroon. Who said no?
As a certified Nigerian national, not by birth, just like you, right? But you by birth. When I look at Nigeria, I understand the problems a lot more. There will be more nationalism in Nigeria.
That's what we're fighting now.
You know, Fulanis was not in Nigeria.
No.
Fulanis need their own nation.
No, the Fulani.
They can go to Senegal. They can go to the Gambia. There's a lot of places they can go. They don't have to be in Northern Nigeria.
They need to go take over Mauritania. Leave everybody else alone.
Yeah, why they bum rush Mauritania? You know,
they're not.
Remake food and call it a day.
They're slaves in Mauritania.
Even the Edo State you have, Jonathan, Edo State, you have to fight for. Do you think we Asians, we have to fight to survive there? We fought those Benin people in that Benin city. We defeated them. You know, we have to fight for you to be relevant.
Oh, come on, brother, y'all lost.
No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
You fought you fought well, but you lost in the end, brother.
No. That's what they call us the Esaland. We beat. Because these Benin people invaded us, you know, kill our women and children, slave some of our people. We retaliated quick. We defeated them. We created our own land.
To America.
You know, we created our own land. That's where you hear Esaland. If not that above Benin, that slave trader would have dealt with us, mercilessly. But we put them to
Let's
one
talk
corner.
Turkey. Let's talk Turkey, Cadola. What year did the Isan tribe defeat the Benin Empire?
It was 50 something. But Ozola. You understand me? We were doing things together before. But later part, because we said no, we don't want to do with them, the Oba said, he came with his soldiers, invaded us, and does it death us? Yes, children and women was being killed, mercilessly, but we didn't give up. We lure him in, we lure him into the inner land, we lure him. Then before you know, we beheaded him there. With death between the soldiers that were begging for passageway. Please, 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 please. We make that, we create our own land, extra land. Then no, if we
convinced
look at
now,
each other,
Jonathan? Did he convince you, Jonathan?
we don't. It's a battle. For you to stand as a human being, you must have to fight your battle. You stand and win a battle. That's just all. That's
why we
the way
say
we
we
create
need
our
a
own land.
nation.
The land is very big. Extra land is very big. Where your wife from, Jonathan, they also do the same thing also. The Urubus,
Yeah.
the security.
But Cadola, the only problem that I would like to add on to that is that the Isan people, when they were fighting the Benin Empire, the Benin Empire was too stressed. They were fighting too many people. Is that true, Cadola?
So y'all
Yeah, nigga, don't
entertainment
try that
now,
shit.
huh?
You
Y'all
still a
just
part of the
They're too
entertainment
empire.
stressed.
Now,
now.
Look,
Cadola,
Yeah.
we are relatives by
look,
marriage. I
Yeah.
love my
look,
Isan bride. We're
Y'all
having a
just
baby
entertainment
together.
now, Condola. Don't
But you're
try
not about to make it seem like y'all just whooped that empire's ass. They were fighting
no, we
way
were
too
the
many
same.
people.
We were the same one empire before,
The
but we
Benin Empire
don't
was
want nothing to
essentially
do.
Germany in World War One and World War
We
Two,
don't
trying
want
to
it to
fight
do. We
everybody.
don't want it to do with them
Eventually,
anymore.
you're gonna lose
So,
somebody.
so all those Black Americans that carry ace and blood, or all those people that the DNA, I think there's some came to those states say they are ace people. These are battle of 50 something, right? 60 something. These are battle of between us and the Benin. He's a slave dealer. We know that fucking about Benin is a slave. That's why I don't really love him. I told you before. Esama look
Is
at
that
Benin,
how we got to
started out.
America? That's how we got to America.
Well, he's saying that his tribe was fighting against him.
Now
Oh
he
yes.
Esau, though. I'm
Oh
saying, is that
yes.
how the people with
So they
Esau
ain't sell
blood?
no slaves at all. What you telling me?
What?
So your people never got into the slave
No,
trade?
he said that some of them caught some of his people and
Oh yeah,
that's how they got to
I heard about
America.
that.
Oh.
A
Bro,
lot
as
of
he
the
was
people that the
invading,
Benin
as he was
people they
invading,
chose to enslave,
as,
they didn't sell them to white people. They kept them as slaves themselves. An example of that would be like even Igbo people. In Delta State, there's a specific tribe. They speak Edo, but they're culturally Igbo. They were
The Igbo
literally the slaves
slaves.
of the Benin Empire.
Okay.
Ah.
Cold
no,
game.
Well, you don't say that
Jonathan,
because it's very disrespectful to them people.
no, Jonathan, they took some of people out also. That doesn't. I said we were
Yeah,
together
not a
before,
lot.
right? We
Majority
do.
of the people that were enslaved that comes out of Nigeria. Surprisingly, the Ibibio, Efik, Igbo, the Igbos were selling their own people, even though people don't want to admit that shit. The Yoruba, and
I
that's it.
admit that shit. I admit that shit, Jonathan. We sold
Hold on,
our
hold on, hold
people.
on. What you mean the Igbos are selling their own people?
Yeah, we
Brother,
sold
Igbo
our
have a
people.
class system. There are some Igbos that are considered to be better, and some Igbos considered to be
That's
worse.
just like the Yorubas, right? They was doing the
We got
same
a caste
thing.
I mean,
system.
the
There's some
Mandinga got a
people.
caste system. No, it's caste system all
There's
over
some
Africa.
people
Yeah,
that
there's caste
Yeah.
system all over Africa.
untouchable. There's some people
So
that
No,
in Igbo land
Hold on,
during
hold on,
that
hold on.
time period,
What you say,
Steve,
DK?
there
What you
were
say,
three
DK?
kingdoms.
it's only the Igbos.
Two
It's only the
kingdoms were
Igbo that
selling
class system.
slaves,
I
and one
think
kingdom said
Jonathan,
this shit is wrong. We're not going to do that.
have you studied Nigeria so much like that, Jonathan?
Come on, brother. Now you don't think I talked to the wise families, nigga? I talked to the parents. When I went to Calabar, it was an honorary trip. Now I went
I
there
think
with
Jonathan is
one
right.
of the Anubis of the Oba. We
Jonathan is
went
very,
there as a
very right.
group.
I think Ben,
I got
you,
pictures. I'll post that in the group. I try not to be
you
like
even know
that.
much. You even know much about my own tribe. Even I was surprised. You were talking about there's some people. You were everything talking about it's it's right.
I normally don't
The
talk this kind of shit because I think it's useless. But
the evil
for the
people
moment,
don't
we'll talk
rarely
about it.
have a caste system. They just have those Sioux people. Those Sioux people are supposed to be the people
They
who,
got more caste systems than that, brother. Don't fall for that shenanigans.
yeah.
You got to
Yeah,
look
because they got the
the way
red
that
cap and the
the way that the
ozo and all of
Igbos
that.
are, right? They have a shit ton of subgroups, and the subgroups clash. Matter of fact, they clash to this day. They be killing their own goddamn traditional leaders
So
left and right.
so you
Only
talking about
Shun
They
and all
game
of that.
banging over there, brother. It ain't what you think it is. I wish it
so
was
it was
all
basically
Biafra.
like
It's one Biafra. It's not one Biafra.
you're
it was
right,
basically
Jonathan.
like
That's
the
I said Biafra is dead and arrived. The Igbo man problem is the Igbo man themselves. You understand? The Igbo man, they sell a lot of themselves by the Gulf of Guinea there. But Harcourt is being formed by slaves they took from the inner land and they want to pass it through that Gulf of Guinea by that so-called island. What do you think about Bonny Island? Jaja for Pobu. All these Calabar people, these are called Cabaleneras. Some of them have a lot of blood of the Igbos there, I was shocked that the Igbos they were very good at selling themselves too. All to today, Igbo man will say, I'm from Igbo. But they don't marry themselves like that. They have called free born, that born, that born, that born. There's a whoa, what the hell the Igbos are
Should
doing in
the should
Lagos,
the
man?
Black American nationalists be for or against Biafra?
Man, Biafra is
But
dead,
you
man.
I'm
heard
for
Biafra
Biafra.
not gonna
Kadola,
happen.
Kadola.
Support it.
Did you hear
But,
what Namdi
but
Ezekiel said
I
about that
support
host?
Biafra and Ambazonia independence in Cameroon. I support any independent movements.
Namdi Ezekiel said it was a accident of history. This whole thing with the Osu people and people not wanting to get married to them. They're not truly Osu because they fled to the shrines for protection. Osus are people who willingly go to the gods and serve them and offer their service through their lineage to the gods. People who went there for
Yeah,
shelter are not truly Osu.
Now,
So
yeah.
hold
No, no,
on a
no, no,
second,
no. They
because
are not
let's
slaves.
talk
They,
about the
the,
Sioux people because people like to talk about them as the evil people who are
the,
seen as lesser. Technically, they're not. They were
they are not.
supposed to be people
These are
who are actually worshipers or servants of the actual evil spiritual God. So they were actually seen as a lesser class, but then again a protective class, because selling them would be like taking a worshiper or
a
a
curse.
servant away from the
Southern them would
damn
be
people.
taking
So
a
that would make
curse.
them a curse.
Yeah.
Those people were not actually sold into slavery. There were actual
because
evil people,
Maybe they
because
did
evil is
sell
not
them.
as
Maybe
united as
No,
you
a
think
lot
it
of them
is.
maybe
fled
that's why they
there
curse.
to
you don't
to
know.
escape the
Jonathan,
slavers.
those.
And
I think Evans is right. Those will run to that place, to that god, because those Ukega gods, because they were catch up. They're selling. They might want your land. They will sell you. and and now they don't want to marry those women, the men. They cannot be governors. They cannot be local government district mayor.
They can't do
You
anything.
know,
They can only marry within each other. They
yeah.
just passed a law recently to say that they don't
So
have to do that.
no, because
But
most of the billionaires you see, but who stay in Lagos and Abuja, they can't go back home. Sometimes they are from this
yeah,
zone, and
but the thing is, Cadola, millions of evil people were sold by other evil people. There's
yeah,
not
but yeah,
millions of those
by
people
themselves,
to sell. You
by themselves,
understand?
by themselves,
They're a really small
So
minority of
how
people.
can you
So
form a
to think that
Biafra?
they contributed to being the large amount of evil people outside of evil land, you'll be
Yeah,
smoking cocaine to think that part. It's not
they're
that
in Guinea.
many
They're even
Sioux
in Guinea.
people.
If you go to Guinea, if you go to Guinea Conakry, the second
And the
largest
Sioux
tribe is
people are
Igbo
only
people there.
consolidated to a certain amount of states. They're not throughout the whole evil land. That's why I
If
say
Biafra
that
is
they
dead and
don't.
arrival,
They're
Biafra
not
is
as
dead.
important as
Biafra
people are
is
trying to
dead.
make
Don't
them.
forget about Biafra, bro.
Let me
Biafra
ask.
is a dead.
Let me ask a question. I gotta go downstairs, folks. I'm starving.
Not that deep.
Question is this, right? DK, you're on. Everybody going. Black America could be right. Should we exist as a group, as an entity, right? As a recognized entity, African Americans, whatnot? Do people expect certain things like Christmas? Like y'all should do this, whatever. Talking about as us as a collective, like we're organized. Then when we come together, organized, everybody's like we get pushback, right? They say you're not African American, you're not this, you're Americans. Just be an American, right? Okay, we just be American, right? So we ain't building no businesses in the community, nothing like that, because you told us to be American, right? Then when the community started getting out of hand, why don't y'all do something? Why don't y'all do something? Okay, I have an idea, right? We could build an Afghanistan on the African continent, right? Where we can give opportunities to people that's living in this country that will never have an opportunity when they can go there and start their whole life all over again. Would you be for that? No. You got to be right here in America. Should Black America, as an empire, like I said, it shows about Black business empire, Black empire tonight, right? Should Black America, as a people, as a group of people, say fuck the United States, and should we have territory of our own throughout the world that we colonize? No.
Yes. Even in that United States, you people need to come together as one, not this FBA that. But you have to come as one to fight to survive, because the Latinos are not friendly people. These are your enemies also. You know, come as one and fight as one. Otherwise, you people light skin in Black American culture. These light skin ones that want to dance line dance.
Kidola, all right. You know, we got all kinds of people. We have light skin.
No. I'm just telling you, Kala.
Keep going.
You have to come together. Both the South Blacks and the East Blacks and all the West Blacks. You have to come together and form what we call a powerful empire, a powerful nation. Otherwise,
all right, let me get the DK.
The white man will be giving you pie to eat, bro.
Man, we're not getting it. We don't want nothing from the white man. Whatever we're gonna get, we're gonna take. All right, go ahead, DK. What you're saying?
Well, I was saying is what you first got to do is stop being weak. Who gives a fuck what other people think? Just do.
That's what I'm saying. Just take it. That's what I said. We're gonna get that Afghanistan. You know, we're gonna get that territory all throughout the African continent.
Where, Kala? Where?
Whatever we decide, we're gonna take. You know.
Start with Atlanta first. We have the majority.
We're gonna once we get our numbers together, because we're stronger than everybody else. Once we get our numbers together, man, we'll be able to take.
Kala, start first. Kala, you have to push the Latinos out of Atlanta first, man. Take over that place.
This is not our ground. We don't have any ground.
No, Kala, you fight to stand there. You have to fight to stand, bro.
Like I said, Kidola, our hands are tied in America. You know. Once we get our own territory, we get away from America, man. We can fucking conquer the world. I believe we could take on most countries in Europe. You know. All the teach us bound here is this fucking double ass country. You know.
Kala, I'll be very happy if Black Americans could one day fought their way and push this. Look, I prefer to be in the cycle, in the ring with Black Americans for possibility eating their food. For me being with these Latinos, I know if they hate you, they hate me too.
Kidola, we get along with the Latinos, bro.
No. You're deceiving yourself, bro. No, you're deceiving yourself, bro. Don't deceive yourself like that, bro. Do you know what they're doing to them in Guatemala?
He don't know.
Yeah, that nigga.
Do you know what they're doing to them in Guatemala? Go check the Black people in Guatemala.
We get along with them to a certain extent.
We get along with the northern Hispanics.
My housemate is a Guatemalan. My housemate.
What the hell does that mean, Kala?
Do you know what they're doing to them in Ecuador?
I get along with these
y'all be picking. I hate when niggas be like, man, I got this one Asian friend. All Asian friends is cool.
Well, she comes and does my house in my office once a month.
Oh, let me say this.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. They can clean your house. They can be your roommate.
I'm not trying to get with
them. He about to walk around Carolina with that one white friend that he got. He can walk up to every white person now. R.I.P. Steve.
My point I'm trying to make this. I have normal relationship with anybody. You're not paying my bills. You're not putting money in my pocket. I don't give a fuck what Latinos do. I'm cordial with them.
If you form that that style you talk about, you not have to be the man that is speaking to your ears, you know, because you not have more. You know a lot about stand-up fight, because he been to Africa a lot. I think because I was surprised he was talking some of these things, man. Like, whoa, this guy know more of this thing, man. You know. Because to fight and survive, I think he know much about it, because he be eating some kind of food with these people in that place over there.
Get the right people. I just want to
You
find out
don't come Donald
who
Trump.
believes that we should have a nation. That's all I fucking want to know.
Yeah, I would prefer that, but start with Atlanta first, bro.
I
Then
don't.
after
We don't want
Atlanta,
Atlanta. We don't want fucking Atlanta. You don't get it, do you? I don't want
Atlanta is
fucking
big.
Atlanta.
You can
I
turn
don't
that
want
place
to
to
share.
be.
You know, look, I don't want fucking Atlanta. I don't want fucking New York. What is that? We want our own land, territory. We can
Then take
start.
over
I'll
Baltimore.
take
The next one.
Mississippi.
Yeah, and we'll still have Atlanta. We'll still have New York, right? We want
No,
territory.
no, 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 no. New York is lost. Forget about New York.
You don't know anything, Cadola. You know,
Take
my
over,
family, so
take
my
over
family,
Baltimore. Just take over Baltimore, close to you there, bro.
Cadola, my family's in New York. They're all millionaires. What are you talking about? I'm from New York. You know, we still got fucking people in New York, Long Island, Connecticut, shit like that, Jersey, whatnot. We still got it. We got Black America is not gonna hurt for anything like that. All we're doing is talking about expanding. You know, and African is just our expansion, man, building an empire.
We need each other. We need each other to survive. We need each other to survive.
Man,
Be Donald Trump. Donald Trump have taught me something. Donald Trump have taught me something that, man, we can hate each other. I can be NBA. I can be somewhere Negro from one stupid place in Africa. Man, we need each other to survive, bro. We need each other to survive. No, if anybody hates you, be you black, like what they did to Donald Trump, Obama's wife, that's what they also do to me too. We need each other to survive. One race, one color. Yeah, we can marry different type of people, but as long we exist, we need each other to survive, brother. That's just true. That's just true. You can be anything, but we need each other to survive this world. Otherwise, we'll be sold
Donald
again
Trump taught
as
you all
land.
that. Donald Trump taught you all that, huh?
Man, you see what Donald Trump did, man?
Well,
He to white. Man, I have to also be to blacks too. I'm a black man. You know, it's key color. I might be married to a white woman, but I'm black. You know, that doesn't have nothing to do with my, I have to survive.
Cadola, we know Donald Trump is the enemy. But unfortunately, we know the illegal immigrants and their shenanigans, they're also the enemy.
Oh yes,
And
I know.
one thing black people have to learn is that the experiment that we had in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s was a beautiful thing. The idea that we're going to have this huge group of coalition of people who are oppressed by white people, and if all the oppressed people will come together and fight the white people, that was a great idea. God bless our elders for having that idea. But in 2026, we learned it just didn't work. And so in that case, we thought black and brown, yellow man, coalition, all of that stupid shit would be the case, but it's not the case. And they actually ended up siding with the white people. Therefore, what we did was we're in the boxing ring with a white person. We think if we bring other Negroes in, they're going to fight with us. And we're going to outnumber the white people. Unfortunately, the Hispanics came into the ring, and then they walked over there and put on the gloves and stood with the white people. A lot of the black immigrants, they hopped in the ring and they went over there to go stand with the white people. The Asian people did the same thing. So what we find is ourselves in a situation in which we thought we had a coalition, but we actually got to fight these people and more people. And if that's going to be the case, we rather fight the white people by ourselves.
See, that's
It's a lot
why.
more simple to fight one group of people than fight a whole bunch of group of people, because there was a time period, right? Well, blacks and Hispanics, when they were in smaller numbers, the Hispanics acted like, yeah, no. Wait, the Hispanics always sided with white people. Always. If you look at the race riots between the whites and the Chinese in LA back during the late 1800s, the white people actually used the Hispanic people to go kill the Chinese people. The Hispanics have always been sellouts. So why we thought black and brown pride coalition, I have no damn clue why we thought that shit was possible. It never was. It's only now that we're not like being like our grandparents, my grandparents, if they were alive, there'll be some cooning. They'll be cooning. Okay.
Jonathan, weren't Hispanics fighting against the end of segregation for black people against Jim Crow.
Hispanics were fighting to be included as white people. They always have.
Yeah, they always.
And if you look at the census today, there's Hispanic, white or black. There's no Hispanic. There's no Hispanic of color. No Hispanic of this. You either white or black Hispanic. So now they get the option to choose whether they want to be white or black. You know what they're gonna pick, right?
Yep.
They always pick.
They're our enemy, and we have to acknowledge that they're our enemy. And if they're our enemy, deport them. Get them the fuck up out of here. There's no love for these people. You go to Mexico, they don't have black people anywhere. They don't show off black people.
Yeah, if it was the other way around, trust me, they would have no love.
No love.
They don't even
I
put
mean,
black
but
people in
Jonathan, I got I got a few Mexican friends, Jonathan.
Come on, Steve.
Steve, we gonna hang your ass.
We from Cali. We got hella Mexican friends, bro.
Fuck does that mean, Steve?
I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, right?
Friends, you got white friends.
Yeah, I got I got a few Hispanic friends and some. Well, I only got one white friend. Well, he more like a brother to me, but
Hey, Steve, I like to go with the consensus. The consensus is Falanis are Muslim. But as I told you, I know Christian Falanis too.
right.
They're very rare.
No. Let me say this right. I have Mexican friends, and my Mexican friends are the ones that told me like, oh yeah, man, they don't really like black people. So I know.
Yeah, they're telling you right there, then and there.
So I know.
Yeah, so fuck them. At some point, you have to treat this shit like a geopolitical situation. We don't like Donald Trump. We don't like white people. But if you're pushing the agenda that benefits us, well, then fuck them. We're going to support you. It's just that simple. We can't be the dumb black people be like, well, we don't like you, so we ain't going to support nothing you do, even if it benefits me. Nigga, what?
You seen that clip on FBA? Why everybody keeps saying they took it down on the news?
They did take it down. Not up there no more.
Oh,
Smitty 753. What you mean? I need to leave the South and see the rest of the country. For what?
Saying you got it good in North. We got it good in North Carolina.
Exactly.
Got it cracking in Naf Kakalaki.
Absolutely. Everything going good, man.
Yeah. Colin got to show some respect to the South.
I was gonna move to North Kakalaki, man. I still might. I don't know.
Come visit, man. See how you like it.
Yeah, man, it's cool out here. We
Yeah,
got
man,
the
it's
beach.
chill.
Yeah.
Go to Wilmington. Go to
got
Moorhead.
good weather out there.
Well, it's cold right now. It's like 20 degrees.
Yeah, it was snowing. What
Yeah, it was snow. Yeah, it snowed like last week, or we had like where I live, we had like 6 inches of snow.
6 inches. Yeah, that's pretty deep.
It's not always like that though.
To understand, I know a racial dynamic. What you mean?
Man, he just told you his fucking friend told him what was up.
I know. I got
Steve, you kind of
grandparents.
heard this story. I was reading this news of how there's this black dude who wanted to pray with some white guy. He walked up and rang the doorbell, and the white guy shot him through the door.
Damn. I think I heard that story. Man. He shot him through the door.
Yeah, he did.
I posted the video for people that want to see the foundational Black American thing. They put it on MSNBC. Go for it.
Oh, okay. So it's still out there. All right.
Yeah, it's on the bigger platform.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all always trying to discredit FBA, man.
They took it down on ABC.
They put it on MSNBC.
FBA most of the time ain't going nowhere.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, nothing like an NBC. You lie there, man. ABC take it down.
He said MSNBC, not ABC.
Cadola, did you look at the link I put in the back chat?
ABC is down already.
Cadola, did you look at the link in the back chat?
He just put the link in the back. The link is in the back.
Okay.
On a bigger platform now. Now what you guys say?
Yeah, Collar, man.
Okay,
I'm not
let's see.
FBA, but
Is
it's
Let
that
not
is
let's
Come
FBA.
see.
on back,
Let's
Collar.
see.
Bantu?
You
Step
know
Even
right
at
what?
up,
first,
Collar. Step
Bantu.
right up.
At first, they would be like Tucker Carlson. See, that's just the Republican. That's the
Yeah.
conservative. Okay, now it's on the liberal shit.
Now
What's
it's
your
on
argument?
Democrat show. Now what?
That's no AI. That's real.
Now what you gotta say, Collar? Come on back, you greedy. Come here. I didn't
Let's
even know
see.
that. Look at that.
Let's see. Who's a member of this FBA?
It's a
I thought you
lineage.
talking about. I thought it
Ain't
was like a
no
video,
ain't
Jonathan.
no
This shit's on the
membership.
daggone. What is this?
Oh, membership.
MSN. Yo, yeah,
Through the
MSN.
blood, Kidola.
No, who's a member? Is a
It's
member? Who's
through
a member
the
of this FBA?
blood. There's no
Who's a member of this FBA?
membership. There's no members.
You know,
He is technically
if
a
I print a
lineage.
shirt of FBA, who's gonna take the money?
What? What the fuck you talking about,
Yeah. Now just asking, if I start making business out of FBA t-shirt, who's gonna take that money? Maybe I start making that money now in Nigeria, FBA.
Yeah, do it,
Who's this?
man. Do it, man. You get the
Well, I'm
money.
not gonna carry your propaganda, bro.
Yeah, do it, man. You make some money, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That
Jonathan,
that spread
that video is out there for 2 days with 150 with 150 likes.
150
Man, come
what?
on now.
Oh, well.
Brother, with all due respect, I don't know too many niggas that even look at the news currently.
Exactly, that's my point. And like everybody talking about, oh, FBA was on ABC. I was like, don't nobody watch the news.
Don't nobody watch the news, but everybody else blabbing their mouth about it. Oh, he
But
got took
the
down. He
thing is,
got took
Steve. The
down.
thing is,
Listen,
Steve.
y'all
One thing we
gotta
gotta admit is
understand,
this,
man.
right?
Nobody seen
The
it, but
argument is
I'll
that
be damned if we
Tucker
ain't talking
Carlson
about
said
it.
it. Well, Tucker Carlson, he's just a conservative and blah blah blah.
Oh, okay, you trying to say the liberals on? Okay,
Now the
I got you,
liberals are
man.
saying it too. That
Right.
that means consolidation. And if we know anything about politics, there's some rich people at the very top that said both of you motherfuckers just gotta acknowledge this shit, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Mm.
And that's
Did
the
you
end
see
of it.
Tucker Carlson? Did you see Tucker Carlson interviewing those three African presidents? Was like,
I didn't
I
watch it,
didn't
but I
see
know
it.
they was up there.
yeah, he interviewed President Zimbabwe. Of course, he was peddling that white, bullshit
Well, the president of
about.
Zimbabwe decided to give white people reparations, so fuck him.
I don't think they gave them reparations yet. I think
Nigga, yes they did.
he did paid, he
they.
did paid.
Wait, what?
They
Say
did
He
that
did give
pay.
them no
again?
money. He did give them no money. He thought he could give.
Yeah.
He was negotiating with them, but I think that will affect. Look, that will affect his government a lot. Some of the people put him there.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they didn't pay any money yet.
They didn't give no money out yet. He was thinking
Wait,
maybe
hold
if
on
he
a second.
negotiate.
Hold on a second,
Yeah,
play.
that mean it's
Zimbabwe is in the
coming.
process of paying $3.5 billion in compensation to white farmers whose lands were seized during the fast-track land reforms in the early 2000s.
Man.
As of 2026, the government initiated payments, including $3 million payouts.
Oh,
What's wrong with you niggas? Y'all not up to date?
hey,
They
man.
agreed to it, but the white
Yeah.
farmers
No.
didn't get money
He
for it.
The
just said they
definition
paid
of
it out.
initiated payments means those motherfuckers got paid.
Oh,
No, Jonathan,
No,
look at the article I sent. They're turning
no,
to Trump
Jonathan,
now.
the money was
Got,
not be
got
given to their account here. That's why they were begging
no,
Donald Trump to come and help them.
yeah,
Look,
yes.
I
Look at
feel
the
sorry for
article.
those white Zimbabweans, but these white people can't even survive cold in Europe where they're coming from.
If
They've
y'all
been
look
that
at the
place for.
news, it says Zimbabwe makes first compensation payments. They
what's
made the
the
payment.
what's the date on it? What's the date?
Hold on, let me just post the damn
The
shit.
article.
Oh,
We ain't gotta lie in the name of
I
Pan
know.
Africanism.
No, I'm just saying that for them because I already
Yeah, I
believe
get
it.
what
But
I'm on you. I'm on your side. I agree. They shouldn't
yeah,
have paid it at all. They shouldn't even agree to it. But
I
I don't know what
believe
angle they're going on it.
I believe they made payments already. Shit.
I'll be arguing about this.
Why did they even agree to it in the first place?
Yeah,
They agreed
No,
to it and they
it's very
already made
okay
payments.
if he agree to pay them, maybe for sanctions to be lifted, but those guys will be gone. Which is better, pay them, let them go. They
They
no
ain't
longer
gone. They
own no
still
land.
there. They still in power, bro. They paid these people.
No, but they paid them, they'll be gone. So any white Zimbabweans that is there now can't have no power anymore. Once you they pay you off, you're finished. That's the truth. You can't claim anything. You can't claim no land. They pay you to leave. They didn't pay you to stay. So
Maybe that's why they was begging to come to America then, because they got paid off. They need somewhere to
Zimbabwe
go.
pays white farmers compensation April 26, 2025. And y'all saying these niggas ain't got paid?
the
Damn, that was
British,
damn
they
near a
can
year ago, man.
No, no,
They
no,
haven't
no.
paid
Not
all of it.
agreed. They agreed a few years prior. They paid.
so Jonathan, it's not good for them to take that 3 million and just go to Britain, and then they will not find out how it's difficult for them to survive. That $3 million just a cheap money, you know. They're not coming back anymore. Let them go and buy mansion and survive with that. Survive with that body in England, cold country, you know.
I
So
paid
that
some of it. They haven't paid all of it yet because I don't know why they're lobbying Trump to get the money. So
they were begging Trump to come. No, maybe they're begging Trump to come and help them again, occupy big land again there, but it's not going to happen. The land value more than that money. You don't know. You know, they control the economy of Zimbabwe before. Now they don't have that power anymore. South Africa can't do that because South Africa is full of different type of people there. It's just like United States. You know, South Africa is on the chokehold. Malema
yeah,
just making noise.
Those black people in South Africa, they're weak as hell, man. Nothing.
You know, South Africa is I don't know, man. The Indians are there who don't like them. The Indonesians are there who actually hate the blacks.
I'm gonna need y'all to do me a favor, okay? We on these platforms, speak the truth and speak what you know. They are seeking Donald Trump's help because the payments aren't as high as they expected it to be. Not that they didn't get paid.
Okay,
I
stand
gotta
corrected.
I gotta get
But
up to date, man.
they can collect that money and go to Manchester, go to
They know
Liverpool.
that if Zimbabwe pays that $3 million, it's gonna be a long time before they get to that that $3 billion payment.
African Goddess said they returned back to Africa, the farmers, those Zimbabwe farmers.
Yeah, they went back.
She said they
Some
went
of
to
them are
different
even some of
countries,
them are in
Here's the
Nigeria.
problem.
Syria,
The black
Congo.
people will pay reparations, give land reparations back to white people. And only one white country has paid reparations, although they don't want to call it that, to one African tribe in Africa. Only one.
Was it Germany? Was that what you mean?
Germany paid a African tribe in what's the name?
I think it's
What's the
Herero.
name of that colony that they had?
Namibia. You talking about Namibia?
Yeah. They did some work on a particular group. They massacred a shit ton of them people. They gave them people reparations and said fuck the rest of the country.
Yeah, it was some low amount, like $1 billion, I think.
Any white that spent 500 years.
Wait, hold on a second. You said it was $1 billion?
Oh, it was a lot.
That's more than Zimbabwe paying. Come on now.
Yeah.
And the population of those people is very small too.
And it's only ain't that many of them. Only like 10,000. So that $1 billion about to work wonders. They all became wealthy people overnight, according to the Biblian
I don't
class
understand why
levels.
Colin thinks if you ask for reparations, that means you're a traitor. I don't know.
Because Kyle's not that bright. That's why. Kyle, I'm telling you, not that bright. If that's your point of view, you ain't that bright. Everyone getting paid reparations all over the board, all over the world, but the black Americans ask for reparations. We the dumb ones.
You said everybody getting paid reparations.
Yeah.
White farmers who stole land are getting paid reparations.
Yeah, white people getting paid reparations.
Wait. That black group in Namibia is getting paid reparations. Now, these ain't the only people that are getting paid reparations currently.
Let me tell you something. Jonathan, can Black America actually survive Africa? Because the white Europeans who live in Africa can't even survive Europe. So sometimes you adapt to the environment you belong to for a very long time, and you can't really change like that. The
Cadola,
white
my son
Debt,
got my genetics. This
debt,
nigga gets sick all the time.
the debt
Can
is
we survive
so
Africa? I don't know.
the debt is
Hey,
so big
that's what I'm
though.
talking about. You know,
Cadola, you know how dirty y'all punk ass water be.
no, it
I
doesn't.
take a
Doesn't
shower
matter.
in y'all water and I
You
come out with
people.
hives.
No, look. England have, Europe have a clean water, everything. They have harvest everything there. But the white South Africans or the white Rhodesia people can't even go back to England, settle the whole. Okay,
Actually,
but
you know that I read a study that a lot of the settlers that the Black American settlers that came to Liberia, the first ones, many of them died of disease.
Yeah, a lot of them
Shoot, some of the
died.
Of
Africans that went back and
course.
settled, they died too. It was a
Yeah.
yeah. So that's
Fulani
what I'm
man that was
saying.
born in Africa, and he came back
Can Black
and
America really
died.
survive a place
Kyler
like
almost
Africa?
died when he went to Liberia, so I don't know why he preaching. Come to Liberia. As a nigga that
Does,
almost died.
does that
Oh
does,
yeah, he
You
did say
does anybody know
that.
that dude name though? Because he was a Fulani dude that was born. I forgot what country. He
Come to
was born somewhere
Liberia
in
and die
Africa.
with me.
He was enslaved and then went back to Liberia and died within a week.
Yeah,
They
he
said
does.
the
So
study said that Black
Hey, hey,
it's
Americans
not
hey,
were
hey,
about.
hey,
intermarried with
hey,
those from
hey,
the
Steve. You ever
South.
notice that whenever they find a Fulani that was enslaved in America, they always got freed and sent back somewhere?
That ain't true.
Name me an example that ain't the case.
There were plenty of Fulani that didn't go
Name
back
them.
to Africa.
Name them.
What do you mean? There's a dude from North Carolina. I forgot his name. He was trying to get back to
Went to
Africa, but he
Europe.
died in. Let me find his name.
Uh huh. Go
Because
ahead.
these white South Africans, they're not going back, and they can't even survive. Because they have a clean city, big city in all over the Europe there, but they don't want to go there. They want to be in Africa. Some of them came to Nigeria, Kwara State, to become farmers. So 500 years is almost like Black America also in the United States. So these white Europeans, they are more in in the adaptation. They are more Africans than the ones that live in Europe. You know, so they eat the
Somebody said
fufu
all the
there. They eat.
Fulani in Louisiana they never went back. The guy I'm talking about is Ali. Is Ali? No, Omar Saeed. Is that how you say it, Saeed?
What happened with him?
He came to North Carolina. He was enslaved in North Carolina. Um, he was
When did
captured
he
in
come?
1807 and brought to the United States. And he died in 1864. So he died a year before.
He died where?
North Carolina. He was captured and born into a wealthy and prominent Fulani family in Futatoro, present-day Senegal.
If I do
He was
DNA test,
captured
I
during
found
military
out
conflict in 1807 and transported to Charleston, South
Jonathan.
Carolina, where he was sold into slavery.
Jonathan, if I do DNA test, I found a Black American as part of my family in fifth generation. I will bring that guy back to Africa, give that person a land. I said, "This is your land. Take." I think that's
Yeah,
that's
see,
that's how Black
good
America
job.
became.
See, Cadola, you had graduated to the B1, B2 phase. God bless you.
No, 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 no.
You are officially B1, B2. Now,
No,
I kind of want to say
no,
B1, B2 and a half because you know why, but I ain't going to go there.
Hold on.
no,
And
Jonathan, no,
Jonathan,
to be
another
honest,
thing,
Jonathan, if I have fifth
I told you
generation,
what to do. Just take
you
a
know,
couple of extra and we all good. Just don't have
the
one.
and
Have
Jonathan,
some
if
on
I
the
give my
side,
DNA
damn
to
it.
them, I find out part of my
Hey
family member was being
man, that
stolen
Dutch
or
girl got him colonized, man. He ain't
be
going
sold. I
nowhere.
will bring that person back
All
to
the
my place
Fulani in
and say,
Louisiana that never went back. Yeah, those Fulani people were captured by the French. That wasn't part of America. That became a part of
Jonathan,
America.
another thing, Jonathan. Gola, I think Gola English has that language that has Fulani words in it as well.
Wait. You can speak a language and not be Fulani. What does that mean?
Wait, what are y'all talking about? The Fulanis never went back, or they
Cause
did?
cause Jonathan thinks Fulani that end up as slaves in America and the 13 colonies went back to Africa. All of them went back, and that's not true.
This guy Omar Ibn Said was a Fulani. He ended up
Yeah,
dying
that's
in
what I just said.
North
Yeah.
Carolina.
He died in
He
North
died in
Carolina.
North
All right, so one of them died in North
I
Carolina.
mean, but there's a list in Charleston, South Carolina, the most listed slaves, and Fulani's on that list as well. But they used to call
Yeah, what
Fulani
what what
Fular,
what what
Fulbe.
list?
Hold
You know
on.
what they you know what they do in the real world, right?
Oh, he got a
They have this
list.
thing, right?
Mm-hmm. What you? What
You're a
happened?
Fulani.
Oh my goodness.
They
Keep
do.
going
They
down the list,
do.
bro. So what
Oh,
Fulani was he?
It, what you mean? What
Was he
Fulani was he?
Fulani? Was he Fulani blood or Fulani dominated? Which one is it?
He was Fulani blood because not only that, they said he looked different as well. They said he didn't look like the other Negro.
He was an
Ooh.
Islamic scholar. He could
Yeah, and
speak
he was an
Arabic,
Islamic scholar,
read and
Oh,
write.
well, then he for sure probably was a. You know
and
how
he
they
actually
be.
came from royalty.
He came from royalty and he was sold
what?
into slavery.
Wait, that's what I was going
He
to say.
he
What?
got
What the
captured in a
fuck?
dispute. He got captured. Some people got caught. It is what it is.
Hold on, player. What's his name? Say his name again.
Something
I put it in the chat.
Saeed.
Put it in the private
I
chat.
Yeah,
think
put
he
in the
put it in
private
the.
chat.
I think he
You know
put
I
it in
can't
the
spell
group.
that
He was born
bullshit.
into a wealthy, well, no, well, not royalty, but born into a
Omar
wealthy and
Saeed.
prominent family in Toro.
I can spell the Omar part. That's easy. Omar Epps what?
Let him thank God that dude he came back to Africa, man. Let him be
Omar
there. Yeah,
Ibn Said.
Yep.
maybe Senegalese.
I got a photo of him. He
There
looks
was there was a bunch of Fulanis that came to the slave trade, and a lot of white people could tell the difference between them because some of them got admixture.
As they were picking people too, they also get picked also.
Exactly.
he was from Futa Toro. That's where he's from. That's Fulani land.
Okay.
I still don't
Between
get what
Senegal and Guinea.
y'all point is.
Jonathan keeps saying that the Fulanis that came to slavery went back to Africa. They never stayed.
Oh, I mean, some of them probably stayed. Yeah.
You know, you have a son or a daughter with your Benin wife. Jonathan,
Yeah, you said what?
you have a daughter or a son. How many kids you have with those two wives?
One. We got a son. The other child
A
died.
son.
I.
Oh, sorry, man.
I think it's all right. It's a part of life. It's Africa. Go ahead.
But
Oh,
actually,
Man,
it said Omar Ibn Said was offered multiple opportunities to go back to Africa. He chose to stay in America.
You know what that means. Yeah, I seen that too. So once again, folks, he was caught. They found out, oh, this nigga's fooler. He don't belong here. Hey, fooler nigga, you want to leave or you want to stay? Where I came from was kind of trash. I'd rather be a slave over here. I mean, come on now.
you gonna tell me he came from royalty, but he'd
You
rather
wasn't
stay a
gonna keep. You wasn't
slave?
gonna say that part, Steve.
He was a form. He was a form man in the United
Whoa,
States.
Hey,
He was
this
I
is
never
didn't.
a
not
I didn't.
slave.
making
I
He
didn't
was
any
read
a
that
form
part.
sense.
man.
This is not making any sense.
Steve, you wasn't
He
gonna
was a
say that part,
I
supervisor.
didn't.
Steve.
I didn't read that part.
How the fuck you
Jonathan,
gonna come
Hold
from
on, folks. Hold on,
royalty
folks.
and
As
say
I
you want
said
to
earlier
stay
on
a
this
slave?
platform, we got to come with the historical facts, Steve. Why would you? You didn't even know all of that.
yo,
See, you thought
Jonathan,
the nigga was just
I could
another
have
nigga.
sworn I
Once they
read.
found out who he was, they wanted to let him go.
I could have
You- you-
sworn. I
Jonathan,
could have sworn that
Jonathan, get
dude.
this,
He was
The
trying to
Jonathan.
good
get back,
King
but he couldn't
just
get
said
back.
he was at
Hold on.
peace.
He'd rather be a slave in America than a king in his
This shit
homeland.
don't
No,
make
Steve, he
no
You know
was
what?
sense.
a
Steve.
Everybody, stop the music. I was down. What happened?
Oh, nothing happened.
Well,
he
tell me
was a
what
supervisor.
happened.
Me and Steve were having an argument. I
Oh, they
said
talking
the
about the
Fulani people
Fula.
that made it to America that were enslaved by the 13 colonies, once they found out they were Fulani, they were usually sent back. Steve came with an example of a guy named Omar
Fulani.
Saeed.
Yeah.
Said this man came to the Carolinas, so he was enslaved. Once they found out who this motherfucker was, they gave him the opportunity to go back to where he came from
Thank you,
or stay.
Principe. His master
He
force and
chose
tricked
to
him into
stay.
staying.
His master played a trick on him. This is
They're
a is
basically
it,
they're
what
basically
the
So
fuck,
supervisor.
man?
They're basically
Hold on,
supervisor.
Jonathan.
Steve, you got to be ashamed of
Hold on,
yourself.
Jonathan. You really think that all Fulani white people say, "Oh, we gonna we gonna send this
You
person
gonna tell
back
me this man is
to
a
Africa"?
king or a prince and his
What
master
happens
played a
is,
trick
what
on?
happens
Get the
is,
fuck
That
out of here.
destroyed
what
the
happens is when
slave.
when
That
they
was
were doing the
that was
slave
What
ship, right?
fucking
They
trick?
had alliances with people, with groups.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just like they were just going to go over there yanking niggas. No, they
Oh,
had alliances
he
with a
was
lot of
telling
these
them that he
tribes.
was
They
gonna be
had
able to be
treaties
a
with these
slave trader
tribes.
too. Bitch ass motherfucker.
So
So
you
that
trying to tell
Fulani
me they
man
didn't
is chief
have no
judge. That
They didn't
Fulani
have
man
no
is chief
Fulanis
judge.
and they came to the slave trade and stayed.
Steve, if I have an alliance with your tribe to go and catch slaves, but a part of that agreement that we had, that treaty says that if we get one of you, we got to bring them back.
Where's that treaty at, Jonathan?
Oh Lord, here we go. Steve,
A lot of
are you ready for
a
your
lot of the
That
pitch?
shit does
Fulani.
not exist, man.
Let me be like my
Oh,
weak
that's a
nigga
good
flexed up. You
question.
ready
Why
to be
did they
cooked?
send him back, Jonathan? Why did they send the fool us
They
back?
Why they send
They
it back,
made him
Because
a
they
Steve?
was
supervisor. They made him a
they was
how we
supervisor
know they
of the
were
loyal.
fool
Negroes.
our way?
Because hold up, there was actually the Moroccan government who interceded, saying they were Moors. They found out when they were Muslims or Moors. They said these are Moors and whatever. Like, that's what started the Moor Science Temple. A lot of Negroes tried to call themselves Moors to get out of slavery. You know,
No,
that's
Colin.
exactly what happened.
With
You
all due
know,
respect, I got a question, Colin. Was there a treaty or a deal done to say, hey, when these people are Muslims or whatever the case may be,
no.
you got to
Sometimes,
send them back?
I
sometimes
knew it
what
was
happened.
that
Hold
when you
on.
said it, Principal. I
Hold on.
already
Let me
knew.
finish what I'm saying, man. God, he asked me a question, right? Sometimes when when slaves got here and they're Fulani, like let me give you an example. There was this one case in New Jersey, right? A guy was a Fulani, and what happened was after the cold winter, his skin turned really pale, right? And they were saying that if you bring black people to him, I guess there was no racial category back then. He must have been a Fulani, but he was probably like more Tuareg or Berber.
Yeah. The Treaty of 1786.
Yeah. So they were saying,
Checkmate, Steve. Go and look at it.
well, what I'm saying is this. Yeah, that was a Barbary Coast situation. My whole point I'm trying to make is sometimes when a person could speak good Arabic and they were educated, they knew what they were about, they could communicate, right? Some people would take a liking to that and say, you know, this person is not a slave, right? He's different from the other Africans, whatnot. And they were given a choice to leave the United States, right?
That
They
was
had to
just a
leave,
poor example, Steve.
you know, so it's like that. Oh, I want to address Sister Mary Shai said in the chat room. She says, "Oh, Kyle, we shouldn't talk about making like. Look, I'm sorry, sister. Hold up. I'm a man. You're a woman, right? I understand why women do. You know, just look. Bottom line is this: we're not. I'm not trying to be nobody's bitch, right? I want a land of my own. I don't want to be part of nobody else's country. You know." And also, Africa, these borders, I don't recognize them. I don't respect them. They were created at a state of chaos and criminality by Europeans and whatnot. And Africans are participating in criminality by not redrawing the borders to include the people who are lost in the transatlantic slave trade to also have a homeland. You know, so I don't. So if it comes down to force, we'll do whatever is necessary. I don't give a fuck who we have to line with. We will get our territory. You know, as simple as that. But that's just
Hey,
a.
Prince of
Let's
P,
not
where you get
let's
that?
not lead with force though.
I'm not gonna lead with force, right? But these people, we're trying to say peaceful. And if the Africans are smart, right? If you put an African stay on the continent, who do you think we're gonna get most of our
But
food from?
Colin, that's a big if. If the Africans are smart, they're not. I'm sorry.
They're not smart. Look. Their mentality is they got to repulse. They don't see the benefits. That's why how stupid these people are. You know.
But Tyler, we gotta organize amongst ourselves first to show them
Yeah,
that it
no,
makes
but what I'm
sense.
saying, my point is this: every time you're in the chat room, I'm gonna start blocking people to tell you the truth, right? If you can't see the benefits, if you talk about African Americans purchasing land, setting the best and brightest one, that state will be the richest state in the continent. You know,
Facts.
Africans will basically benefit. But who do you think we're gonna buy most of our food from and stuff like that? They will have business opportunity. You know, But the bottom line already, oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that. And then what they do? That's why I said I am going to Liberia and I'm fucking with the Lebanese. You know? Because that's fucking mentality. Now you see why I say that, right? I am sick and tired of dealing with fucking the African mentality. You know? That's the way they want to say it. You see how everyone's all upset. Oh, you're a traitor, Colin. How are we gonna keep going in this fucking circle? You guys start talking about you don't want us there.
Kala, those Lebanese, those Lebanese you talking about, Kala.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a
They
fuck.
think more like the next door neighbor of Africans.
I don't
They
give a
must be
damn.
good in business, Kala.
I don't give a damn. They respect us. They don't respect Africans. How about that? You know.
How do you do? How do you do, Kala? They respect money.
Well, historically, there's a famous quote that usually was stated during the Rwanda genocide. You are African. You're not even a nigger.
Yeah, that movie. I should play that clip, you know. You're not even a nigger. You're an African, you know. So we have a higher status in the world, Kidola, you know, and we're going to use
You deceiving yourself, Kala.
Since you guys want to go there with us, man, you go there with us.
Kala, you deceiving yourself. Kala, you deceiving yourself. Higher status for what, Kala?
I gotta take Brussels air, right? My lady told me, she goes, "Oh yeah, good man. You got a big head. You're gonna feel like what it's like being an African again." Yeah, when I go to Brussels air, I'm gonna be treated like an African.
Kala, if those Lebanese, if you allow the Liberians to do those Lebanese are talking like that, right? They will invade their store one day. The Lebanese man would say, I don't know this man. I've never seen something like that. Who is this Kala? Please, who is this Kala? You know, the Africans, when they react, right? When they react, the Lebanese man will deny you.
On my itinerary, I'm going to be meeting with the Lebanese business community. I want to tell what they have to talk about. You know,
Kyle, you ain't got to look up the video. I ain't got it for you. It's in the back chat. Go and play for these.
About what?
Hey,
go and play for my African brothers.
Put up fair use.
You're not even a nigger.
Oh, okay. I'll play that video.
Kala, when you're talking that the Lebanese did similar thing in Nigeria, right? They were using the police to oppress until some people corner them in the corner. They called the police. The police didn't show up. They were begging. They were on their knees. You know, so don't let Lebanese fool you.
Well, I want to
the Africans.
I think I could get some place better than
Don Cheadle.
You know?
Steve, when you get a chance, look at the history of the alliances that was done with the people that.
Movie. I do not own the rights to this movie and whatnot. This is for fair use.
Fair use, damn it.
Fair use. In the back.
Hold on. You know how this genocide started? 1 million people killed over a radio talk show. Hutus sitting around. You know those fucking Rwandans that we hate so much, that we're the Tutsis that we're jealous of. Yo, look, don't underestimate African jealousy. Enemy, because Africans act on their jealousy. When it comes to genocide, 1 million
only
people
when it comes down to black people.
Yeah, but then all the white people they did not touch. You know, it was so when people tell me about Liberia, our ancestors did what the fuck they had to do in Liberia. I wish they would have did more. You know, they did what the hell they had to do to survive in that fucking savage country. You know,
this is why we need uncultivated land, because we'll try to build our nation, and then they'll try to come.
Kala, you bring it. Hold on, Kala. You bring it something that is very dangerous now, Kala. You know what happened when the Black Americans dealt with those natives for about 200 years. You know what happened at the end, Kala.
All we did was build a damn country.
You know what happened at the end.
For 200 years.
You know. All they did was
what happened at the end.
Hold up. Look at the Congo.
Liberia didn't exist for 200 years.
Hold on, look at the Congo. Came here for 20 million people and whatnot in the Congo. But that didn't happen with us. You know, we didn't do that to the native Liberians. So
you can't say maybe you don't know.
There was no genocide of the native Liberians.
Fucking native. They ain't killed no million.
That might have been a mistake that they made.
You think those Black Americans that came to Liberia they were not killing?
Our only regret is they should have.
It wasn't enough for them to do all that killing, man.
They were
No, it
probably
wasn't
too
enough of
nice.
them. They just
They were
doing
probably
it.
too
Do it.
nice.
These are our brothers. These are our African
Yeah.
brothers.
We
They
treated
were
them
too
like
nice.
brothers.
No,
Nah, they was
You
no,
know?
no, man.
outnumbered for once all them tribes
Now
started coming from the interior.
you're talking about kind of what you just said. Now they're already doing it in Europe already anyway. Black America was delivered from Africa. Was said, man, this is not Black America. This is African jungle. You don't know the name they're
They did.
calling
They did.
Africans over there.
They did.
That's your experience,
They did.
Cadola. Okay.
They did
You
tie
So
might
don't
have to
say
go to
something like that,
Liberia.
bro.
It's very
You
much
know,
African
them up
jungle.
to a pole and execute them.
because of white women, Black Americans sold themselves already to the white
I don't
women.
white women over here, bro. Look, check this out. Rwanda,
Condola, man,
right?
I know you're not
All the
saying nothing
the
about no
Tutsis
white
were
women.
going about their business, minding their business every day, and next thing you know, you have all these Hutus with pent up angry hatred and jealousy, right? Wiped 1 million people out, 2 million people out in a few days.
Do you know the history
But
behind
Kyler,
their
you got to
fight?
go
Don't
further
have.
than that. You got to go further than that because we always talk about divide and conquer, right?
Yeah,
There is no ethnic group called Hutu or Tutsi.
Exactly.
It
It's
don't
made up.
exist. But God bless the white people that made people believe these were ethnic groups. These are one niggas. This is essentially
And a lot
Black
of them share
America. These
DNA
are
with each other.
one nigga
Yeah, they
that
share
got
DNA with each
convicted
other.
and tricked into thinking that they were different. Damn, white people are smart. God
Yeah,
damn it.
Behind the scenes was French. It was a Frenchman. It was French that was involved in this genocide. French.
yeah. How you gonna blame the French?
Kyla, can you drop this comment down? Can you drop the comment down?
Hold up. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold up.
Okay.
Hold up.
God bless
That broke
Gaddafi.
my heart when I went to Rwanda and I went to the genocide thing with my wife. And we found out that these niggas were actually just one fucking tribe. And white people tricked them into thinking that they were two different groups. I said,
Yeah.
what the
They all
fuck?
spoke the same language.
Y'all so fucking
They were American
stupid.
Liberians and whatnot. They were all one fucking people. All spoke English, Colloquy,
Okay.
Pidgin, and whatnot. And next thing you know, white people convinced them Native people that they were being discriminated against. And what happened? Happened all over
No,
Africa. You can play Africans, but it's not that smart.
not to take a page out of Tariq, but I think some of these tribes, like around there, have been remixed and remade over and over again. So
yeah, they have.
Absolutely. Some of these
That's
tribes didn't
even
even
in.
exist
Yeah,
500 years ago.
that's all over.
What do you
Yeah,
buy? What do you
a
buy?
lot of these tribes are only like 200 years old. You know,
What do you
Yeah,
buy
like
remix? What do you mean by
because
remix? They married.
remixes like
They
this is
what do you
when
mean
you
by
get
remix?
dominated by
hold up,
another
you
tribe
can
and you
trace
change
the
your
Yoruba
name
history beyond like 700 years.
and stuff
You
like
know,
that.
700 years. Igbo's about 1,000. Zulu's only 300 years old. You know that, right? Zulu only was existed like about 50 years before Shaka was
Yeah, the
born.
white people created Zulu.
They can't start calling them Zulu, and they became Zulu. Just like a lot of tribes in Liberia, we named them. American Liberians named
Yeah,
them.
just like us. The
Because the
white man
Zulu
named us
was called
black.
the Amazulu. That's the
Exactly. But
Amazulu.
now we got someone saying we're FBA.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Kala Zulu
Which means it's not an
all the way
ethnic
to
Well,
group.
Swatini.
Zulus were basically called
Kala
Zulu by the white people,
Kala
man.
Zulu spread all the way. Some of them in Zimbabwe, some of them all the way to Swatini. So
Do
Zulu is not
y'all
just
Yeah, a lot
realize
of
Swatini.
people
how
get their name
Yugoslavia,
stupid
there.
that
we
area right
are
there.
Yeah,
as
they
a
made their
fucking
way
Yo,
people?
for us. So
Africa,
what?
man.
What's that supposed to
We can get
mean?
named by white people and we just
Condola? What does
accept
that
it.
mean?
No,
The
yeah,
white people
fuck?
don't name no white people
And
don't name no
white
kingdom
people
there.
created
Nguni
the
people,
Hutus and
Nguni
Tutsis and
people.
whatnot. All this shit. They created all these tribal divisions to identify people. They created the Crew tribe. That wasn't a damn tribe.
Tyler, imagine me walking into your family, your household, and telling you niggas, y'all not the same people. You're this and you're that, and you niggas believe it.
And white people do it to this
Man,
day.
Fuck.
just do it. Just do it. Black Americans are selling Africans to the white
Look, check
women.
this out. Hold up,
It's
check this
true,
out.
bro. What do you
Check this out.
what do you mean by that?
Hold up. Last year,
Being one beast will never really exist. When
last
the
year, hold up.
Negroes when the
Hold up.
Negroes come around and say, man, that's African jungle brother, bro.
Hold up. Last year, I was in Liberia. I was sitting out of the lagoon one night, right? This fucking redneck white guy comes in there with his fucking African friends, Liberian friends, whatever like that. And I'm sitting there over the conversation. This guy said, "Don't look in my fucking direction. I was gonna get up and fucking hit this dude, right?" He's in there all loud and like yeehaw and all this kind of stupid shit, right? That's acting stupid, belligerent. And he was sitting down with some Liberian girls, right? And I'm saying to myself, he goes, "Yeah, you're a bossa." I said, first of all, white people, that tribal identity shouldn't even come out their mouth in front of us. It should be Africa should have checked us. No, we're all Liberians right here. You're this man, you're a crew man. I like my bossa people. What the look, people don't understand how dangerous it is. That's why if you go to Rwanda and you start talking about tribalism, the police will call you in for questioning.
Yeah, that's
We're not
good.
allowed to
God bless
mention
Kagame.
to a Tutsi.
God bless Kagame.
Kagame is the fucking best leader Africa ever fucking produced. He knows how divisive it is when put like that. I think Liberia's starting to crack down because they watch white people in Liberia. They do.
He doesn't put up with any bullshit.
The West comes in there, they'll be like the journalists. Oh, let me interview. They take like this opposition. We're not,
Kala, a Congo woman was crying that Jim Carter didn't come and sleep on his pillow. So you have to understand the American Liberians too. They were worshiping the white man too because they were being protected by the white man.
They worship? If they were worshiping white man, they would stay in America, bro.
So there's no different. There's no different really.
Everybody's like, oh, they worship white man. I don't see any evidence of that. The
woman was crying. Jim Carter didn't come and sleep. Jimmy Carter didn't come out. We call him daddy. Daddy didn't come around.
Hold up. There was no white people in Liberia, Kidola.
No, but what happened to that lady? That lady was crying that Jimmy Carter went to Nigeria. He didn't come and sleep on a special bed. That daddy, why are you doing this? Daddy. See, Carla, you don't understand. Your people will be protected by United States over there
whatever,
for a long time.
I don't know.
That civil war in Liberia, the big daddy was having
hold it. I'm playing the video. I'm playing the video. This is fair use. When it's Hotel Rwanda, but Africans every day, and when I could care less about the average African.
You said, Carla, this movie said you're not a nigger, you're African. So there's already discrimination there already.
No, I didn't say the white man said that. He was saying, look, man, in the world of things, right? You guys were not in the discussion of the world. You guys just let me put it to you like this, right? When the world was shaking and moving and shaking, we put that thinkers together that was shaping the way the world think. W. Du Bois, Langston Hughes, whatnot. We had
forget about the boy, man. Forget about the boy. If you play this movie, that Negro there starts saying you're not Africa, you're not nigger, you're African, man, you playing a very dangerous protocol. Look, man, let me tell you this.
Carla play the video so Cadola can get this out of his
fucking video, Carla. Let's see.
Still not give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about Africa, right? They sat there and Rwanda. Bill Clinton did nothing. He sat there. He could have actually stopped that. He could have stopped that. He didn't do nothing. He watched that shit freaking slaughter.
But when they started fighting in Yugoslavia, he got involved.
Oh man, Kosovo, yeah. Remember that he said the U.S. airborne to Kosovo or not? Remember that?
Yeah, we can't have
about
these
a year
white
later,
people dying.
Kosovo. We were bombing Kosovo. Yeah, that
was the Rwandan genocide before Black Hawk Down, or was it after?
That was right after, right around the same time. Black Hawk Down was 93. Rwandan genocide was 94. The same year as Mandela took over South Africa as president.
So he probably didn't want to get involved after what happened in some Mogadishu.
Right, probably.
So
but the bottom, the bottom line is this: it was just a freaking. Then you had the war waging a year later in the Congo. Remember, Kabila was advancing on Mobutu. I remember that.
They're gonna have to make a movie about the Sudan now for modern day.
It won't even sell because that's how they think about African life. Hollywood is like,
not even caring about that.
No, Carla, I want to point out some hypocriticism that Black America does deserve. Okay, when that Rwanda genocide was taking place, Black Americans didn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
we didn't give a fuck. Because it wasn't white people killing them. If it was white people killing them, we would have been outraged. But since it was black on black shit,
we're not programmed. Really, that's how we got caught blindsided in Liberia. We're not programmed as Black Americans how to deal with.
We do, but Jonathan, we do the same thing in America though. When a black
But
person get killed
that's
by
the
them,
reason
we
though,
don't care.
Steve.
But it's a white
Well, as
man.
long as it's black on black people doing it, we don't care. But let another race touch a goddamn African. The Arabs are selling those people. The white people are
Kala,
doing this to the Africans. The Chinese are doing
Kala,
this to the
Kala,
the
Kala,
Africans killing Africans. All right,
Kala,
cool.
you
Shit's
play that
another day.
movie. You play that movie, man. You know what that told me about Kala? I'm not surprised Tariq Rashid is clapping his son because he's clapping his son for the granddaddy. You see, you said, oh, Africa doesn't understand the fight. We now know that your Black Americans, why Africans sort of look at you because you are very close to the granddaddy. And we don't trust your people, man, for playing that damn fucking kid movie, bro.
You know anything about
You know?
us, right? You understand, Kidola, right? Oh, there's white men in Puerto Rico.
It's crazy.
Let me tell you a little story, Kidola. When I was a teenager, right? I was studying Nigeria, right? And I learned about a little place called Port Harcourt, right? Port Harcourt. Now, white people telling me Africa's a jungle and whatnot. But you know what I saw in Port Harcourt? I seen middle class white American families working in the oil industry, right? Having good job there. Port Harcourt has more, and they were doing business with Nigerians, making millionaires. How come the Nigerians can reach out to?
Port Harcourt's dangerous as fuck.
What you say?
He says dangerous now.
Yeah, because they didn't build nothing there. Port Harcourt was a place you had white people from America, middle class, white people with nice big homes, everything working in the oil industry.
Kala, they already told you people you are not Africans, right?
You guys
they already told you people. The white man, your white man, your white man already told you people you are Western people, right?
She told me her best friend tried to poison her on her birthday.
The non-black people come into your country.
Kala, the white man and the white people already told you people are not Africans, right? Not just only Kala. Do you think it's only Black Americans being brainwashed like that, or not even brainwashed? Be accepted. The Surinamese also accepted that they are not Africans too. Do you think the Surinamese love Africans too? Because the white people told them, "Oh, Tango, you are not Africans. African people are hungry," without them not really being there. You understand me? Then you cry. Then when you cry, the white man put you on the corner.
There are millions of black people in the West who know better, right? Nigerian.
No.
Never went out there.
No, man. No. That's when we started saying, really? So you put they told us we're not Africans.
White man's hand. You let a couple of ignorant people fucking say, "Oh yeah, see." The majority of
so you don't blame me if I say I don't trust you.
Kidola, in 1977, right? The largest contingent of black people came from Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, to infest that.
That was the
largest thing. There was more Black Americans than Ghanaians. Anywhere else in the black world, we had
the man that brought Kuruma down is a Black American man.
Kala, drop the link, Kala.
Hold up.
Yeah, drop the link.
I am.
Musa want to come up tonight. You want to come up?
Nigeria, right? We were in Nigeria, right? You can't say that now. That's nonsense.
All these Nigerians, they want to help you, Kidola.
The man that brought that Kuruma was the black. Kuruma was even scared by the man. Said, "Why you bring this man as ambassador?" He brought Kuruma down. So Negroes sort of, you probably used as a white black.
Kala,
you not really black like that.
Kadola, the Ghanaians are the ones that took Kwame Nkrumah down.
What about Mobutu? He was a continental African. There's holes everywhere, bro.
Y'all start taking out y'all leaders and then blaming Black Americans for it.
Yeah,
y'all
man. Like Africa is the land of the coup, bro. Like you've been talking crazy, man.
Black American.
I think Zon gonna send me some shit.
You say you don't trust you.
Zon gonna send me some shit show me some shit about Patrice Lumumba. And I was like, y'all killed them, nigga.
Yo, check this out. They blame for Louis Armstrong about freedom. I'm like, God damn, man.
Well, I mean that they do use
What
black
Louis
people over
Armstrong
there
got
to
to
come
do
into
with
Africa, but we
it?
ain't never
Because he
killed
was
Well,
playing
well,
with
no
African
leader though.
performing there.
CIA used Muhammad Ali and George Foreman to penetrate Congo. So you probably used for a long time to come over to
Nah,
win over our
Man,
people.
the
Hold on,
big
hold on,
Jack
hold on,
The
hold on,
Congo
Congo
hold on,
You
hold
know,
on,
penetrating
for
hold on, hold on,
Congo.
hold on.
that don't got nothing to do with Ali.
Y'all would sell each other out and try to link and try to
it's
blame an
Africa.
outside
Hold on,
So
source.
hold
that's
on,
Come
what
hold
on
on.
Africa.
now.
The white
He's
man be using
correct.
people to break into our heart and say, oh, these are your people too.
Condola, I got a
Man, what
question.
are you talking
I
about,
got a question, Condola. Do you believe that the people who were sold during the transatlantic slave trade owe Africa any kind of loyalty?
Man, I don't know who was sold anymore, man, because you people kept, man,
No,
we
Condola.
be paying
Do you
price,
believe the
for you
people who
people's
were
time, bro.
sold out of Africa deserve any loyalty to the people that
Which
sold them?
loyalty? You put loyalty to the white man.
I mean, that's not really that's I mean, Jonathan, that's not really that whole slave
Steve,
trade. I know people
I will
hate it, but it's
pinpoint where
not.
Igbo sold Igbos, where Yoruba sold Yoruba. Don't do that.
But did they get along with
Every
each
Condola
other?
know it's the truth. That's why he can't say nothing.
Did they get along with each other? Did they get
Steve,
along?
Man, most black
you
Americans are
got
CIA
me and you
agents,
both
bro.
got a cousin that probably sell us
Hold
out
on,
right
Jonathan.
now.
You said what?
That doesn't change the fact.
That's my point. Like you got to understand, you got all these different tribes, and you got
Uh
even
huh.
people of clans and all the other stuff. So I mean, it's not really that's kind of murky.
Okay,
What
but at
George
the end of the
Foreman,
day, that's
Jo-
irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that you sold these people.
It's
Whatever
clear.
reason you want to say, wait, now, hold on now, Steve. You sold these people for gunpowder, some delicious rum, and a
Hmm.
beautiful mirror. You could look at yourself while drunk. Incredible.
A
no,
mirror.
You ain't getting no
Jonathan,
pass for that,
Let,
brother.
let Musa talk. Let Musa talk. Exactly.
Jonathan. That's
Homies was
why.
selling
You
slaves,
don't
bro.
know
Musa.
who was
Have you
selling
ever
who.
been to a slave trade museum?
Man,
Then you
we
might want
know
to
who was
go, and
selling
when you
who.
go there, that's where you find out who sold
Jonathan,
who
who
and
was
why
selling
they
who?
sold who.
The
Who was selling
homie,
Before
who?
that,
Jonathan, where you staying right
Musa,
now?
before I went to the slave
Jonathan, where you
trade
staying right
museum in
now, right?
Calabar,
We know
I
who was
went to
selling
the
who.
slave museum in Badagry. I used to think that white people actually just raided Africa, nigga.
Jo- Jonathan,
All
you
it
already
was
Only
know
for
was
who
the big
Africans
Jonathan
to
who was
tell me,
tribes
no,
selling
no,
who.
no,
fucking
no, that's
selling
not how
other
that happened.
tribes.
We have to accept our responsibility in the role that we played.
Hold on, Jonathan. So who was selling who, Jonathan?
Jonathan, I'm out of B1 right now, man. For showing this movie, man, I'm no longer no fucking B1. Man, I don't belong to no
What
fucking
is
shit.
about
You
this
know what I
movie,
mean?
man? Hey, man, what's about
You know,
this
I'm no
movie?
fucking no B1, man.
Wait.
You know,
Condola. You're no longer B1 because the white man said you're not
no,
even
I'm no fucking no
you're
fucking
not even
B1,
a
man.
nigger.
I'm
You're an
just,
African.
forget it,
Yeah.
bro. I'm just
So
leaving,
what
bro. But this is
expose
a
me and
fucking shit
African
movie you just show right
What?
now,
What did
man.
the
That I
what
can
did
trust the
the
motherfucking young people, man.
what did the movie do to you?
Man, show that fucking nigga say I'm not you of Africa, you're a nigga. No, what the fuck is that?
It's just a movie, man.
Condola, the white guy said it, not the black
The
guy.
white guy said it.
Man, I'm leaving, bro. Damn.
Condola, every time you lay
Go
in bed
ahead,
at night and you
man.
look to your right, that's who said it. It wasn't no black person.
That crush, Jonathan,
Don't
man.
blame us for something the white guy said.
The white man loves me. He thinks the white man loves him,
Hold on,
man.
Jonathan. Who was selling
Who,
who, Jonathan? What you
who's
trying
a
to say?
Pan African? Who's that?
I'm a Pan African. I'm just a black nationalist first.
Who's
We got new
talking?
people on the
Who was
panel
that? Who
on the
said
panel,
that?
so
Yeah.
we let them
We
speak.
got two Niger and
All
Negro by
right,
Shout
blood.
out Negro by blood.
let two Niger speak. Right, go ahead, two Niger.
Yeah, greetings, Kala, for hosting, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I guess I'm just going by the title and some of these things I've heard. Black History Month, and whether we should business empires. I don't know whether we have anything like business empires.
Yeah, we
You
really.
know,
I went over some of the black business. We talked to start with talking about Reginald Lewis, the world's first black billionaire. We're not, we talked about black people in the 1800s had multi-million-dollar corporations in the United States. Insurance companies, banks, corporations and whatnot. So this is nothing new to us. And so, therefore, a lot of our businesses inspired the first generation of African businesses when they came in and saw that to go back to Africa and build in their own. We were those started that shit of black empire and black business. People came with money.
I don't think you started the Black Empire thing
Okay,
because
wait, hold on. Then where did Africans basically come to learn that it was possible that a black man could own a factory like the Pattersons and whatnot? Where did they go to?
I
They
don't
went
know.
to white
Um,
America.
I didn't go to white
yeah,
America. Hold on. You can go to white America all you want. And you gotta look. You gotta see yourself. That's why I said. This is what I said with this Pan African stuff. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. I'm extending olive branch
Wait,
to
what
the
happened?
African world and saying, you know something, you could be proud of the people in my ancestors and taking pride that we're the same race. And if they could do it, you could do it, right? But instead, you're gonna say no, it's the white people, right? That's why you guys have never taken anything back to Haiti and built anything, because you have that mentality.
no,
You see, color.
I
You see,
think
color.
what you are describing,
Me and you, color,
and I
are the
finish what
same
I'm
people.
saying.
Hold on, real quick,
No,
Nadia.
the fuck we're
Me and
not.
you, color,
No,
we are the
no,
same
no,
people.
no, the fuck we're not.
Let me explain. Allow me to explain. You said that Black America, you don't want Black America to be in America. That's not their country.
I never
And I
said that.
said the
I said
same
we
thing.
should have something beyond.
I said the
Hold on,
same
hold
thing
on,
when it
hold on,
comes to
hold on, hold on.
Haiti.
No,
Haiti is
no.
not my country.
Hold on. First of
Haiti is
all,
not
we're gonna talk.
where my ancestors
Hold
came
on, get
from.
it right what we're saying, right? I know Black America. This is our country, America, right? I said,
Oh my
hold
God.
on. I said we should have something beyond America, in addition to America. We should not be beholden and limited to America. That's a difference, you know.
Okay, so like what you
That
said
makes
that
no sense.
what you said that Americans accomplish something now and again. See, that might as well be flashes of brilliance here and there, and even some animals display that. I don't subscribe to that. What you describe as progress is not progress. It's just us now and again doing some things. We as a people, to be fair, everything like somebody was saying about African leaders, selling people for
So
gunpowder
hold
and all
on.
that stuff.
So you telling me when nowhere in the world there was not even people writing anything down on the whole entire African continent. There was no banks, nothing like that. You had black people here in America that opened up black banks. Nowhere else in the world this exists. It is in South Africa. It was no Nigeria. The first black banks were built right here in the United States by us.
So what does that matter?
Well,
And when you say bank, even
it just says that there's a history of black success that we could all be proud of. You don't have to sell. You could say to your young Nigerian people, right? Hey, you know something? The first black bank was not a white man in Lagos or whatnot that from the whatever Barclays, whatever like that. We had a black banks in the United States. Those are our brothers and sisters. You understand what the hell I'm talking about, Denija? You
I
know?
don't think setting up a bank is something we should be worrying about being proud of.
Okay, whatever.
No, no,
Whatever.
they are
Saying
all
now,
positive
saying
things.
now,
I'm not make no
but
mistake.
now
They're
what
all
I'm talking,
positive
if we
things.
talk about history, if that's the case, then if you say they should be worried about it, what you're saying is we don't need all that stuff like that, right? It doesn't matter.
No,
And
but we
you
need it.
could,
See, hold on. Let me finish what
your
I'm
country,
saying now. Come on.
hold on, if your country should be fully industrialized right now, if you have that mentality,
No, no. You see,
you never
that's
have
it.
reached
That's what I'm
industrial
saying.
revolution.
We keep showing up in areas that don't necessarily change our fortunes. What is the
Yeah, but
point of showing up
when
there?
is Nigeria gonna hit the industrial revolution in the country?
When they
Yeah,
get
but
rid of the Fulanis.
it's not happening in America. It's not happening in Africa. It's not happening in the Caribbean. It's not happening
You
anywhere.
gotta ask yourself that
As a matter of fact,
question.
let me finish what I'm saying.
Why are you
See,
showing up there
everywhere
with
you
no
go,
fortune?
whenever it comes to technical stuff, black people tend to be absent. Even if they show up in, but not in the numbers that other people show up. Like even I show speed. If you see I show speed when he was going around, most of the technical bits. are done by white people. The brutes, the ones that are protecting him, are the black ones. You go to many of the countries he went to, even in Africa, you find that whenever they want to do something quite highly technical, it's a white person or somebody Indian. What is wrong with us? You have to ask yourself some serious questions, that there's something seriously weird about the way we navigate our way in this world. We navigate ourselves into sports, music, maybe finance now and again. But when it comes to groundbreaking technology or scientific areas, even when we show up, we are under some other person's control. We don't necessarily show up in a way that we control the technology itself. That is the truth. If you go to like physics Nobel Prize now, or science Nobel Prize, how many black people do you see there? I don't even think you will see one. And do you know that almost every other major race in the world, they show up there? From even the Middle East, they show up there. But we don't show up anywhere near those areas. And this is what I'm trying to highlight, that what we mistake for progress is not progress. The areas that are critical are those areas that I'm referring to.
Time, Kala, you can tell them about David Stewart and Worldwide Technology.
Now we can tell them
David
about
Stewart and Worldwide Technologies. To Niger. Everything he said,
no, Kala, because we, once again, Black America, we are an exceptional people. Okay. But that doesn't change the rule.
Way too exceptional for that small talk. What are you talking?
Nigerians say, "Oh yeah, okay, but they're still black too. So if they could do it, we could. We gotta stop being down on our race. We got David Stewart, Worldwide Technology, generates $12 billion a year, and he does technologies for companies like AT&T, Boeing, what else? All these companies and whatnot. And
which black man is responsible for building nuclear power plants?
You never heard David Stewart?
You don't see one black man building
If
nuclear
you
power
want the
plants
answer,
in America.
you could go to Keizo and Ike that wrote a thesis on the Za Man.
Tonight, you never heard David Stewart, Worldwide Technologies.
Yeah, he's a networker and maybe running something in between, but you don't see them controlling
he has a Worldwide
technology.
Technologies. He
He's
does
the
human
owner.
resources, technology for major Fortune 500 companies in this country.
Yeah, what does he
He's a
offer?
man.
A bit of software and a bit of hardware.
Look him up, Tunija. Look him up, Tunija. Do some damn research.
Give me his name. Give me his name again.
Put it in the chat.
How many times you gonna say,
David
man?
Stewart, bro.
Okay, look at that. They are really into their feelings now. Okay, see, I know this guy. I know this guy. Come on, man. I know this guy. And I didn't say that you don't own a technology company. Like Nigerians, they have tech companies here and there. What does that mean?
They got nickel and dime tech companies. We got
wait. Tonight, let me be FBA for a little bit. Kyle, you might want to play this video that was on ABC. Black women created all the technology that allows you to use Zoom, cash payment transfers like Venmo and all of that bullshit. Yeah. She created technology.
Yeah, so what are you talking about?
It should have been an African.
Okay, so it's a technology company that does hardware. He's basically selling electronic parts and networking tools. That is it. Does he make microchips?
And guess what, Jonathan? She created that technology for white America.
You have to have the brain. You have to have the brain intelligence to make those parts work. Just the resources ain't shit if you don't have the brain power.
He's a glorified Igbo trader. See, he's not making any of the parts. Come on, you have to know the difference between both. You have to be manufacturing microchips.
No. Tonight. Let me be the first to let you know. When you look at a car, those tires come from one company. That seat comes from another company. The radio comes from another company. The engine comes from another company. You think it's all Toyota?
You can't compare that.
I got a 3-minute clip video. Tonight, introducing David Stewart.
It was definitely 5. According to the 2024 Forbes 400 list of wealthiest Americans. Last week, on October 1st, Forbes revealed its annual ranking, which estimated the Missouri residents' net worth at a record $11.4 billion, up from $7.6 billion last year and $6 billion the year before that. Stewart, who resides in St. Louis, tops private equity billionaire Robert Smith, who is the second richest, with an estimated net worth of $10.8 billion. They're 2 of just 4 Black members on the 2024 ranking. which required a minimum net worth of $3.3 billion, the most ever. That means just 1% of the list members are Black entrepreneurs or executives. The other two are Palantir co-founder Alexander Karp, who makes his debut with an estimated $3.6 billion, and NBA great Michael Jordan, worth an estimated $3.5 billion. Stewart, who is 73 years old, is the majority owner of Worldwide Technology, or WWT, alongside partner Jim Kavanaugh. A native of Clinton, Missouri, Stewart initially put up $250,000 in capital to start WWT in 1990, according to a 2019 Forbes profile. Over the years, the IT service provider went on to nab top corporate clients, including Apple, Citi, Microsoft, and the federal government. In 2023, WWT had sales of $17 billion. Roughly 67% of the Forbes 400 are self-made this year, including all 4 of the Black members. Stewart, though, is among a very elite group of just 25 billionaires who have been given a maximum 10 on the self-made scorecard, meaning that he is one of just a handful who truly have rags to riches stories. Stewart grew up in the segregated South with 7 siblings. His father worked as a mechanic, janitor, and trash collector. After graduating from Central Missouri University, he worked in sales for the Missouri Pacific Railroad, Union Pacific, and FedEx. In 1983, Stewart purchased his first business, an auditing company called Transportation Business Specialists, using loans from community banks throughout Missouri. In the early days of Worldwide Technology, which, as we said, he co-founded in 1990, Stewart sometimes went without a paycheck and once watched his car get repossessed from the office parking lot. During a lecture in 2013 at the Optical Fiber Communication Conference, Stewart told the crowd, quote, "You know what it takes to get into business and what it takes to be an entrepreneur? It takes a little risk. It takes getting past your fears. It's having much faith of the possibilities as well. And being able to put everything on the line because you know you've been called upon to do something very special. It doesn't take a whole lot of money." Overall, Stewart ranks number 84 on the 400 list in 2024, up from number 121 in 2023, and from number 155 in 2022. Smith, the CEO of private equity firm Vista Equity Partners, is ranked number 88, up 1 spot from last year when he was worth $9.2 billion. Karp, meanwhile, is one of 23 newcomers to the list. The trio of Stewart, Smith, and Karp made their wealth in the 2 most common industries for the 400 wealthiest Americans, finance and tech. Jordan made his fortune in sports, but mainly after transitioning from NBA player to NBA team owner. Jordan, who ranks number 385 with a net worth of $3.5 billion, first debuted a year ago after selling his majority stake in the Charlotte Hornets for $3 billion. Several other Black billionaires are part of the 415 Americans who are worth 10 figures, but are still simply not rich enough to make the Forbes 400. That includes Oprah Winfrey at $3 billion, Sean Jay-Z Carter at $2.5 billion,
I still don't believe Oprah's a
Tope
billionaire.
Awatana at $1.4 billion, Tyler Perry at $1.4 billion, Rihanna at $1.4 billion, Tiger Woods at $1.3 billion, LeBron James at $1.2 billion, Magic Johnson at $1.2 billion, and Sheila Johnson at $1 billion. For full coverage and to see the whole 2024 Forbes 400 list, check out Jabari Young's piece on Forbes.com. This is Kieran Meadows from Forbes. Thanks for tuning in.
And like I said, that's about
Yeah, Carla, I wanted to say this. Rihanna is not a Black American woman. She's Bajan.
Yeah, like okay, yeah, but when you're successful, you come into the Black American column.
No. She is Bajan.
Carla, Rihanna is not a Black American. They can have her.
Hold on now.
They can have her.
If Wyclef Jean, Carla, let me ask you this: if Wyclef Jean was in the list, would you consider him like a Black American?
No.
That's
if he's a billionaire, Carla would. If he's a billionaire, Carla would. And we didn't know he was Haitian until he started scamming and shit.
I've got you now.
Kyle's still deluded with African American memes again. You see
You
what I
gotta
mean?
understand,
That's
college
why
a
FBA
pan,
is necessary.
Like I said,
college a pan African when it suits
African
him.
American means successful to Colin. That's all.
like I said earlier, hold up. Rihanna is black. We're talking about black people, right? In America, right? So is she African American ethnic group? No, she's not. But when we talk about success or not, and in a circle, she might as well be in that crowd. She's not gonna be
No,
around. She's not gonna be around a bunch of Caribbeans.
no, she
Yeah,
could
but
be. She could retain her Caribbean
let me
identity.
address this
Carla,
time,
why do you
man.
keep
Let
saying
me
you're
address this
Caribbean,
time,
man?
man. Come
Hold
on,
on, let
man.
T go
No,
ahead.
no, wait a minute,
Let me
Kyla,
address this
All
point.
right,
because
one at a
Tanaja
time,
said he
y'all.
was
Come on,
talking
man.
about how software and
Come on, we have
hardware
a
and
problem.
shit. So I posted in the back chat links of Black Americans that have invented hardware and software. So
Okay,
every
no,
time you pick up a mini
I've seen a
computer,
pattern
that's a
that
Black
on it.
American. Every time you send a Giphy to
See.
a bitch, that's Black American. It just if you don't know, you just don't know. It's not your fault. You don't know no better.
Yeah, they know, man.
No. Let's not. Let's see. My point is that this guy is a glorified Igbo man trader because he doesn't manufacture anything, and his wealth compared to like say those of this is the Elon Musk, Bezos. No,
Tonight,
it's tiny wealth. No,
Steve Jobs didn't manufacture shit.
see by right, Black Americans are about 13% of the population of America. Before they show up on that list of the rich list, it's somewhere 50 or so before they will show up there. So we are not representing, and we have to admit it. We shouldn't be proud of something that is not significant progress after
Dude,
how
man,
many
the
decades
man
of
makes a
so-called
man's worth
progress.
$11 billion.
Wait a minute. I got something. Tunija, in Africa right now, y'all claim the West is holding y'all back, right?
I'm not one of
You
those.
have people that say the United States is holding everyone back.
Also,
If the United States, according to y'all mind, is the very white people, what more do you think we really expect to accomplish? We live with these people. If they're fucking with you and y'all the majority, and they're in another country, they're far away from you, and they're fucking with you. What more do you think the people that lives in their house can do?
No, at least you are now becoming realistic about our predicament because the idea is that because you are making it sound as if we have accomplished something. No, we still have a big problem to deal with. That's my point. This is some serious stuff, and on the continent, it's only Dangote now in Nigeria that really started doing some serious value-added manufacturing. Can you believe that? All we do is sell crude oil and get. We don't even get the money because we use the money to buy petrol. That's how crazy we are. Dangote came along within how many, just 2 years or so, and is now doing value-added manufacturing. And
Nigeria
even
doesn't have
that
the
is
means
not very hard technology,
to
really.
use its own oil. They have to buy oil from outside.
Yeah, he has to buy oil from outside. But it's
Hmm.
important that he's doing value-added manufacturing. My point is that we need to start making things. All this talk about selling things, jock and jiving and doing sports. No, that is not where power lies. Where power lies is in making things. If you look at China, that's how China rose. That's how the West
Hey,
rose. They
Jonathan,
build
what are
things. I
y'all
don't know
getting for the taxes that you
what
pay in
no, but
Nigeria?
hold on. I'm quite
Not a
curious.
goddamn
Why is it
thing.
that there's no black person
That's the same
building a
Tanibu
nuclear
one.
power station? Why is there no black person building nuclear power station?
Same
Why is there no black
Tanibu
person
who
building
crashed the
missiles for
Naira,
Americans?
huh?
Wait. Why is there no black what tonight?
Why is there no black person
God,
building missiles for Americans? Why is there no black
what are
person
you
building
talking about?
nuclear power stations? Why is there no black person
Well,
owning
we don't
Wait,
large
think
wait, wait,
properties?
wait, 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 wait. You said
I
why is
can't
there
hear
no
There's
you.
black
none in any
person?
area.
You said why is there no
All we do
black
is
person?
owning.
Hold on. You
Yeah,
said why is there
there's no
no
black person
black
owning
person
such companies,
building
owning
missiles
companies that
for
do those things.
Americans? Because that's
Yes.
treason, brother.
Yeah, right. What do you
Yeah,
think?
that's
That's
treason.
that's
However,
wild.
How
there
is that
was
treason? No, you
BNC
can build
BNC
missile.
metals that contributed to the creation of the bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. That was a
Oh my
Black American
God!
company.
I can't believe you just said that. They just went and got yellow cake from this thing. What they call it? DRC, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, then they use it for in the Second World War. That is not building anything. You just trader again. You're just a trader. You're not building
Wait.
anything.
What did
You're
the
not making
company
anything.
do? What did the company do? To Niger.
You said the company went and got. I don't have any record of that. You just said the company went, a Black American company went and got this in uranium and gave it to
I didn't say
US.
that.
Okay, if you didn't say that, it's even worse then, isn't it? It's even worse. We are not even in the
So see now,
value chain.
Tyler, we're gonna have to do a real
My point is that we
educational
need to build stuff.
show on
That's my
Black
point.
America contributions.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to do that, Carlos.
Individual contribution
Because they don't do research on their own.
Individual contribution don't
You could do
count
that
in terms of the
every
people's
day for the
progress.
next.
All
To Niger,
individual contribution,
to
not what the
Niger, shouldn't it be
company will teach.
Nigeria doing all that you asking for?
Yeah.
See,